Okay, hey there, everybody. Looks like we're ready to get this rolling here. Um, on to something new this year. I'm on vacation, so that means, doing this to myself for some reason. I don't know. Um, I picked Apollo Justice because it seems to be the more recent one, or sort of the oldest one in terms of what's been actually made. Um, let's go ahead and start this. So I don't really know what the difference between these are, other than the fact that the main character is different. Um, I do believe that all the other characters are still around there. Just gonna double check to make sure that everything's working here. That looks like that's good. That looks like that's good. I'm gonna try and get our laptop up and running. Showdown time. Full House versus Full House. Yeah, that'd be the Kings. Ah, okay. That guy dropped more than 5 cards, so apparently someone was cheating. I seem to be in a bit of trouble, something like that. Dead. Someone hit him, hard. Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. I should have come to that. Alright, well. April 20th, 9:37 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Panicked, palms sweaty, knees weak. I can admit, I'm nervous. Ah, good morning. Good morning, sir. Okay. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. What? Wound up, sir? No. I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? Um, I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to my Courts of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. What? Ah, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. Cough. I overdid it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down. If you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. I feel like this guy's gonna end up being a villain. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you in the wrong way. Gulp. I'll be preparing your case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney, and today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. Very sundary about this trial there, Apollo. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course. And so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. I'm trying to figure out if that is like an owl where it's got like a stomach there and it's got like a little beak and then some eyes that are looking up, so it's like an owl pin, or if that's a big open mouth and then like they're we'll say surprised, I guess, but could be taken other ways. There's a lot of different things this little picture could be. It's amazing how much variance you could get from that kind of picture. All right, anyway. Um, whoa. Good. Morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial. Nervous. Meeting him. Cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? So you're fine. I'm fine. Ah, Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney, and he's your friend. So why? You'll see. Huh? You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. It's time. Shall we? I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be Phoenix Wright. I wonder if he couldn't just defend himself. That would be a bad idea, technically speaking, but getting a first-time rookie defender would probably be worse than having him defend himself. Whatever. Okay, I need focus. First trial. Here comes justice. April 20th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom, number 2. Same judge. That guy also... Okay, the court is now in session. Prosecution is ready, Your Honor. I see he's decided for a new haircut. I feel like this is a terrible choice. The defense is, fine. I mean ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic. Heck, too late. Your name was Mr. Justice, and this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor. But I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Cough. Ahem. Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be leading this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always accede to his client's wishes. My client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust this case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine. But does he have cords of steel? I don't think that matters. Well, let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. I don't know if I feel like he could play the piano very well. Okay, whatever. Mr. Wright. How could this have happened? I won't speak of it further, then. The prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. To think, I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains. Oh, Winston Payne, subtle as ever, I see. Has he ever won a case? Ahem. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him. Wham! On the head. Smack. Killed him cold. A customer at the restaurant, you say. And defendant, you say he was? The pianist, for the club, it seems. Phoenix Wright. A pianist? This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Sure. Grape juice is apparently, our defendant's drink of choice. The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Grape juice bottle used as murder weapon bears the defendant's Mr. Wright's prints. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. The court record. Right. I've heard of that. Use E to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right, just use E. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. So the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this Shady Smith fellow? I believe he was a traveler, Your Honor. Traveler? According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently. But his place of residence is unclear. And he had some sort of connection with the defendant? That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime. If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing? That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. Let's see here. He's got the correct hand, it looks like. The other one looks like it's the same. No, that looks like a 6. It could just be a 7. It's hard to tell. Wait a second. Isn't that poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself. Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal. It is true the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. It was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. Competition? Yes, a test of wits. A silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Come again? The cards on the table have blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women. That will be our first order of business here, then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. I am a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play in the competition and there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is, a game. And our customers are happy. Why 2 decks of cards? A pianist who can't play piano? Better than a defense attorney who can't defend. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. Technically, this would be your witness, so that would be whatever. Are you alright? You're sweating bullets. Bullets? Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. You've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gowan for a refresher course in cross-examinations? Sure. Better safe than sorry, especially this early in the game. I don't want to accidentally think that I'm doing the sort of cross-examination style that you do in Attorney of the Arcane. And they might have changed it since the Phoenix Wright games. Yes, teach me. I know nothing. Indeed. Your job, Justice, is to be mindful of the court record and testimony. Look for inconsistencies in the testimony with what the court record tells you. When you found an inconsistency, that's when you present the conflicting evidence from the court record with E. But I didn't hear anything strange at all in the testimony just now. A good sign that you need to press the witness with Q for more information. Press him? Don't let the fact that he's a remarkable man hold you back. Get more information. But isn't Mr. Wright my client? Well, think you can do it? Yes. Thank you, sir. I think I can do it. I think you better, or we're going to have a problem. Just remember, find any inconsistencies, analyze the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it. Know it. Do it. Inconsistencies? Lies? Phoenix Wright? As if. Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. Defense may begin the cross-examination. The competition. You can hardly play? Oh, I play sometimes, when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. Was that supposed to be boast just now? The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. Then why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club? Well, yeah, okay, my real job is to take on interesting customers at the, over at the poker table. They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I am a professional, after all. Bah, do I just take pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine. Yes. Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. Well, what? I played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost once. What? See why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. It is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once? Is that even possible? I guess if he could use the Megatama for that. The room where we play and the competition there are the club's main attractions. The room of the crime scene photo. Is it an attraction? It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. But black market? All in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. Smoky room, gambling, hoods, you know. Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. Bosses gather around the table cutting deals safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. That room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they came to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. 2 decks of cards? A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I noticed. It's actually not true as far as I would understand it. Why wouldn't you be able to slip in cards? Because you'd slip in cards to... If you're just swapping back and forth, you would know when you would be able to use a fake card for one thing or another. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lines scattered on the floor there. Yeah, I'm sort of trying to look over those a little bit, but I can't get a good glimpse of what's going on there. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue. By a bad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we used 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other was blue. Doesn't really show up on those black and white photos, but okay. As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Heh. Yes, a game of hands. This competition you're talking about, I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game, after all. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room in the very moment that the crime occurred. You claim no connection to the crime? Now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. Ack. Arg, I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right. There's something I'd like made clear, namely your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press. And I've got myself a whole new testimony. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. So, silence? The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten. Everything about the law. But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. And it's your job to turn that around in our favor, yes? Great, like I didn't have enough to do already. Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony? Huh? Wait, something he said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now, what was it? Fingerprints. What he figured out was just presenting evidence. Evidence. That contradicts the testimony. A contradiction in Mr. Wright's testimony? But why? I better check the court record. I can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in his testimony. Isn't it a little early to be jumping to conclusions? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press. Right, I got it. I'm fine. Time to listen to that testimony again. So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon. This grape juice bottle, right? So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? Hee hee hee. Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. Objection. No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears, and her case. But, what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. Prints alone don't prove he did it. Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing, if they were normal fingerprints. Huh? But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down. That also doesn't technically prove anything. It's actually pretty common to lift up a bottle if it's put on a case on the floor with that sort of like backhand grip instead of like leaning down as far. Because it's a bit easier to pick it up the other way and then flip it around once you've actually picked it up. So you hold it by the neck and then so on and so forth. It means he was holding the bottle inverted. And there can only be one reason for that. Again, that's not the only reason, but it is a viable reason. To brain someone with a bottle. Ag. That facial expression went a little bit different style there. Mr. Gavin, I think things turn for the worse. Oh? I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? So, Phoenix is going to reveal probably at some point that this isn't the murder weapon, is my guess. I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case. I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason. Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported? Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that... really? Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Near the scene? Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we? Okay, the dead body. Over there. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used these stairs in this hallway to go above ground. There's 3 chairs, there was the third party. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant. I see, and this is the phone that made the call? Wright's cell phone added to the court record. Looks like his old phone. Looks like he's used the same one all this time. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. He fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And he claimed he was being uncooperative? Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about... What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness. Hee. You're as good as they say you are. So someone else was in the room the night of the crime scene. That must mean the witness to the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. The witness will state her name and profession. Hold on just a moment. Where is the witness? What do you... I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. So use the little hair gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off. You are sure? I swear it on my gavel. Please come out. Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? Not really. I mean, yeah, it is, but not that big a deal. Well, if you're sure this is okay. Ahem. Now, the prosecution... Well, wait a minute. Will the prosecution care to explain the witness's, paraphernalia? I thought that... Is that her cell phone? That might actually just be a cell phone. I thought they were supposed to take those away from people, though. Yes. She's a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade. Professional what? That would be, my name is Olga Orly. I'm employed as a waitress in Borscht Bowl Club restaurant. You know, normally they, like, switch foods in these games to match, like, an American conception of culture. This might actually be a borscht restaurant. Then why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht that is naming restaurants. But I also perform, how it is said, the other service. I take it one of these other services taking the customer's pictures? Da-da. Like, for example, this one. Let's see, what are they eating over here? Stuffed bread, and that actually does look like borscht. And those are Russian nesting dolls. Okay, so maybe this actually is a Russian restaurant. In which case, I guess that might be a pelmeni or something? I don't know. You can see all the different bottles of wine there. Here we can see that, like, what I was sort of saying, if you're picking up something from a crate, it's actually pretty common to pick the bottle up by the neck in that particular way. On the night of the murder, man in white hat is one who has gone kaput. Indeed, that is the victim. Order. This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. It is the same way as I drop cold bowls of borscht on laps of customers. Casually. Not sure what to think of that. Okay. Then the courts will casually accept this new evidence. Let's see here. Okay. Now, witness. Where were you at the time of the murder? I was in room, the hideout, we call it. Excuse me? The hideout? It is room where famous gangster bad guy was arrested. It is room where murder took place. What? Your looks of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you. The photos will be numbered, and you will write which ones you want copy of. So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shaddy Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... No, that doesn't automatically mean that there could be a 4th person who had come in there at the time who's not accounted for by this. 1 sec. Alright. You will testify to the court about that night's events. Kind of awkward, a slightly stuffed up nose. That fateful night. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for a game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. Yeah? The victim. He plays whole time with his hands on locket at his neck. Then, last hand is done. But something terrible has happened. That man flew at victim and strangled him to death. Huh. Incidentally, who won the game? Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim. Mr. Smith. That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Ahem, justice? Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection. But he hadn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as a prosecutor either. Really? Did you take any cases as a prosecutor for 7 years? You're really bad at this. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. Okay, these are the poker chips as they lay at the very moment of the crime. Alright, what's that in the background there? I can't tell what's going on with the watermark on the top left of that card in the back there. It looks like that's probably supposed to be a 3, but that's a really weird 3. Oh, that's because it's fading into the spade. Okay. I don't know where the pot is. This is a really messy game. She was supposed to be dealing. Okay. The hand and chips on the side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith. Chips, you say. I mean, yes, imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils. I know that. After all, in my youth I was known as poker head of the courtroom number 3. Funny enough, I've never actually lost money at poker. Basically, the only way to win at poker is to find really, really weak tables. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Chip's photo added to the court record. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Oh, I can do this. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. You're dealing cards. Do you do this often? I'm doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. It is my work. It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome to the Borscht Bowl Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitress. I feel with all those layers, you would actually probably be, like, dying of a heat stroke in the middle of Japan, or San Fran, Tokyo, or whatever it is. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. It's already April. How could it be cold? At Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on an authentic rustic Russian restaurant theme. Outside it is city in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia. No way am I going there. If it's really hot in the summer, that would be a great place to go, actually. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning. Didn't you say that it's cold borscht? The victim, he plays whole time with his hands and locket on his neck. His locket? I believe it was good luck charm, da? He ripped it many times as he played that night. Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and to the stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. The defense would like to clarification. This is a locket we're talking about. I mean a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket? Of course, I knew that. It's probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket's a locket. Doesn't matter what shape it is. It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society. Hard of hearing, or hard of understanding. Let's judge both. So what happened next? Then, last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, da? Oops. Something terrible? Eek! The defense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing. Now, Miss Orley, can you tell us what happened? Oh, I was so frightened. I was trembled with fear. But the defendant would never do such a thing. Eek! Well now, I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic. If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me. Still, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker? Perhaps it is because defendant has lost game? Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So it is always with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall. Didn't you just say that you had a 7-year winning streak and then lost? You didn't murder, Phoenix during that time? Alright, whatever. Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir. Leave it to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer. I've got you now, or really, you shouldn't jump to that conclusion. They are both wearing hats. I'm having a hard time telling. That looks like a different table than this one. This is a round table, so this is a different one. There is actually snow in there. I thought that was supposed to be fake, but maybe that's actually real. He's wearing flip-flops. Yeah, so this isn't the poker table. This is a different one, so this is a different setup here. So the thing that we're supposed to point out is contradiction of, like, him going across there and strangling the guy. But we'll have to sort of see how that goes. Do we have the autopsy report? Do we have any information about the locket? There it is. Do we know anything about it? By the time he dies, it's missing, it looks like. I can't see it there anymore. It might be getting obscured by his shirts. Alright, well, we'll do this. Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Duh, normal customer only choke on borscht. No, I mean this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Ack. Mrs. Orley, really now? Did you witness the crime? Eek! Huh, I'm impressed. That was good. Smooth. Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything. Yet, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Here's the photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit. Photo forehead, hat removed during investigation. But I have seen it happen. The defendant. He lunged at victim, his neck. Oh, really, Miss Orley? I think I've caught you on your own lie this time. Justice, I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems that we should continue the cross-examination. There's such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. Okay, so... You didn't say anything about hitting before. So sorry, I must be forgetting this, duh. Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. And that clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made strangle his victim and changed his mind, and chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Yes, that sums it up nicely. So he strangled him, then hit him? Something's fishy about all this. Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir. Leave it to me. Okay, once again, we see that there is no locket. So where exactly do I point out this contradiction? Because I don't really actually know for sure. I don't even know if this is really a contradiction. I wish there was a picture of an in-between where they're playing poker where he's got the locket or not. Hey there, Morbets. How's it going? I'm going to try this here. You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said, but what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? Recall a testimony, Your Honor. You believe I'll enjoy this? I hope so. I like the other Phoenix Wright games, so probably. Took you ages to complete, though? Wait, how long does this game take on average? You're making me kind of nervous here. Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? If you're to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off. No? Taken it off. Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Ah, Irk. Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Say, yes? I just noticed this, but... You have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh? Oh, you mean this? Yes, it's a locket, with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter? News to me. We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. Felt like 3 months. What the hell? So Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? Alright, let's check our pictures now. Well now, if the result of the poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game? Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost. Miss Orley, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and defendant. Okay, let me just double check something here. No locket in this picture for Phoenix. Okay. Game began with 3,500 points and chips for each man. House chips come in 2 sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game. As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow. Ah. How many times have I heard these words? I done in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret what I done. Common tale, but true. There's about 6 episodes. God damn it. Well, that actually could be fine. He thinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. Not necessarily. I don't know how that's actually the conclusion you come to that with that. Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game. Usual rules. Each man began with 3,005 points, and the total would be 7,000. Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. House chips come in 2 sizes, small and large. What are the denominations of those? Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? $10 black and 6 red? No, that wouldn't be all of them, I don't think. Da. Of course. Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Okay, so if we're looking at 10,000... I don't think that it is actually possible to divide that amount 3,500, but my math is bad. Let's just find out. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips? Yeah, explain? What is there to be explained? Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip off the old block. Not a motorcycle cop. Not a... Thanks. Now that I've pressed her, I'd better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles, even? Yet, as I have been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. 2 types of chips. 100 points chips and 1,000 points chips. Yeah, so they're missing chips on the table. It is not money, da. Justice. Sir, don't you find her comments interesting? In more ways than one, sir. Yeah. I haven't added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add her testimony? Add to testimony. Add to the testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this. There should be 6 black chips. Or were they 1,000 each? Or were they 100 each? I have to double check that. No, actually, there could be... The red ones might be more valuable. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that would be 2,900 versus 4,100. Which would mean that the defendant wasn't all in. That would mean that he had to go all in, and he would have won half that. So that wouldn't have been the end game regardless. They need smaller denominations, though, for like different types of bets. Okay. You're telling me that Mr. Wright, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing? Must have been an unlucky day for him. I'm glad I did not take other pictures of him. It would break camera, certainly. The chips, they went always to victim's side of the table. So you're telling us it was a one-sided game? One-sided and. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. Okay, last hand? It was largest points of any hand. Defendant's hand, it was excellent. He tried to use it to take victory from behind. It appears that both the defendant and the victim's hands are in this picture. Yeah. Full house, full house. That is truly an excellent hand, however so is the victim's. One with the highest number wins, so defendant loses. The victim, Mr. Smith, had a stronger hand than the defendant and crushed him. I believe that explains what occurred next. Once card laid down on the table, it happened. You said that you got strangled first. And? What happened next? Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble. I do not believe such thing would happen. What such thing? Please, you must believe. I had no idea. How could such thing occur? What thing? Niet. The defendant had been hitting victim. I saw it all happen right before me. I saw a bottle coming down on victim's head. Decisive, isn't it, Your Honor? My witness saw the very moment of the crime. Remember, your first goal is to gather information. Yep. Yes, sir. Look out, contradiction. Here comes justice. I don't know which of the two spots to put this in here. It feels like it has to be this one, I'm guessing. Because I don't know why they've got the chips set up the way that they have got it, but there had to be 6 of the red ones, and there has to be 10 of these ones, and that accounts to the 7,000 total points. But that means that Phoenix is ahead by actually quite a lot. I think I'd do it on this statement rather than the previous one, but I don't actually know. You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure. It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won. If you're not in kindergarten. Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? The other thing is that none of those chips are in the pot, so it doesn't actually mean that any of that would go to anyone. I don't actually know what the bet was, because they should actually have the chips in the middle of the table, not where they are. Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points? Why, the big ones, of course. Duh. Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up. The totals? Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see. 3 plus 1 carry the 5. What? They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, that would be, 10,600 or something like that. I don't know. And you add them up. How much is it? Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. But why? How could this be? Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right, there's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Both were right. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If the chips are indeed shown in the photograph, then there can only be one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. What? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness. Utter madness. Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. I mean, I did figure that out by myself, but okay. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. But wait. The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing. Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. Ah, exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points, and the defendant had 4,100 points. Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. That's impossible. My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. Yerg! Now, Miss Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you? Ah. Eek. Order. It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the witness's testimony at... This is going to be Phoenix doing this. Excuse me? What is it, Miss Orley? I did not want to be saying this, but... Actually, you see, see what, Miss Orley? What did you see? In the last hand, there was cheat. Cheat? You don't mean... a trick? Wait, or do you mean a scam? They're all the same thing. Yes, there was a cheat in the last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are. Great, just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly was taking a turn for the interesting. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. The final hand. In the last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in the deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument. Da. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith. Miss Orley, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience. That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. I mean, I've literally had a straight flush, so I mean, I can't really go on about saying that rare hands never happen. Mr. Gavin, what's a full house? 3 of a kind with 2 of a kind, all in one hand. Lures these days. You don't know your poker? I can't say this bodes well for your case, or career. What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice, you know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes 3 of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. That's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? They aren't that impossible. It's a fairly rare hand, but it's not that impossible. You can see each player's hands in the photo. Wow, they both have full houses. Alright, so what's impossible about this? I don't actually see anything impossible given the specifics here. But that's only the cards that we can actually see. We forget, there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat. Ahem, the defense may cross-examine the witness. If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. If he was cheating, how did he lose? Mr. Wright lost that hand. So the person who was cheating would be the other guy. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? Well, you can't actually lose when you're cheating. Depends on what your cheat is and how you're doing it, and what the, sometimes the river just falls a certain way or whatever. Just how hard is it to make a full house anyway? I think it's like 1 in... Well... I think it's like 1 in 200 something. Is making a pair and a 3 of a kind at the same time. It also depends on the rules. I think it's a little bit more common with... Which one's it more common with? It's gotta be Texas Hold'em. I guess that's right. Very difficult to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of courtroom number 3. Very difficult, doubt, but it is not impossible. Okay, full house, hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time. There is 4 of each card in the deck from ace to king. 4 of each card, you say. Duh. There's 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card. For each suit. Or, yeah, whatever. It's an interesting fact that this number 4 comes from number of seasons. Is that where that comes from? Okay. Huh, you don't say. Ah, did you know that the cards are numbered 1 through 13? I guess? And all the cards in a deck, and you get 364 a year. What? You don't say. Isn't that 1 day short? Also, like, what? It's 13 by 4. That's not 364. Oh no, the numbers on the faces of each of the cards. Okay, no, that'd be... Okay, I get what he's saying now. That's why each deck has 2 jokers. They say the second joker stands for the leap year. Thus you have a perfect representation of the year, all in a deck of cards. Huh, you don't say. We're going to be in this courtroom for a year if it keeps going like this. Alright, well that's all very interesting. I don't know if any of that's intentional, but... If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. What's more obvious about it? How is it clear? Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace. A 5th ace? I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand... No, he had 3 kings. And Mr. Wright's too. Obviously, cheating was afoot. Or perhaps I should say, a hand. Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to testimony without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony. Please. A fifth ace? Oh, okay. All right, let's go back and look at our pictures here. Also, it doesn't necessarily mean... Well, I'll do... Yeah, so there's that. I don't know where she's getting that idea that there is... I don't get where she's getting that from. I don't see any picture that, like, really corroborated that. I'm still going to do a press on the other two things here. Do you recall what the men were arguing about? Duh, I believe so. The victim, he shouts, "You are a cheater," and then the defendant shouts something like, "I have objection." Shouting objection, eh? Old habits are hard to break. First he bluffed his way through the courtroom, now he bluffs his way through life. However, Mr. Wright lost the hand. That seems the case cast shadows out of Mr. Smith. Humiliation from losing even when cheating. That is what set fire to defendant's heart. So what did the flaming defendant do next? By bottle are you referring to this? Duh, the defendant uses this bottle to sob. This paper is an admission of cheating by the defendant. But why use a grape juice bottle? You'd be surprised at what could be used as a weapon. This juice is recommended drink of Borscht Bull Club, duh. This year's vintage is remarkable for its hefty flavor. Hefty enough to brain a grown man, apparently. First she says it was a serious competition, now she says there was cheating. Justice, notice anything odd? Her testimony keeps changing. Now she says the defendant cheated. Actually, yes, I had noticed that. Let's get to the truth about this cheating first, shall we? Right, leave it to me. Yeah, this one's very confusing to me, why she's saying this. It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name. Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice, perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. Miss Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces. Eek! Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question. Take another look at the evidence. If that was the case, Phoenix would have actually won, because the higher 3 of a kind actually trumps the higher 2 of a kind. So 3 aces, 2 sevens would beat 3 kings, 2 aces. Where's the 5th ace? I see you cheating all right, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating. Wait, please. It is true. I've seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin, who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Okay, so what she saw was going to be one of the additional cards that's lying on the floor that's going to be from the secondary deck. So what we're going to have is a situation here where... I wonder if I could use this picture as well. Okay, let's take a look here. I think that might be it over there. That might be the 5th ace. But that's going to be from that secondary deck. Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin, if you don't mind? Perhaps we might examine the actual cards? The cards, Mr. Payne. Yes. The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? Defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Very well, the prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine, the victim's cards or the defendant's cards? These cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? I'm gonna go options. I'm gonna try and see if I can do save. We want to actually investigate both. I don't know why we would just investigate one or the other. It was the victim's hands that changed over the course of the witness testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would. Very well. What? Yeah, so he slipped in a blue card. Look at this. One of the victim's cards. The back is a different color. Eh? That's impossible. But I put that card in right's hand. Ack. What was that, Miss Orley? No, yes. I merely said, I have eek. Your Honor? Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer. Ah. Well, wait, so you mean... This witness, Miss Orley. She's the cheater. Professional, I'd wager. Yarg. I'm guessing the last, moment where she does the flip out or whatever is when she drops the, borscht. Focus. Time to take advantage of her. I mean, of her mistake. That's good correction there, Apollo. Okay, Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard. That's impossible, but I put that card in my right's hand. Ergo, Miss Olga Early conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. Ugh. Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What? Wait, you don't mean... The defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley, are you? Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident, and if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means... I am. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orley, of murder. Eek. Huh. There was a lobster in that pot. Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga Orley? It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor. Mr. Justice, Your Honor? It seems you presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means, this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time. What? I did it. I held out. I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries. That's going to be Phoenix. Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. What nonsense is the defendant spewing now? Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what that means? Well, what are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook. Ridiculous. Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent. For the ridiculous. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night. That was said before. 2 decks of the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. Use different colors and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game. I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. Whatever, in the end 1 card of the wrong color got into the mix, which means that there was cheating. Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? Yes. Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think, in the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are three broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. Well, yeah. Thanks to the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped. Oh, it might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne, or it might not be. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? Into the deck? That's harder. So establishing a timeline, we have to assume that there is a reason that Orally thought that that was there. So that was handed off to Phoenix, is what he said. So she would have seen it differently prior to the murder. I'm going to say during the murder. Well, weren't they swapped during the murder? During the murder? Tell me, exactly when is that? Huh? Well, the very moment of the act, I guess. Would that be the moment the cards were shown? Or perhaps the moment when the cheater was revealed? Or maybe the very moment the bottle came down on Mr. Smith's head? Could I have a moment? That moment could cost you this case. Sorry, let me rethink this. Would it be after? I don't know if it would be. Because would... okay, well, we'll try that. Perhaps it happened after the murder? Well, what's that? Ridiculous. What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly. Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly things in this world, but very little impossible. Oh? Even the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Ah, quite true. That's why I was thinking it would be after the cards were revealed, so you couldn't have done it before. But... yeah, I don't know. Okay. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown. After the murder. No, because there was that period where the cards were shown, and then the murder happens. Okay, this is going past straight into crazy. Ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that? Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for the blue card? Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room. Alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orally. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? The one who swapped the card was... Mr. Wright. It was you, wasn't it? And why would I do such a thing? Well, because, maybe you're trying to hide the fact that you cheated? That would make sense. But the swap card was in the victim's hand. Sorry, I'm a nice guy, but I'm not that nice. Come to think of it, he would lack a motive for helping his opponent to win. Must have been Olga Orally who swapped the cards? She was trying to cover up evidence of the cheating. That does make some sense. I don't feel like it does, because she seemed confused about how the card got there the way it did. It seems like she was trying to make it so that Phoenix had that card as well, so... Also, let me just double check something. The blue card's a king. So if she had slipped that over to Phoenix, I don't know what card that would have replaced, but he wouldn't have a full house anymore. So it would be a two-pair versus a full house. Or, what would he have had then? I don't know what the swap would have been for in this sense, actually. Sorry, but there's a problem with that explanation, huh? Swap card was from the wrong deck. Yes, a blue card was stuck into a red hand. Mixing a card from the wrong deck, when the backs are different colors. Remember that you're talking about Olga Orally. She was the dealer. Do you really think she would make such a novice mistake? Actually, I have trouble imagining even the judge making that mistake. Give it a little more thought, Apollo. Right. One who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orally either. What are you suggesting? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orally at this point. Yes, I know, but she was the one who dealt the cards, right? There's other reasons why I don't think it was her. I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. Well, I mean, mistakes happen. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Heh. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is. Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the cards wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss Orley, then who was it? Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. A new direction? We'll find that, indeed, after the murder. Someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hands, and that someone made two critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card, because the one who did the swap didn't know. Two colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right. The person replaced the fifth ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after all. All they knew was that the game had won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist. True, not until now, but you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. What? How would this have not come up from Olga's perspective, though? I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright. This trial has proceeded on one central assumption, namely that at the time of the incident there were only 3 people in the room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem. Yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes. I'm gonna get chewed the hell out. April 20th, 11:52 a.m. District Court Defendant, Lobby number 3. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Well now, I think you would know the answer to that. Being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoff. Justice? Yes, sir. The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? You're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. Okay. I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago? What I did? It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never, honest, but it is odd they managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Can you win if you're being dealt bad cards the entire time? It's hard. It's possible. Hey, you see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law. Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding. That witness, for instance, Miss Orley, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. Come on, who'd notice that? Words, habits, twitches, it's all information for the reading. This is actually a really unreliable way to get information from people. It's one of those things that a lot of con artisty types will say that they are perfect at, but usually they're lying. It's why those people are not world poker champions. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. The people who are actually really good at reading people in poker are the people who know the exact amounts that you're supposed to bet based on certain hands that you have, and know that the person who's betting that likely has those hands. So they're probably going to be the ones who are doing that the best. But they assume that their opponent's a professional and that their opponent's rational and their opponent's not lying. But those are the people who have really good reads on people in poker. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will, soon. Ah, almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I knew it. I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo? I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. To be continued. What the heck? Okay, so this is probably the prologue. And what's probably... No, this can't be the prologue because this is our first trial. So what the hell is going on here? April 20th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, Courtroom Number 2. Just a weird chapter break then. Okay, court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orly, recovered? Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness. Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again? That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued. You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. Defense would like to request that Miss Orley take the stand. Very well. The witness will take the stand. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession. Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser. Not. Name's Olga Orley. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. Why is she a pirate all of a sudden? People call me Olga Quickfingers Orley. Okay. And? Oh. Oh, really? Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like, oh, really? Yeah, yeah? Yeah? There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Not really. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan. See? Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. You were also previously under oath. And further applications will have serious consequences. Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game, as a waitress, so you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that you need my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. Just plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. He swapped the cards. Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it. It would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on his prior wins. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Oh really, oh really. How droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. A mistake? I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers Orly. Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Is her trying to act cute something that you care about, Judge? That's a very strange thing for you to... This is probably very unprofessional of you. Cute? Who wants to be cute? Yeah, see? That's what I'm saying. I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad. Yeah? Okay. When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court? Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. Okay. The best laid traps. Is that a Mice and Men reference? Okay. That night I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant. Can you call him cheating in this case? Surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you. Perfect. If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking. Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice. With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? Well, she is a criminal, but, and defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? The best laid traps. That night I planted the card like I was supposed to. This planted card. Which card was it exactly? The trump card. 5 of hearts. What? Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. What? At least that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend. I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course. Well, he was eating. He wasn't really eating there, though. Okay, and the Borscht Bowl Club, we serve borscht, and suckers. Remind me never to go there. Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. Why is she still talking about borscht metaphors? And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to, then Smith searched him. So everything went according to plan. Exactly, the 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. There are worse things to be known as, I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search. But the planted card was gone, the trap failed. The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Proof, Zippo. We searched every nook and cranny, even inside his cute little hat. That's what you think about his hat? Okay. But the card was nowhere to be found. Is this correct? Never in my long, storied career, never has Quickfingers O'Reilly been so readily duped. Oh, really? So, what happened to that 5 of hearts? Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright, thoroughly and found nothing. That means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well, what was that just now? I sensed something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Miss Orley, you're hiding something. Well, what are you talking about? Me, Quickfingers Orley? Hide something? The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Mr. Wright hit him. I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? That witness, for instance, Miss Orley, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? Whoa, what's going on? The sensation. It's coming into focus. There, that twitch, it's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit, like I couldn't before. Perceive? Okay. It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. Okay, great. This is not admissible in court. This does not help us. Miss Orley, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us? Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her most of the moment of the crime? Miss Orley, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an erasable impression on your neck is this. What? I'm actually not 100% sure what I should be doing here. Because I don't really feel like any of these are really that useful for this. Okay, let's... Okay, she's doing it when she's talking about the bottle, I think. I don't know why that would make you think about the back of your neck, though. Bottle, if I remember? Yeah. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches the neck, and it reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon. But something doesn't fit. If you're only the witness to the crime, it's been a while. It is that, but, like, I don't know what that has to do with the back of the neck. The way they phrased that made me think it would have something to do with the back of her neck, rather than the statement she made. But if you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim who was hit. Not you. This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness habits? They're completely irrelevant. Justice, I'll admit, I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later, just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. Yet, I am knowing nothing. We know you're not Russian. The witness will testify, please, now. How does she get taller when she does that? He's the one who did. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. Her eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at the table until the cops came. Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So what do you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is... flawed. It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence. Because Phoenix is the one who had to leave the area to go get the phone call to the cops, because he's the one who did the call. Well, what's that? Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. Oops. Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. Ack. So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when you left the room entirely. Eek! Well, there's the Borscht going. I guess that had been up in the air for a while there. The man who picked up a bottle and swung it at that night wasn't the defendant. What the heck? Why is it going back to this? Alright, I guess they're showing us what actually happened. Showdown time. You dirty cheat. Check his pockets, now. It's gone. The card's gone. You lose. Ag. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right. And he hit me. You... Some master of cheating you turned out to be. Eek. When I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that it? That's why. I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Well, where does this leave us? Madness. This is madness. I'm dreaming. Must have been me who was hit by a bottle and I'm imagining all of this. Here's our prosecution is at his wit's end, and frankly I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin? Sir? I believe that, as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Orley a big fat liar. Well, what? 3 were in that room the night of the murder, the defendant, the victim, and her, and she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder. What? I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. He he he. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. Is that? I don't think that's how that goes. So tangled, we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Wright? Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Mr. Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder, and the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards was being used. A 4th person. Ha, this theory again. Your 4th person doesn't exist. Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. Honestly, there's a lot of chance for deception in a courtroom. The real criminal? And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. Well, what? Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Sorry. Remember what I said. The 4th person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? Cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there's one person here, in our court, who thought those cards were blue. That'd be Christoph, but, well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was? It's not me, I swear. Who is this 4th person? Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right? Here's the thing that's a little bit weird to me about this. This sort of implies to me that he's colorblind, but red-blue colorblindness isn't really that common. Usually it's red-green. There's another type of red-green, and it's blue-yellow. Christoph Gavin, you were the 4th person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the colors of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But look, you can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. Is it true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim? Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, test of wits, silent flash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, note its final outcome. Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin, is something the matter? No, nothing. Excuse me, I was just so sudden. Right? You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph? You know, even I'd never take a joke this far. This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder. He's not his defense attorney. Apollo is his defense attorney. I assure you, I'm quite sane. But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met. Well, you'd have to establish that, actually. What if they have? Huh? There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin, the testimonies must relate to the case. How can anything happen before the game of poker be related? No, that could set up conditions wherein we establish that there are people who know whatever. I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As explained before, the defense believes that Miss Orley. Am I to assume that you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Oh, okay. Gulp, does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony? Let's hear his testimony. He was planning this all along, and I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. Et tu, Justice? You would betray me, your teacher? I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin, this isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth. Very well, the defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. Appetite for murder. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. Shouldn't this have shown up in the court records, though? Because this means that, like, he'd be calling about a very different sort of matter than the one that would be described in the autopsy. Also, how did she get knocked out? They're sort of implying that she got hit in the neck with a bottle. I don't know how that would knock you out. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut in his forehead. That's why I made another phone call, to defense attorney Gavin. Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder? I dined with him rather frequently, and you talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder? Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Mr. Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice? Sir, he's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? This is a pretty normal trial for this game. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. We're enjoying a usual dinner at a usual spot, as usual. Usual? I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting. So the plates and such on the table were from your dinner? Indeed. The Ronan saw a meal with Mr. Christoph. We dined for 2 hours, then Christoph left. After that, Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. 5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time? That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. Hee hee hee. Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it that you said? Christoph Gavin and Shady Smith may have met? I believe I did say that. Here I was all nervous about this meeting, and now we hear they just passed in the hall? That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder. Oh, it would be if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga Orley mentioned. Okay, so we've already gone through that. Yes, a harmless prank, in essence. It's by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. A quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the Five of Hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card. Before the game. Disposed. Where? There's an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. An empty bottle of grape juice. The murder weapon. No, I don't believe it is. Is it actually there? I did actually inspect this. No, it's not in there. Like, unless he managed to get it so it is exactly 100% in line with the label, then this is not the same one. Or they just didn't include that detail there. Battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama. Card inside the murder weapon. That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. I did look at it. It's not there. Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3, proves this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with this new information. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Made the call to police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at the time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night, after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. And when he returned, the victim was already dead, yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. Little? He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. That's why I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. And I figured Christoph's law office would give me a friend for my defense fees. Ah, glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Christoph. It was I who got you involved after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him. Now. Yes, sir. The witness statement is clearly faulty. Wait, what? Alright. Hmm. Okay, let me just sort of think here. What am I doing here? I do wish I could check the call history here to see if he did actually call his defense attorney, but it makes sense that he would, because he did seem to get him as a defense attorney. Did I press him on everything? Hmm. This probably? Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes? Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. You see the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood in his forehead. Good point. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? Ah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Eh? You? You put the hat on the dead man's head? He wore it through our entire poker game, after calling the police when I returned to the scene. His head was in full view, shining bright, just like in this photograph. And? I picked up his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. Well, why do you do a thing like that? All I can say is, I'm sorry. That's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Miss Orley didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head? I'd think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Ahem, pardon. It seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? Well, he's your client, he's not. In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Ugh, why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? Eddie and Kristoff and I had dinner, Okay, I feel like this should actually have something to do with here, because, like, the card not being in the bottle should be relevant to what he's saying here. I can do the examine. Maybe I have to do the examine first. Okay, so now that I've done that, can I do this other thing? Okay, let's see if that makes a difference. I'm gonna save, though, before I do this. Options, save. Okay. Mr. Wright, if I may? Yes? I've examined the bottle, and I don't see any cards in there. No? What? Mr. Wright? Surely. Isn't all you have to say for yourself. I can't say I know what happened to that card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a fifth person came and took it out? Oh, and a sixth person could have helped. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor. He's not, actually. I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing. So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Eh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. Ah, reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Kristoff, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him, hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china pate? Pate? I don't know. It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should have come to that. Bone china plates. Kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny. And not plate, but pate. I don't know. To a certain gentleman's balding forehead. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead. Wait a second, something's not right about that phone call. Yeah, he wouldn't know about the baldness unless he had seen him without his hat on, which he wouldn't have done unless he had committed the murder, or if he walked past him in the hallway and he took off his hat for a moment to, like, you know, do something. So after Mr. Gavin ate a dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club? Most certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate, I don't know. Oh, that's right, yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. When I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it? Phoenix Wright? Order, I will have order. Mr. Payne? Yes, Your Honor. I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony? Ahem. Well, as the prosecutor, Very well, we'll break for 10 minutes, after which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well, this will be the final recess for the day. April 20th, 2:32 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby Number 3. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chambers. Who'd have thought today would turn out like this? May I? That's the daughter in the pendant. Okay. You look too old to be Phoenix Wright's daughter. What? Hello, sir. Please pick a card. What's this all about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card? Did you give me the 5 of hearts? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely and the game is yours. That's all. Nope, that's the 5th ace. An ace. Where do I remember that card from? It's got the drop on it, so that would be a bit of blood, I guess. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces and Mr. Wright's 2. It's 5 aces in all. It is true, I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. Their plan doesn't make a lot of sense to me, honestly. It's missing 5th ace. Wait, this blotch of red. Is this blood? You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw. The truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth? I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl. I'd seen her recently, but where? Pendant. That's where I made the connection. Unless I find out that they're twins and there's like one pink and one blue one. Bloody ace added to the court record. April 20th, 2:45 p.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 2. Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. If the witness states his name and occupation? Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is this about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it. I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright, what do you think you're doing, Mr. Wright? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night. Everyone's taking it off except for that one time. That one time? Being the instant he was hit. Oh. When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been there in the hideout, at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer. Is that what you're trying to say? Not bad, Apollo. Wait, we actually did switch sides. No, wait, did we? No, I don't think we did. I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court. Oh, what? Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yet, I'm afraid in the current situation I see little reason to hide anything. Very well, allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night? That fateful night. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me. So I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. Must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appears in the photo. A bald head and unconscious girl and Wright, holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. So, you witnessed the murder? For better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. No, we are on the opposite side. What am I doing here? Okay, what else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them that you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright, you had to say that, because that was the only probable window of opportunity, right, Apollo? Oh. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. That fateful night. That man. You mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say? I knew he was a serious poker player, but was more than that. So they knew the true nature of your client's job. Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense they'd know. They were friends after all. Word from my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see. What happened then? Went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. The little window? You mean the one used to keep watch, upstairs? Okay. The thing that's gonna be difficult about this is I really can't tell angles that would be possible, with that. Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The Black Marketeers used it, I believe. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes. What if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be walking in on the match. Bad form, to say the least. So far, everything he's saying makes sense. Let me actually check something here. That little window is open, instead of having the curtain closed, so that checks out. Okay. It must have been right after the murder took place. How do you know it was right after the murder? Really, no need to shout, Justice. I was just getting to that part in my testimony. Ah, there he is. The coolest defense in the West we know and love. Even when you're standing up on the witness stand. Some things never change. Isn't this the East? I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. With friends like these, who needs enemies? Don't worry, you'll have lots of friends like these. Okay, the victim was dead as he appears in the photo. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Precisely, you see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat. Can you describe the scene of the crime for us? Bald head and unconscious girl on Wright holding a bottle in his hand. Those were the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw at least. Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant. Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police? 2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend. There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said that I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah yes, this mysterious fourth person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question, then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? They would want to make it seem like the victim had won. Because my assumption is that the way that it would have actually been looking is that Phoenix had actually won the hand. Because... Did they swap out an ace, though? Okay, so they swapped out that king, and then that was supposed to be an ace of spades. That ace of spades got the blood on it. Why would they have swapped out the king of spades instead of the king of diamonds in that situation, though? They would have moved them across that way. Either of those hand states would have resulted in this side winning, but the person who did it had to be someone who didn't know about the chip states, because that's important for that. And of course, they had to not know about the difference of the cards. They probably thought they were blue back because they saw this deck here, whereas the red deck that they were using got scattered. So, I'm actually guessing, though, that the other guy probably did lose somehow, but I don't really know what's going on with that. Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary? How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the fifth ace. The fifth ace, right. I'm going to say not yet. We'll do that later. Ha, pathetic. Not yet? Try not ever. Apollo, yes sir, don't forget. You already know the answer. You just don't realize it yet. Now I know the answer. I already know the answer. Take a moment to think it over again, okay? Wouldn't it have been better to wait for the police to arrive? Remember though, by that time I was already Wright's defense attorney. It wouldn't do for me to become part of the investigation. That makes sense, or does it? I'm confused. It doesn't actually make sense. You would probably just want to recuse yourself at that point in time. Well, what happened next? Where were you when the phone call came? I'd already left the Borscht Bowl Club by that time. On the phone he asked me to defend him. Naturally, I was surprised. I accepted, however. I couldn't abandon him. So kind of you. So far, everything jives with Mr. Wright's testimony, I think. Is it going to be a problem for you to cross-examine your own boss? Yes, but, you know, there's a clear conflict of interest into that, but whatever. Who was it that taught me never to pull punches in cross-examination? It was you, Mr. Gavin. I learned it from watching you. Great. Okay. Was it this one that had that? I'm probably supposed to present the ace. Let's actually do this so I don't actually have to deal with this in a bit. Single drop of blood marks the front of the card. Yeah, so they swapped out this one, which is different from the way that's presented in the other one. So if we take a look back here, they didn't actually preserve the hand state because that one was swapped and it's on top now, but then they sort of shuffled them around for some reason in the evidence, which, fine, whatever, but they did actually swap this one, so that used to be on top and was the ace of spades as a blue card. So it was 2 kings, 3 aces. Versing these cards, but was this hand also changed? I want to know what Phoenix thinks the actual game state was. Was it the third one that I had to do this on? I actually am not 100% sure why the card was swapped out in this instance, but... Why, it's got blood on it. Right next to the spade. Well, what? This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why? Could this be the missing fifth ace? Inconceivable. How could you... What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are a stock in trade, after all. No, impossible. Unacceptable. That court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? Well, what? Let's see here. I just actually wanted to just realize something. It says actually Capcom Osaka, Japan, and then it's got the year 2017 on it. 2007, I think, actually. I think that's 2007. I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene, the real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime? Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo, and at the victim's hands. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have only have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood. Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh? Right. Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. Well, what are you talking about? You want to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now, I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see. This is baseless conjecture. Baseless. Why am I objecting here? Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. Well, what? It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime. Okay, this is going into some weird visualization here. Okay, great. The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table, and before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there's one decisive problem with this scene. Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The killers? I feel like it's this, but I'm not actually really sure here. So if we assume that the victim gets hit in the head over here, and then there's the drop of blood right there, that would sort of imply that this guy is coming from across there. Would that imply that this guy would be blocking the drop of blood? I don't actually know. Well, for one thing, the killer's in the wrong place, I think. You think? Mr. Justice, your job here is not to think, but to know. Ah, just looking at you reminds me of the old days. Not the good old days, per se. How does a good old penalty sound? Damn it. Let's try that one more time. And Mr. Justice, think before you sink. Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? I don't think that there's much sense to any of these, really. I'm actually not super happy about this one. I don't know. I don't actually agree with this sentiment. The problem is that, like, if you thwack somebody in the head, there could be blood spatter, which could have been projected in a different direction. It doesn't have to be a drip that slowly dropped onto the card over time. So I don't really think that that makes sense. Take a look at the photo again. If you bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards. Why, that's right. So what does this mean? Incidentally, you were sitting in swivel chairs. So, swivel chairs? Oh man, Apollo, try turning the chair around. What? How do I actually do that? This isn't really letting me do anything. I can't do records here either. Oh. Chair's facing the other way? It would have to be. So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing, when I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction. Again? Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Paulo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? Whose location creates a contradiction if the victim was facing away? Well, they could have moved, but... The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where this indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yes. Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall? In the middle of a game? I believe sufficient reason will soon come to light. What? There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was stuck while he was sitting down, as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? By marking on the diagram. What? But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing towards the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim in the front? So, given the way that you could swing a bottle, you could actually be standing on either side of him. And that would be, you know... Well, I guess the killer would have to be, here? Anything to say, Mr. Justice? Sorry? God, I can't get it in the spot that they really want to. Alright, I'm gonna do a save here, but this is slightly bullshit. Okay. Try not to overthink things, Paulo. What does your instinct tell you? We know that the victim was facing the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike? Are we allowed to say here? Killer had to be standing... Well, god damn it. Here. You get points for flair, but that's about all you get. I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? Ha! It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that, at the very moment of the crime, Wait, I know. At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation. Right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout. Immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Ah, Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. Yeah, the difference between the two spots that I pointed out was kind of bullshit. Okay, let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. The killer was standing here at the time of the crime. Then this cupboard wasn't here, which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Thank you. That creates some different ergonomic problems, honestly. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been shown here. I feel like this is creating a situation where none of this is necessary for any of the conclusions that you would want to draw necessarily, because yes, this does block that window, making it so that's impossible for him to view that. I don't feel like the things that lead into this situation where we're coming to this conclusion actually feel like they're a little bit contorted. They don't feel great. They don't feel accurate, but now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this? Well, what is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction. In fact. Huh? Oh dang. Know something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradiction indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? It's over here. About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Ah, that's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What? What did you say? There's another slight problem with this one in that we're assuming that the only way they could have had the cupboard moved is if they moved it laterally that sort of amount, whereas it could have been rotated and pushed along the side of the wall on the left side, which would make it so that that nullifies that to a certain extent. It would require some other rearranging, but I do believe there's enough room for that, so... In fact... Yeah, I feel like that could have been done. That does appear to be empty, so I guess it is kind of movable, but it also seems like there's a gap behind there anyway. I feel like you could actually just hit him in the head without moving anything. Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. Someone was. Well, the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? We're still at a point where a lot of what we're saying is sort of conjecture. We haven't really proven that that's the way that the chain of events actually had to have happened. For example, it's even possible, for example, that he got hit in the head and he sort of tried to pivot to get away from the blow and ended up spinning the chair around. And while he was sort of dead, he sort of bled in the that other direction. So, like, there's a lot of different functional things that could have occurred that would have led to the same thing. The question would at that point be why he was rotated back, but... Order, this is a court of law and I will have order. We just now received word from our investigative team at the Porsche Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh? And what did they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out that there is a secret passage behind it. What? Okay, well that's important. Ah yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks of the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that, now that he mentions it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law, so the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops, and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. You see where a line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this, a trump card, for the last hand. That's actually the weak point of this, but whatever. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked in the victim's hat. Like, everything else kind of does follow from this, but we sort of could probably have gotten to this conclusion without the ace to a certain extent, but this definitely is what clinches it. But to get to this information, we have to use that ace card, and I feel like there's a lot that sort of is flimsy about that. And Mr. Rice returned from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin? Come on, say something. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith, a date with destiny, where he crouched hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for the right moment. And then the chance came, and he took it. Ag. Eek. What? Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Miss Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. This time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. When our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout, the victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look, and I guess it's got an easy move mount to make it so that you can get in and out of the hideout easier. After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime scene. Too bad for him he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. There's more? God damn it, you'll see. If he had, he might have noticed the card on the floor. And the fact that they were all red. Gurk. How come none of the cards on the floor were visible as that? Okay, whatever. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly, truly sorry I'd see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin. Mr. Payne. Yerk? Ahem. Yes, Your Honor. Prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Quark. Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin, but I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest. Immediately. Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness the legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me? Defendant is cleared of all suspicion? This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilty or innocence here. What he's done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence. Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin, is there still any reason, at present, to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. This bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were upside down. I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court in this case demanded an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down, and that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? See how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo? Yes, your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation, just like that. Yeah, just like what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down, other than to gulp? Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words? It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions, indeed. Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Gavin said that the court in this case demanded an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. How do I do the examine thing? Alright, I guess I don't have to. Okay. Oops. It's actually easier to show you than to explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair. Excuse me? On the floor? Yes, now, reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. Ah. See, you naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers. Upside down. I also do that when I pick them out of crates sometimes if they're low down. Even if I'm not sitting down. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat there, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph? I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered, so you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano, and you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles, and made it look like the murder weapon. So the other thing that Phoenix probably got them to do is to go get the empty bottles from the main floor, because there should be one of the Five of Hearts in it. Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. But what? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where's your proof? But proof? Well, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation in the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Ah, yes. I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. The problem is he could have taken one of those bottles and just disposed of the murder weapon bottle without actually doing an actual proper switch, so there would be a miscount, but no one's paying that much attention to how many there should be because they'd be getting thrown out as they go on and so on and so forth. So this is unreliable, but it'll work in this question. What, are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I'd be surprised if any were on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say Apollo. Yes, why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright? That bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle. There's the Five of Hearts. There's something inside the bottle. Is this your card, ladies and gentlemen? What's this? That card. It can't be. Call that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment, or Miss Olga Orley? Yes, our little swindling Devochka, whatever, that night I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one who mentioned this piece of testimony? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the Five of Hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card. Before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. The Five of Hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped. This is a pretty neat magic trick. Alright, and the only one who could have done that was the fourth person in the club that night. You, Christoph Gavin. I'm still wondering why there's like a crab in the borscht. That part's still confusing to me. Or a lobster, or whatever that is. Crawfish? That is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago? My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete. I can't pronounce that. This is insane. What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? It's a very good point, Payne. Why are you still here? I believe this time we finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have any report on for us on Christoph Gavin? He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest right now. I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he? None that we know of. Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Shaddy Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession to be sure, and that's all we know about him. I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor. Good. Mr. Wright? Yes? 7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed 2 things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice could be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright? Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. Well, it seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Okay. Great. Cool. Court is adjourned. April 20, 4:28 p.m., District Court Defendant Lobby, number 3. Thanks, Apollo. Came through, just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too, today. Didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes, sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness, then. Say you saw the moment the defendants hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? What? What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer? Right. Today was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. They definitely are assuming that you're not playing this all in one go like a psychopath. Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Eh? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury. You testified. You said this locket was yours. I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. I saw the distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo, yes? How about coming to work for me? You're not a lawyer. At the Wright & Company... What? How do you still have the Wright & Company law offices if you're disbarred? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but wait. But didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man. Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left the law for good. The judge was like, give me your badge and your gun. And Phoenix is like, I only have the badge. You didn't give me a gun. And the judge is like, oh, okay. I'll see. Oh, man. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence. You mean this? Don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the raw card in its place. Lucky for us. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. My verdict was already handed down. 7 years ago. Then, you really... Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told... Well... Wow, okay. I guess my intuitions about this damn thing were pretty good. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. He doesn't call himself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? Grrg. I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright... Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, take that, next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. Well, okay. The thing that was irritating me was actually irritating me for a pretty good reason. I still don't think it was very good evidence, though, so I don't see the need to forge it. Right, whatever. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And, at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, turning at law, and this is how my story begins. End. Cool. Alright, looks like I'm done. I've finished Apollo Justice. I can go to sleep now. It doesn't really matter. It's like 1:30 in the afternoon. Looks like easy year this time. Nothing too difficult. And yeah. That was great. Oh no, another episode. Okay, well, it turns out that I've been bamboozled. I'm wrong. This is going to potentially suck. Alright, that took me 2.5 hours. Okay. That's actually not that bad. It's not going to be 2.5 hours for each of the cases, though. They're going to get longer. We didn't even have an investigation part for that one. As long as we draw breath. The wheel of fate turns. Rebel 1, action. Spinning big crimes and little crimes together. And when the wheel stops... The graphics on this look really kind of strange. You die. The Wheel of Fate doesn't stop turning just because you die. June 15, 9:12 a.m. Wright and Company Law Offices. Now the fun begins? Oh no. 2 months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial, and I lost both my mentor and my job. Yeah, I'll admit it. I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here, honest. Here being the legendary Wright and Company Law Offices. Alright, lots of magician stuff. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, no. Okay, Justice, time to stop trembling. You must be here for the interview. I'm looking at this thing, and I can't remember how this thing actually works. I have seen one of these in person. And I don't remember how this one specifically works. Cup and Balls is actually just skill-based. There's no actual, like, the deception in that isn't anything to do with the cups or the balls themselves, usually. It's actually just down to the sheer skill of the person doing it. The rings usually have a trick to them. Although those aren't even connected properly, so those are magnetic ones, so those are probably doing something with those. Alright. Huh? Hello there, you found the right place. Welcome. What's with this girl? Well now, shall we begin? Begin what? Right, first things first. Any special talents? Talents? Yes, well you must have at least one. Well, I guess. Defending? Defending. An unusual talent, but it'll do. With a little jazzing up, of course. You think so? Let's give it a go, shall we? Huh? Go ahead. Show me. Defend. Just give it all you've got. Don't hold back now. What are you talking about? I can't just defend here. First lesson, a professional can perform anywhere. Thanks. We want people to be laughing with us. Not at us. Thanks. But I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all. What? What exactly do you think you came here to do? What? Defend? No. Excuse me. But do you know where you are? Huh? The Wright and Company law offices, right? Oh. I was afraid of that. Don't worry, you're not the first. Look, what's going on here? Who are you? I came here to meet with the person in charge. Well, you've apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes. Mistakes? But I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning. Perhaps you should go read the sign out front again? What's there to read? Look, it says right there. Oh. Why does it say Wright Talent Agency? Welcome to the Wright Talent Agency, where you've always come to the right place. I'm Tracy Wright, CEO. I'm a magician. Dangerous combination? Okay. All came flooding back. The trial. That girl. Hello, sir. Please pick a card. That's right. She's my daughter. In Phoenix Wright. Okay, Tracy Wright. Wright Talent Agency. From magic to the piano, even your defense. Call now. That's a weird combination. So, what's your name? Apollo. Apollo Justice. Attorney at law. Okay. So, is this really a talent agency? You bet. Daddy started it 7 years ago when he quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now. 2 people. Does that include you? Tracy Wright, magician extraordinaire. I've done a lot of stage shows, paid too. I'm a professional, you know? Right. Promise to come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is Phoenix Wright, pianist extraordinaire. Okay. Your dad, in other words. Didn't he say he couldn't play the piano? Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. Why, there are many magicians who can't do magic. At least you're optimistic, I'll give you that. So you're Phoenix Wright's daughter? That's right. After Daddy quit law 7 years ago, I promised I would keep him fed. So I'm kind of a sugar daddy, get it? No. I'm in charge of this whole office, too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree? 15. How old's Mr. Wright? Daddy? Oh, he's 33 this year. I'm sure there's a good explanation, I hope. That would have made him 18. That would have been possible. He didn't, though, but, you know, honestly, that wouldn't have been that weird. About Mr. Wright giving up law. It was because of that incident 7 years ago. You know, the incident, air quotes, the one that we haven't been informed of yet. Hey, you know about that? Not the details. I remember the news, though. It was a big deal. So I hear. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get a chance. Daddy, right, that reminds me. About Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in. Daddy's not here right now. He's in the hospital. The hospital? Yeah. He's on strict bed rest until he gets better. Well, what? Okay, which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit. Oh, the Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close. Right, well, I'll be going now, and I'll give this showbiz gig some thought, okay? Wait, I'll go with you. He ends up in the hospital quite a bit, that Phoenix Wright. Is Edgeworth here yet? June 15th, 9:45 a.m., Hickfield Clinic. All right, what have we got here? An absolute ton of DVDs of various sorts. So, this is Mr. Wright's hospital. Oh god, why would he come here? Hey, visitors, are you? Yeah, are you the doctor? Yep. Dr. Hickfield's the name. Ehehe. Good morning, doctor. Oh, hiya there, Tracy. Cute as ever. Hehehe. Is this Daddy's room? Oh yeah, except he's gone for a morning checkup. Be back soon. How are you, Miss Tracy? Got any places you'd like examined? Doctor, the nurse was looking for you. Why, if it isn't the Daddy-O, the cutest little thing in town. Guess I'll be off then. Later, Tracy. How did this guy get out of the ward that he was in? Alright, good morning. Didn't expect to see you so soon, Apollo. Mr. Wright. Oh, last time it actually chucked me out of the place, like, before I could do anything. Let's go hit examine. Ew. Okay. I had no idea you like this kind of stuff, Mr. Wright. Well, what else is there to do when you're stuck in a bed? Besides, the episodes will just keep piling up if I don't keep up, you know. Yeah, try not buying them. Now's the only time I get to watch and write up my reports. Your reports? It's a long story, like a lot of things, actually. Mr. Wright's bed. It's really messy. Look how messy this is. You're just hopeless without me, aren't you? Yikes, she's attempting to clean up. Look out. Haha, you got me. What can I say? I was raised in a barn. Try not to let word get out, Apollo, if you don't mind. Yeah, it might ruin your illustrious career pretending to play the piano. Ah, Daddy, you snuck some grape juice in again. Doctor said you weren't supposed to drink that here. Tracy, look at the label. Oh, deep sea mineral water. That's fine, I guess. I switched the labels. Don't tell Tracy, okay? What can I say? The man loves his grape juice. I do wonder if it's wine in the original. A swaying, spiraling stack of DVD cases. The Steel Samurai. The Nickel Samurai. The Pink Princess. The Zappy Samurai. Electric Bugaboo. What? They're all children's action hero shows. This kid I know keeps sending them to me. Huh. Like a niece or nephew? Something like that. Quite the collection. This kid's parent must be really generous with their allowance. Funny, Mr. Wright doesn't seem the type that kids would like. I don't know how you come to that conclusion. No clues here. Well, we're not looking for clues, really. We're just being nosy. Alright, well. That's probably everything. There's something that, well, it just doesn't sit right. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big. Not fat, but her, you know what I mean. Oh, Tracy's still a child. Daddy, how many times do I have to remind you? I'm not a child anymore. Ha 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 ha, but you'll always be Daddy's little baby girl to be Trucy. Ha ha ha, my foot, I'm not buying it. Oh, something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Not a mere stage magician. She's a genius. Teehee. Okay. You'll soon come to appreciate her talent. You could just tell me things instead of insinuating them. So what happened? Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run. I can easily imagine that. You were hit by a car? Oh, he tried to swerve. I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air. Only stopping when my head hit that telephone pole. You hit a telephone pole with your head? Are you okay? Thankfully, my only injury was a sprained ankle. He really is as lucky as they say. He's also as unlucky as they say. He's kind of both. So why did he contact me? What could the Right Talent Agency possibly want with me? No need to get prickly now. Hey, I didn't ask to be dragged in like this. Huh? But didn't you come into the office of your own free will anyway? Well, yeah, of course. Help. We're in big trouble here. At the office. Big. I thought someone was dying. So you don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people. And one of them is in the hospital. That's right, Daddy. How are we going to pay this month's rent? And the groceries? Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. It's a symbiotic relationship. When one of us falls, the other 2 must fall. Hey, this isn't exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 15-year-old kid. In any case, if Paulo here can't help you, you'll have to transfer to a new school. Again. No, I can't. I only just made friends. How could you do this to me? To us. Polly. Huh? What? Now it's my fault. On that note, how about you come work for us? I got the perfect client for you already lined up. A client? You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court? Alright, I'll hear what you have to say. You got him, Daddy. Hook, line, and sinker. Aha, now it's time to reel him in. It's official, I'm scared. I really hope the client is the hit and run guy that, like, ran into Phoenix Wright. That would be really funny. Alright, let's figure this out. Alright, so who's the client? Ah, yes, here. Take a look at the map and I'll explain. Last night I left the office just before 9 o'clock. I was going to that Indochina pasta joint, El Dente's. I play piano there, of course. That's when it happened. The car sent me flying, nicked a telephone pole, and zoomed away. Creepy, huh? Just a tad. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal. The car sped off in this direction. So good luck. Huh? You wanted a client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client. Find the guy who knocked me into that telephone pole. Whoa, hold on. I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. Don't worry. Once you found the guy, I intend to sue him. Then you can stick it to him in court. I'm not a prosecutor either. I'm sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home. Don't get so worked up. It was just a joke, huh? Oh, Daddy. Sorry, Apollo. He just loves jokes, you know. Even the ones that aren't very funny. Your real client should be stopping by the office anytime now. The office? You mean the talent agency? No harm in going. It's not like I have anything else to do. One more thing. Do you look into my accident too, would you? I marked the scene of the crime on this map. Right by People Park, right near the entrance. So he's going to make me investigate this after all. Map add to the record. June 15, 10:05 a.m. Right Talent Agency. Hey, how long are you planning on making me wait, eh? Ah, good morning. Hey there. Oh man, that hair. That is so... This is so on point. What the hell? Oh god. Alright, sounds like your pop's had a bit of a rough spot, eh? All's well that ends well, I guess. This is our client? Hey, so this is that Apollo fellow, eh? Yes, the name's Apollo. What, are you implying that there might be two of you? Looks like I'm here, arms across like, ready to fight. Yes, sir. You don't mean that literally, do you? Boss told you what I need, right? Don't let me down now, Apollo. Don't worry about your defense, sir. I'm on it. Defense? Your noodle half-cooked? It's too late for defense. My castle's been stormed. My keep's been kept. My noodle stand's been stolen. Noodle? You know Mr. Aldoon from the noodle stand, don't you, Polly? No nicknames, please, and no, of course I don't know him. You new in these parts? Not really. Then you should know the best noodles in town, Aldoon's Noodles. Huh? Those? Whose noodles? My noodles. Help me out here, Trissy Doll. This is Mr. Guy Aldoon, our client. Maybe you can tell us what the problem is, Mr. Aldoon. Anything for you, Trissy Doll. Okay, I want to examine. I haven't done that yet. A strange split box leers at me from the wall. Is this one of those boxes for cutting people in half? That's right. This cabinet is used for an illusion called the zigzag. I've seen one on TV, but why is one just sitting here in your office? Oh, it's a little big for me, you see. So I'm using it as furniture. Hats in the top, shirts in the middle, and pants down below. I think it's a nice touch, don't you? It's not exactly what I'd call a welcoming decor. So, my understanding of some of these is that some of them actually leave just barely enough room for a contortionist to be able to actually fit inside of it. But I don't actually know how most of these work. Some of them actually will go so far as to like have completely separated parts, basically. In those instances, there's supposed to, I think, be more than one person in the box, but I don't really know exactly how they work out. There's also some that have like a false back or whatever, but there's a lot of these where they've got audience participation where like the audience will come like right up to the thing and like investigate it from around and so on and so forth. So in those cases you can't have a false back, but there are all sorts of strange paraphernalia sitting atop of the piano. Those are my magic props. Practice, practice, practice. A professional never leaves their weapons far from reach, but you can't play the piano with all this junk on it. Oh, no one plays here anyway, and the neighbors complain. I guess Mr. Wright really can't play. I mean, I'd complain even if it was played well, if it was just doing on all the time. Alright, no clues here. What's that giant pink case, though? Whoa, that fork is floating. Not. Why do you have a plate of plastic spaghetti here? That right there is the whole reason I became a magician. Do tell. I saw a plate just like that at a restaurant once. The floating fork looked so real, that's when I knew. Someday I'd make magic more amazing than that spaghetti. I'm assuming that what she saw was actually a wax imitation one, but there are apparently people who, for some damn reason, have been making like noodles that are fried so that they stand up like that. Why they're doing that, I don't really know. It doesn't taste any different than other fried noodles, but whatever. That table. It doesn't look very sturdy. You've never seen one of these? It's a magic table. So, like, you make this teapot disappear? So you might think, but that's not it. Before your very eyes, the contents of the pot change. From Earl Grey to Darjeeling. Kinda hard to see the difference, I'd think. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. No clues here. All these legal books must be Mr. Wright's leftovers. There's a lot of unrelated books in here, too. One trick a day, magic for idiots. You'd think a pro magician would aim a bit higher. You gotta start from something, honestly. No clues here. To a certain extent with magic, you can actually get pretty far with the basics if you've got really good showmanship. Like, there's that one guy who's pretty well known for doing the cup and balls trick. He's not doing anything, like, particularly different about his cup and balls trick, but he's pretty, like, famous these days for doing it. So that sort of, like, little old English guy with the little top hat. Or not top hat, he's got, like, a little bowler hat or whatever. Like, he's not doing anything special. He's just got really good showmanship. I forget what his name is. I should know that, but... So, you run a noodle stand, Mr. Eldoon. Guy Eldoon's the name. I'm trying to think what that's a pun for, but... Noodle guy. Okay, it's backwards noodle. Okay. The secret's in the soup. I've been searching for the perfect soup for a year and a half. Oh, that's not that long, really. My family's been noodlemen for generations. Got a lot of expectations on my shoulders. 15 fathers passing the noodle to 15 sons. That's a pretty old noodle. Aye, and fool that I was, I pushed it away. I rebelled against my pops and picked another livelihood. But that didn't turn out so well. Oh, there was no denying it. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy. So, it was like destiny that you came what you are. Right, destiny, the word, oh, I fought it. But in the end, I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate. Not a mental image I care to linger on. I mean, that's not that different from Thread of Fate. So last year I started my noodle stand. 15th generation of Eldoon's noodles. So tell me more about Eldoon's noodles. You don't know the genius that are my noodles? I make them so salty, why they're saltier than salt. Now I really don't want to find out. Daddy's regular at his noodle stand. He frequented my pop's stand back during the attorney days, too. Yep, him and his assistant. I'm so sorry. I'll be sure to drop by your stand soon. Wish you could, Sonny. Eh? Heck, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bulb out now. What do you mean? It was stolen. My stand. Gone. Stolen. So they stole his stand, put a gun on it, and then went over and used it as cover to shoot a guy? That's really weird. That was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle. That's an accordion. It's like an ice cream truck spell, but louder. He even gets complaints. Now you're just trying to butter me up. That sounded more like the blues than a whistle. Closed up my stand for the night and parked by the house. Then, this morning, dark and early, it was gone. My keep, my castle. Oh. Maybe some bum carted it off? Just guessing here. Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. All my noodle bowls were in there, too. That's the saddest thing I've heard all day. You know it, anyhow. That's the deal. Good luck. Good, huh? Wait. What exactly is your request? My noodle stand. Find it. And the day you bring my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Of course, I make it so hot and salty, 2 bowls would kill a man. Then I'd really need defense. Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective. That's where I live. You drop by if you need any info, okay? Get back today if you can, Polo. I got noodles to make. Things have certainly taken a turn for the bizarre. Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves. Actually, there's something I want to ask you about too, Apollo. Huh? I have a bad feeling about this. I'll listen to the lady's problem now. Don't be cruel. I lost something last night. That is, something was stolen. Hey, what's this? More thieving and skullduggery? Well, someone stole a pair of my panties. Panties? Alright, well. Yeah, his facial expression's about right there. So they were stolen my panties. Yes. Right. Panties. That's a cry and shame, that. It's Trucy doll. I was alone in the office last night. I had hung my panties out the window there to dry. Wait, what? When a thief came and took them, my favorite panties. Who's the dog? I ran after him. Give those back, I shouted. Wait. Well, that was certainly brave of you. But I lost him. Without those panties, I don't know what I'll do. A darn crying shame, yep. Well, at least the scene of the crime is convenient. I'll mark it on your map. I'll be heading home now. Remember, find my stand or there's an empty bowl in your future, Polo. I keep wanting to say Poyo, but, whatever. And you help out Tracy Doll here, too, you hear? Things have certainly picked up, haven't they? We had no work yesterday, and now we have 3 cases. I guess? Let's see where we stand. Not in a courtroom. That's where. Alright. First item on our list. Phoenix Wright. Daddy's hit-and-run accident. We have to find the one who hit him. Who's going to pay us for this again? And the second item. Mr. Eldoon's request. Find a stolen stand. For which we stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles. And the last request is mine, to find my stolen panties. That bowl of noodles is looking better and better. Let's go, Polly, to the streets. Aren't you enthusiastic? How could I not be? Let's crack these cases, you and me. So I guess we might as well get started. Let's see, a hit and run, a stolen stand, and last but not least, stolen panties. That is by definition actually the least, but whatever. Okay. Let's see if we can get some more details out of Phoenix. Huh? Mr. Wright's gone. Maybe he's gone for an examination? Probably be back soon. Let's wait. I think it might take some time. Daddy always loves his examinations. Don't ask, Justice. You don't want to know. Why don't we come back later? Yeah, I guess you're right. Oh, that's one of these kinds of ones. Okay. Okay, well, Kitaki got a little fox theme going on here. Dragon on the side. There's a bunch of paint here. Apparently Germans, I guess, decided to set up shop here. So this is where Mr. Wright got hit by that car. According to the map, this is the place. What a huge mansion. Apollo, there's a nice-looking lady over there. Let's question her. Okay, I'm a little bit curious about the park over there, too. What the hell's going on there? Excuse me, can we have a few words with you? You want something? Whoa, that husky voice. Why am I suddenly sweating? That's quite a house you got there. You must have a lot of money. Whoa, money sounds like something my son would call his friends. This is the Kitaki family, mentioned the little girl. Hey, you kid with the hair, you want something? Me? No, not a thing. Bye. Apollo, we can't leave without questioning her. What if she knows something? But the Kitaki family, they're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town. If you're going to ask something, ask it, if you're man enough. Ah, right. Yay, way to whip him into shape. Does she know no fear? I'm Plum Kitaki, wife of the fourth head of the Kitaki family business. I'm trying to figure out what's the deal with their hair. It's supposed to look like something, and I'm not 100% sure what. This is probably some sort of, like, Japanese cultural reference that I'm just not aware of very well. I don't know. Friends call me Little Plum. I'm Little Apollo Justice, trained at law. If looks could kill, this woman would be a mass murderer by now. She might actually still be a mass murderer. Little Plum? That's a really cute name for someone, so... Yes? Whoa. What is it, Apollo? How about you go through me when talking to her, okay? Trissy? Huh? That seems like a bit of a needless procedure. I'm a lawyer. I live for needless procedures. Oh, little girl, you should know. We're gangsters. Gangst? Oh, that means you're the bad guys. Trucy, through me, please. I'm begging you here. Wahahahahaha. The bad guys. I like the sound of that. I'm going to need some warm tea after this. It takes a lot of hard work to protect a family fortune. Things aren't as easy as they used to be for us bad guys. I mean, good. So you're saying that business is in the slump? Let's not ask about business if we can help it, please. So there was supposedly a car accident here last night. Last night. Of course you wouldn't know about it. Sorry to bother you. Wait, yes? You're talking about that man, aren't you? The one who flew 30 feet and just walked away? That's my daddy. Ah ha 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 ha, I should have known. One of our capos thought he'd be making thought he'd make a great point man. Capo? Point man? Could you avoid using too much industry lingo? In any case, it's been nothing but trouble. I've been cleaning up this mess since this morning. Bah. Cleaning up this paint? Was this paint spilled at the time of the accident? It was around 9 last night. I heard a crashing noise. And found your father drowning in a sea of paint. So you came to his rescue? You've my husband, the boss, to thank for that. The car that hit your father knocked over this paint. Then turned the corner and sped away. We're in the middle of repainting our wall, you see. I'm sure that dragon is glaring at me. But why are you out here cleaning it up? What do you mean? I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any goons to do your dirty work for you? Please, go through me when you want to. Wahahahaha, don't be such a stiff lawyer boy. I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image. Yes. But we're community-oriented gangsters, you see. The boss likes to give back to his people, you see. How noble of him. I availed myself to the public facilities to get rid of all the garbage. Now there's just the paint on the street to deal with. Public facilities. I wonder if she means that trash can. This is a very interesting design for a character that doesn't seem that important so far, but we'll assume that she does become more important later, I guess. There's paint splashed all over this gate. What a mess. Was this paint knocked over by the car that hit my daddy? That's right, feh, and I'm left to clean up the mess. Find whoever did this, bring the scoundrel by, would you? Of course, then you can make them clean up their own mess. Ahahaha, you're cute. Naive, but cute. When I find whoever did this, you can bet I'll be doing some cleaning. There's nothing I dislike so much as a mess. Ooh, I wish I could say cool things like that. I'll bet you do. Ahahaha. I'd laugh if my teeth weren't chattering so hard. Cool. Great. Brightly painted dragon. Why do I get the feeling he's glaring at me? That's probably how it's drawn, yeah. This paint's supposed to have been to repaint this wall. That's right. I called in an artist to do the job, right? He's the third so far. The third? The first spilled paint all over the entrance here. The second on my kimono. So no, don't tell me. It's better that I don't know. Wow, what a big house. And the gate is so big. The Kitaki family is pretty big around these parts. I like the fox, it's so cute. Ah, that's our family crest. From the old country. Your family crest? Amon. We're clever as the fox and our teeth are sharp. So it's like a motto. You need a crest too, Apollo. Oh, how about the Scales of Justice or a lunar lander? I'll pass, thanks. He probably does technically have a family crest because that's how Japan kind of works, but maybe he doesn't, who knows. I have no idea what mine would be. I theoretically have one. Who's that? She's looking at the park. She's pretty. I bet she has a story. I want to know what the hell's going on with the granny trying to climb the fence. There's something about her. Too bad she seems to be in a bit of a rush. This is where the real story is. What the hell's going on over here? Looks like there's some trouble by the park gate. I smell an incident. Ma'am, there's no entry to the park. Now don't you tell me where I can't go, young fella. I always walk through this park on my way home. Please, get down from there. You'll hurt yourself, man. That's quite the determined old lady. Personally, I'm a little more interested in this park. No? You know, I bet they're filming a movie. Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll see someone famous. Hey, miss, stay out of the park. You got mad at me. Did something happen here, officer? Huh? Oh, no, move along. Nothing to see here. Why don't you kids go play someplace else? We're not kids and we're not playing. I'm an attorney. Something wrong? Ah, Detective Sky. We're fine, ma'am. Nothing to report. Detective? Why is she wearing a lab coat? You're hardly one to comment on how people are dressed. And these kids are... She's familiar. She was from the third Phoenix Wright game. I think that would have been probably her after 7 years, I'm guessing. I can't remember her name, though. Curiosity seekers, ma'am. They claim to be lawyers. Now, why don't you kids run along and play someplace else? Look, we're not... Or I might spill something on that pretty face of yours. What dose of experimental hydroxyacetylenodosetrase? What the hell? Come again? What's hydroxy stuff? Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go, Trucy. Try to keep out of the riffraff, if you would. Yes, ma'am. Grr. How are we going to get more information like this? Why don't we ask that nice woman across the street? Well, we already talked to her, but... There's a big trash can on the way to the park. I guess we could check it out. A detective's life sure is a hard one. I'm an attorney, actually. Huh? 2 pieces of garbage with paint on them. These are slippers. Those are Phoenix's slippers, aren't they? The It's hard for me to tell what's on the other side of those. They look like those slippers you get at the hospital. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go on a car? Side view mirror. Okay, we're looking for a green car then. Looks like it was thrown off when it smacked into something. Or someone. Wait, you don't think? I do. This could be from the car that hit Mr. Wright. Wow, when you took it off its mirror? I never knew Daddy was so strong. I only have room in my pockets for one of these, though. Which do you want to take? I don't know why we can't take both. Gotta say, I'd really like to know what happened here. Hey, I said no one goes in. Unless you want a face full of hydroxy or what's it? No dice. People Park, huh? Kind of an odd name for such an empty place. I wonder why it's named that. Hey, there's something written on the gatepost. Huh? Oh yeah, it says, donated by Big Winds Kataki. You mean the Kataki family built this park? So nice of them to give to the community like that. Let's not get too friendly with them, shall we? Gangster building a park. Odd move for a crime boss. It's not that odd. A lot of the time they'll do like a lot of community outreach in the local area where they actually operate so that they can basically make friendly with the locals. Ingratiate themselves with the local community. Can I ask you a question? What? What happened in the park across the street? Oh, yes, quite the commotion. Chicago lightning, as the boss would say. Chicago, huh? Gunfire? Someone was killed? Strange circumstances, too. You're kidding. What a morning. Trouble everywhere. The park, the gate, even our house. Did something happen at your house, too? Crime without honor, without remorse. It's a private matter. Want to hear about it? Somehow I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly. So, what happened at your house? Bloomers, last night. Hey? I got a bad feeling about this. Me, Little Plum Pataki, the victim of a panty snatcher. What? So it wasn't just my panties that were stolen. Got you too, did they? Poor thing. Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. Wasn't you, was it? No, of course not. Mercy. I've heard word that panties have been disappearing lately. And the missing panties all have something in common. It's hard to imagine Trucy and Miss Kataki's panties have much in common. Just imagine Miss Kataki's panties. Gulp. I know, we'll find your bloomers too. Great, show me what you're made of. Why did you add another one of the... what have gotten me into this time, Trucy? That girl from before. Oh, welcome home, sweetie. Hello, mother. She's a Kataki too? Miss. Here, our flyer. The Right Anything Agency? Anything Agency? Yeah. Do you like the new flyer? So, this is our defense attorney, Mr. Apollo Justice. Attorney? Drop by our office. We'll be waiting. Goodbye. Yeah, I would ignore them too if I were her. Why do you give her our flyer? I don't know. She seems like she could use some help. She's the heiress to a gangster dynasty. She doesn't need our help. I wouldn't be so sure. The question is, are we trying to, like, recruit her along and get her to help work with us? Is that what we're doing here? Well, let's... Wait, what do you mean no clues here? Alright, well... That's probably from the car that knocked that fellow across the street. Right. That makes this a valuable clue. Let me know if you find that car, would you? You splash tacky paint, you pay the price. I do want to see if we can figure out what's in the other thing, though. Like, can we at least observe it? Observe it? I'll swap them and I'll check them, and then we'll do that later. I don't know why we can't just have both, though. This feels like a kind of dumb way to do this. No clues here. Bomb is covered with paint. Huh? What's this weird shape here? A leaf. Looks like a leaf was stuck to the bottom when the wearer stepped in some yellow paint. So the outline is left when the leaf was removed. Ack, I got paint on my hand. Apollo, I saw you try to wipe your hand on my cape. How's the name of the clinic not a clue? The weird black mark seems like that would also be kind of a clue, but... Okay, we're gonna switch to the, What about my pockets, for example? Okay. No. Alright, June 15th, he's seen as stand thief. So, what's this place? This would be Mr. Eldoon's house, silly. Oh, so this is where his stand was stolen from. I can see a piece of evidence lying on the ground already. Hey. Maractus Clinic. Look, there's a police car parked over there. You're right. What's with the sparkly entrance with this place? A hospital? There's a sign, Maractus Clinic. So this is the clinic where those slippers came from. Bargain. 3 shots for the price of 1. Is that your MMR vaccine? Oh. That's where the thief went. The thief? The thief who snatched my panties ran into this clinic last night. Wait, maybe that police car is here to find my panties? I doubt it. Well, there's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate. Ah, there you are, Sonny. Well, you find anything yet? No, not yet. The longer you loaf around here, the saltier Victory Bowl gets. Just remember that. This bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment, more like punishment. Did you see anything, boy? Look, a doggy. Good boy, Salty. I'm sure the dog has a real name, Trucy. Yep, sure does. Name's Spoon. And it's a she, by the way. Spoon doesn't seem so lively. She didn't get her bowl of salty broth this morning, that's why. Poor little thing, Sniff. Apollo, let's find that stand soon, for Spoon's sake. Pretty sure dogs aren't supposed to eat noodles. Noodles are okay. The salty broth would probably be pretty bad. They are supposed to not have, like, a ton of noodles, I don't think. I don't think that's good for their diet, but... This house is, well, it's old. It's been well loved, that's for sure. I've lived here with my wife for many years now. It's got character, though. Just like my soup. I've always thought character was a positive thing. I mean, it's better to have character even if it's dumb than to be boring, I think. Looks like the oil drum is connected to that sink over there. Collecting rainwater to do the dishes. How environmentally conscious. You don't think he uses rainwater to cook his noodles and to make the broth, do you? I'm sure he finds the best water money can buy. Taste is his business, you know. Look at that sign over there. Eldoon's only uses water from all natural sources. I think I'll take a rain check on eating here. That's quite a sign. I take it that no as opposed to old? What? Where's the old come from? Ah, you like it? Made it myself, I did. I meant to write noodles, but ran out of space. Prior planning prevents poor performance. It's supposed to be piss poor performance. Lucky for me, it spells a word all by itself. And spruces up my image, it does. It does have a certain power of willful denial things going for it. Yeah? Is this yours, Mr. Eldoon? Hey, there's the heart and soul of Eldoon's noodles. Bowl absorbs my salty soup. Pretty soon it's going to taste just like the noodles. Wow, it does smell like noodles. All my other bowls got taken away before my stand. Get it back from me, sonny boy. I'm begging you. Okay. Wait, what? Oh look, I love these little personal touches. Seems a shame to hide it on the bottom of the bowl. Huh? When I touched it, the paint flaked off. Must have been painted on by hands with warm professional care, after buying the cheapest paint he could find with cold professional thrift. Okay, what are we supposed to be looking at here? And if part of the paint is chipping off, then what's that mean? It's got the same symbol on the bottom of here, though. Okay. What is it supposed to look like? It looks like somebody crying out in distress, but is that what he wants it to look like? I don't know. Alright, well. So you're saying Eldoon's noodles, was it? Aye, passed down from father to son. That stands its share of salt, Salt runs the family, you might say. I bet high blood pressure does too. So, your stand, Eldoon's noodles, was stolen. Oh, it wasn't just the stand that was stolen, sonny boy. I lost those wobbly wheels, my salt-crusted stew pot, my stained sign. I didn't just lose a stand, I lost a legend. No one steals a legend and gets away with it on my watch. Let's find that legend, Apollo. Isn't it about time you bought a new one anyway? Definitely sounds like it. Are there any more details you can give me about the stand? You bet, sonny boy. It happened last night. I was blowing my whistle like always, crying the town. I was. The smell of broth filled the streets, thick and salty. I got home, well, right before 10 p.m., I reckon. Guess he's not aiming for that late-night market. Washed my bowls and gave the wheels a squirt of grease, then I went inside. When did you notice it had been stolen? Early this morning, before the sun rose. Work starts early. Do that mean people eat noodles for breakfast? The thing about, like, good ramen is that you actually do start really early because you get the broth going, but then you sort of, like, leave it after that gets going. So, because you need it to be done by lunchtime, and you need it to, like, cook for hours, so... I'm washed up on the salty shores of ruination. That stand had my whole life in it. Nay, my whole being. They took everything? All my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams. At least they left one bowl. Look here, on the ground. If you don't find that stand today, then I'll be forced to walk the streets peddling that bowl, my last bowl. Got another bowl on your head, though. Please, I'm under enough pressure here as it is. That's it. That's where the thief who snatched my panties ran to. It's a crying shame, that is. If they have to steal, make it my loincloth, not some pretty girl's panties. Why are you wearing a loincloth? The garage, right. You don't think the thief lives there, do you? Feh. I wouldn't put past that good-for-nothing doctor. Do I detect a little animosity here? Let's make sure to check out that garage thoroughly. Okay. That door sure is sparkly. The Maractus Clinic, huh? Looks more like a casino parlor than a hospital. They must be quite profitable. Funny, it looks closed. Maybe they're on vacation today. I don't understand if there's an ambulance outside, but a police car? Maybe they're tax evaders. Ah, sorry, miss. No going into the clinic today. Did something happen? Huh? Oh no, nothing to see here. Move along. You'll have to find someplace else to play doctor. Do we look like the right age to be playing doctor? We need a little more info on this Maractus clinic. We could ask Mr. Eldoon. He is their neighbor and all. Oh, we should check out that garage. What if the thief who stole my panties is still in there? Let's see here. Great. Looks like they have a special offer going on. 3 shots for the price of 1. Ooh, no, now's a chance, Apollo. Chance for what? I don't need any shots, thank you. Whoever runs this clinic, they seem pretty business-minded. Hey, do you think something happened next door? There's a police car out front. Probably gave someone food poisoning, I'll bet. If anyone's at risk of giving someone food poisoning, that police car got here this morning. I asked what they were up to, but they wouldn't even tell me. The neighbor. Fett. Not that I was surprised much. That doctor works for the wrong crowd. It was just a matter of time before he got what was coming to him. Fett, the wrong crowd? Never even mind about that. The Katakis? Is that how that is related there? Alright. Apparently we can just go into here. Did appear to be open. June 15, Maractus Clinic Garage. This is the place. This is where the panty snatcher ran. Are you sure? Maybe. Let's look for clues. Clues. Great. Like a pair of panties? Trucy? Could you try not saying panties so many times? Good point. That is preferable. What the hell is this thing? There's something about this car. Let's take a closer look. That's not what I'm looking at. Okay, well there is that, but that reminds me. I once read a record of a case that Mr. Wright worked on many years ago. Apparently, there was this car with a piece of cloth shoved into the tailpipe. That piece of cloth turned out to be a vital clue to solving the case. Wow, I remember that case record whenever I'm checking out a car. And I always check the tailpipe. Everyone's gotta have a hobby, I guess. Wouldn't it be funny if... Hey, there's something in there. What? Wait a second. Are these your... Ah! My panties. What? Already? Mystery solved. Alright, we're done. Wow, thank you, Apollo. You're a genius. Amazing. No, really, don't mention it. No, I'm serious. I'm really impressed. Must have a nose for finding girls' panties. What are these? My little panties, of course. They've come home to Mama. Can't wait to use them. You're going to put them on? Now? Watch closely now. See? Nothing in the panties. Ta-da! Whoa, where did that come from? How'd that bowl get in your panties? My panties are in extra-dimensional space. Anything could fit in there. They're my magic panties. One of my best tricks. Magic panties? They love them over at the Wonder Bar. Do shows there nightly. Use your top hat. You mean these panties are a prop? You could have told me a little sooner. Found prop for performing magic. Found an exhaust pipe of a car at the Maractus Clinic. Well, that's one case closed, at least. What are you saying? We still have to catch the Slidell that ran off the tool of my trade. Oh, right. Alright, look, a cell phone. Someone dropped it beneath this tire. If the car moved, it would be crushed for sure. I wonder if it belongs to the doctor here. We should bring it to him later. Found a Maractus Clinic garage beneath the car. Who could have dropped it? Whose is it? That's also important. There's something about this car. Let's take a closer look. Angle on this is bad. Okay. Hey, look at that. The mirror's been broken off. Now this is a clue. What? You're smiling like you know something I don't. Aren't you keeping a clue from me? You aren't keeping a clue from me, are you, Polly? A clue, let's see. My clue is this. Whoa, it's the same color and size and everything. A perfect match. I guess we could check it out. Two pieces. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Well, looks like we've just solved the case. So the car that hit Daddy last night is sitting right in front of us. Yep. Wow, you put the pro in professional, Apollo. Gee, thanks, Trucy. Apollo, huh? What is it? Now that we've solved this case, we should go report to Daddy. He'll mope if we leave him alone too long, you know, knowing him. Okay, he doesn't seem the type to mope, though. And this is hardly a case worth reporting. It's a hit and run. It's actually a criminal felony, so I mean, it is actually worth reporting that one. Hey, a kitty cat. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. It's not coming down. We do look kind of suspicious, you have to admit. It's okay, kitty cat. This hair won't hurt you. It's okay, kitty cat. She won't make you disappear into her hat. Jumps down immediately, gets impaled by my hair, and then ends up in the hat as we carry it around. Look, it's a folding ladder. Polly, that's called a step ladder. Come on. A step ladder? How is this different from a regular ladder then? It's a much more complex piece of machinery. It's like two ladders stuck together. So you admit that basically it's a ladder, right? Wait, huh? You have to look past the form, at the essence of the thing. Can we talk about something else? Eek! Someone's there. Oh, it's just a gold-painted human skeleton. Just a human skeleton. And painted gold. There's a mannequin hand waving at us from the box behind the skeleton. This place just screams hospital storage, don't you think? It screams something, that's for sure. Okay. Alright, I think that's everything here. Alright. Well, do we have any leads? One moment. Alakazam. Well, where'd all this evidence come from? So what happens next? That's it. Pretty neat, huh? Yeah, neat. Sigh. Okay, that didn't help at all. Alright. Go to the hospital, I guess. Yo, how goes it? Daddy, how do you feel? Not bad, Tracy, not bad. It's good to have you youngins on the case. That's old Daddy gets some well-deserved R&R. The elderly need their rest. Isn't he only 33? We've cleared up most of the cases. I was right about you. Competent, capable. Tell me about what you found out, if you want to. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming. Well, I've heard other rumors. That Clinton's been making good money. In a bad way. Bad? Ties to organized crime. Kentucky family. The Kentucky family? He did that on purpose. Some injuries you can't take to a public hospital, see? They use the Maractus Clinic for their patch-up jobs. Interesting. Well, I certainly didn't expect you back this early. Paulie's amazing. He found my panties so quickly, almost like he was the one who stole them. You have an interesting concept of praise. And? Did you find the mad driver who gave me that 30-foot toss? Apparently, it was a doctor. From the Maractus Clinic. Maractus, eh? I've heard of him. Nothing good, mind you. That reminds me, a police car was parked outside the clinic. Maybe something happened? What is this Maractus Clinic anyway? Looks like something had happened in that park. Ah, a body was found there in unusual circumstances. Something more unusual than being dead? It's not our concern in any case. Right, let's ignore that and find that noodle stand. Whatever happened to professional curiosity? Thanks, really. If I get tired of sleeping, maybe I'll head down to the Maractus place. Maybe hit them up for some reparations. A little legal action would do some good. I was wondering when I get paid. We solved the case of your accident and found a missing article of clothing. My panties. That leaves the noodle stand. Hey, feel free to drop in if you get stuck. I'd be happy to help you with anything not involving money. Goodbye. Quid pro quo. Hello, pro bono. Sigh. Right, back to the office to plan our next move. Yeah. Welcome to the Phoenix Wright games where you do all these cases and never get paid. Okay. You're the woman from the Kitaki place. Yes. I knew it. Something's the matter and you want our help, right? Well, you've come to the right place. This way, please. Thank you. My name is Elita Tiala. A little Tiala? A little taller? I have a request. Your request? Let me guess. Something's been stolen? Your flyer. It says now defending, so I thought, what? You mean you want me to defend you? Me? Maybe you can tell us what happened. Were you hit by a car? Did someone steal your stand? Or your panties? No. I'm not the client, actually. The client would be my fiance, I suppose would you call him. Fiance? What happened to him, then? He was arrested this morning. The charge was murder. Murder? Have you heard about what happened at the park? So, what's your story? You frequent the Kitaki Mansion, yes? Are you a member of their organization? No, not yet. Not yet? You see, I'm to be married next month to the boss's son. The boss's son? So he's a gangster. Yes, but the Kitakis are locally responsible gangsters. I thought it'd be nice for a change. Quit my boring job, live the good gangster life. I think you're onto something, Miss Kitaki. I'd like the sound of that. I'm not sure your daddy would care much for that. But what happened? I haven't been told all the details, but I do know a body was found in the park, near the Kitaki Mansion. There were a lot of police cars there. Apparently, the victim was shot with a pistol. I heard the circumstances of the shooting were rather unusual. And your fiancé was arrested for this? What sort of person is your fiancé? Well, he's a gangster. Your fiancé is the Kitaki family's only son, correct? His name's Waki Kitaki. I brought a photo. Look, he's just a little guy. Okay, you know what? He's got the whole Fox family thing. He's enthusiastic about it. He's just a little guy. Okay, you know what? He's got the police mascot on his shirt. What is going on here? All right. I know. Oh, he can be powerful and menacing, but so cute. But if he's the boss's only son, yes, I'm sure he'll take his father's place someday. Say, I'm a boss already, of this agency. Please help my Waki. Please. Right, my first solo defense case. Crime boss's son or not, I'll prove he's innocent. Okay, whatever. I've prepared a letter of request. I know you need these. Letter of request from Alita Tiala for defense of her fiance, Waki Kitaki. Okay, these names are gonna destroy me. Okay, right, let's go check out the scene of the crime. Okay, I want to do a quick check of our court record here. I want to look at these things here. Why doesn't this envelope say hit request? It's a bit of a lingo, like calling a hit or a hitman. Oh, you mean gangster talk? Yeah, so does hit mean to defend in gangsterese? Well, hitman? I certainly hope not. Something tells me she used the wrong envelope. Look at this cute little watch strap. I want one. It's kind of odd, though. What is? I mean, if you wanted to know the time, you could just look at the phone itself. Hey, you're right. Sharp, Apollo. Thanks. Finally, some respect. So what does that tell you? Well, the owner of this phone doesn't think through the details, for one. They did drop their phone, after all. Kind of figured they were a little spacey already. Oh, good point. Okay, so we're going to have to know about the time on there, because it looks like it stopped. So that is 8:30. Okay, cool. Otherwise, pretty standard normal phone there. Let's not. I'll do that when the game forces me to, against my will. June 15th, Detention Center. Visitor's room. Polly, you look as happy as a clam in its shell. For a lawyer, this is it. The place where the battle begins. Ahem, you need something? Ah, yes, we're attorneys. I was hoping we could see Mr. Wakitaki. Sorry, he's in questioning right now. Can you take a while? Drat. Oh, well, guess we'll have to come back later then. So much for that battle. That's fine. I think they've done new art for this. That's interesting. A security guard. He stands here, watching this room. I have no idea if he's listening to us talk. I'm not even sure he's breathing. That security camera's looking at me. I wonder if they tape all of this. Yes, they definitely do. Okay. Okay, so I can't do that one yet, so we'll have to move. Let's head back to Kitaki Mansion. Yeah, I kind of figured this would be the place. So this is it, my first murder crime scene. Ah, it's you kids again. Look, can't you find some other place to play? We're not playing, we're, investigating. Aren't we, Apollo? Sir, I have a letter of request here. Letter of... Huh? Why does it say hit requests? Miss Tiala must have used the Kitaki stationery. Excuse me, coming through. Oh, it's you, Mr. Gavin. How did you get out? Who's this guy? What do you mean, who's this guy? I must say, I'm used to being inspected by the ladies, but this is the first time I felt this way with a man. How are you out of jail? Mr. Gavin? Ah, Fraulein, what is a sweet morsel like you doing in such a dismal place? Can I help? Yes, the policeman officer fellow here won't let us in. We even have a letter of request. You must be exhausted standing out here. I will take you to the scene of the crime. Oh, really? By your leave, officer. Yes, sir, of course, sir. Very well. This way, Fraulein. Whee! So this is his motorcycle. Hey, what about me? What the shit? Okay, what am I looking at here? This is clearly the stolen noodle stand. That is an entire box of salt. That is impressive. What the hell is this? Okay, whatever. On that note, enjoy your investigation. Thank you. We will see you again. Ask the wind, Fraulein. I'll be riding on it. Who was that? Eek! Apollo, look! Corpse! What? Hey, it's just a mannequin. Wow, sure got me. Ahem, might I ask exactly what it is you're doing here? Oh, it's you. How did you kids get in here? Oh, this guy, well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in. Him again. That glamorous fop, always getting in my way. Anyway, the scene is off limits. Excuse me? We have a letter of request. One moment. Why is she holding that big magnifying glass? I'd recognize that handwriting anywhere. Scientific analysis says this was written by Alida Tiala. Thanks. It took you 30 minutes to figure that out? So, what's up with the mannequin there? It's taking the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found. Okay. So the dead one was actually the person who was pulling the cart, not the person... I thought the person who was at the cart was the one who fired the shot at the beginning there. The body was pulling the stand? So you're a defense attorney, are you? Detective Enma Sky. I'm in charge of this crime scene. That was her name. Yeah, I remember her. She doesn't seem that happy about it. She doesn't seem that happy about many things. I trust you know how to stay out of the way. I always carry 2 pairs of handcuffs, just in case. In case of what? Detective Sky? Quiet, please. It's snack time. Well, you heard the lady. I guess I have to go get a snack now. Hold on a second. All right, so I got myself a donut. Okay. Yep. We're not making much progress here. No. She must not be very busy. Side. I never seem to get a lucky break. Back after 9 years and they won't give me the position I requested. And then I hear he gave up the defense attorney life. Hey? Who's he? An ex-defense attorney? Detective Sky? Quiet, please. It's snack time. Alright, well, I still have this donut. Hmm. I do wish I had that Wright and Company, like, pamphlet, thing that we have. Because I think that would actually do something here. Hey there, no messing with crime scene. But we need to investigate. Apollo, look, that stand. It says El Dune. I've noticed. Well, we solved the case of the missing stand at least. Those circumstances could stand to be better. Investigations are to be carried out by professionals scientifically. She's not going to let us check out the crime scene, is she? Hey, Apollo. My very unscientific analysis tells me something there is very suspicious. I think you know what you mean. It's kind of hard not to notice. I better check out what we came here to find at least. Alright, what the hell? Is this literally all we can actually check out? I thought there'd be more here. There's a lot going on, but I really wish I could see what was going on with that. Hmm. Alright, so that sound probably implies to me that I'm supposed to talk to Phoenix here. Alright, I've eaten my snack, so we're done with that. A friend's request, that is a problem. Huh? I've given up the court. I'm not a lawyer anymore. The request was for me. Oh, right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's doing that on purpose. I know it. So, what about this defense request? It's related to the murder in People Park, actually. Guess what? We found Mr. Eldoon's noodle stand in the scene of the crime. Did you know? Did you know? That's unusual indeed. Never heard of a noodle stand being used as a murder weapon. I think the murder weapon was something else. You mean you don't know what the murder weapon was? That funny detective lady won't let us on the scene. What kind of detective wears a lab coat anyway? A lab coat? Didn't think she'd be involved with this. You know her? You could say that. So, you know her, don't you? I met her on a case. This was about 10 years ago. She was still a high school student at the time. That would make her about the same age as me. That's my daddy. He knows all the police types. Oh wait, maybe you know that other guy too. That other guy? That shining prince on the motorcycle. Prince? Apollo, tell me about this Prince of Trucies. Indulge a concerned father. He was at the crime scene. He looked just like Mr. Gavin. Did he now? You know him? My guess is he's Christoph Gavin's younger brother. Oh, I thought that it was actually just Christoph Gavin. Okay, well, okay. His brother were acquaintances after a fashion. Clavier Gavin, rock and roll god incarnate. Clavier. What a lovely name. He's so dreamy. I didn't know Mr. Gavin had a brother. And what was he doing out there? I have a feeling you'll be crossing paths again soon. Now, what was the problem again? Having trouble investigating the crime scene in the park? Yeah, that detective woman won't let us. Go to the office. Under the silky top hat, you'll find a bottle of white powder. Try taking that to this detective. White powder. I hope it's not what I think it is. Just take it to her. It'll be fine. You'll see. Oh, and tell her I said hi. Alright. So this must be the silk top hat Mr. Wright mentioned. Let's take a closer look. Huh? Whoa. You know what this is, Trucy? I remember finding some in Daddy's dressing room when I was little. I thought it was sugar, so I licked it. He got mad at me. This is getting more and more suspicious. Mysterious white powder with an alleged ability to improve Detective Sky's mood. Let's go talk to that detective. She's sure to know what that white powder is. Let's see if I can figure it out here. The bottle has a label on it. Can you read it? Not a word. I'm not sure I speak whatever language this is written in. That's too bad. I guess we're stuck with some mysterious bottle of white powder. This looks like the kind of powder that gets used for brushing down for, like, fingerprints, because it's got that little ball thing that's used for that, but, not really sure. Let's see here. That's Kentucky Mansion we go to. Also, I want to do a quick swap here. Oh, okay, so I guess, like, I never needed the slippers at all? That's weird. Oh, well, oops. Yeah. Does this ring any bells? Ah, is that... It couldn't. Where'd you get that? I brought it from the office. You work at the Wright and Company law offices, yes? Yeah, sort of. Detective Sky, how do you know my daddy? Daddy? I'm sorry, who did you say you were? Tracy Wright, Phoenix Wright's daughter. What? Mr. Wright had a daughter? You seem shocked. Well, if you're Mr. Wright's daughter and you're his apprentice, then I'm available to help you in any way I can. Good old corruption. Yeah, thanks. You can start by not calling me Mr. Wright's apprentice. This powder is used for detecting fingerprints. Fingerprints? Guess you might call it a memento from the time I spent with Mr. Wright. White powder memories. If you find any evidence with fingerprints on it, please let me know. We'll dust it for prints. Well, she's quite the eager beaver all of a sudden. Alright, let's try talking again. Report came in late last night. The body was found much as you see it now. Except it was a real body. But why? Why was the body pulling a noodle stand? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't still be here. Well, what was the cause of death? A bullet wound to the temple. He was shot by a pistol. A pistol? Not the easiest thing to come by in this day and age. Unless you're a cop, or a gangster. Incidentally, the victim's name was Pal Maractus. Doctor? I just received the autopsy report, in fact. Time of death, June 14th, after 10 p.m. Cause of death, single bullet to the right temple. I mean, really, what's up with this case? It's enough to make me want to run off, pulling a mysterious noodle stand behind me. Not so mysterious, actually. We should tell her, Apollo. After all, we know where the stand came from. A likely story. I didn't come here to play games, you know. Actually, we do know where the noodle stand came from. The noodle stand's owner is... Where'd he go here? Who's the old guy? This is the proprietor of Eldoon's Noodles, Mr. Eldoon himself. He's famous in this part of town. Not bad. I guess Mr. Wright picked the right kids for the job. You'd think that the Eldoon that says right there would tip her off to that. That saved me a lot of work. Thanks. Noodle stand added to the court record. What sort of person was the victim, anyway? You mean, what did he do? He was a doctor. A doctor? I'm starting to see a connection here. Who? Me? I'm just a supervisor in this crime scene. Detective Sky. I was out of the country for a while. I came back to be a forensic scientist. Oh, were you studying abroad? Something like that. I was studying in Europe. Forensic sciences, mind you. But when I got back here, they threw me into criminal affairs. Just like that. Why didn't you just become a forensics expert in Europe? Well, I suppose that wasn't an option, but I had a lot of favors to repay to people back here. Favors? Wasn't she in high school when she left? What? What's that look for? I was involved in an incident before I left. But Mr. Wright and his people helped me out. I owed them. Really? I had no idea. If she's been out of the country for a while, she probably doesn't know about Mr. Wright's current state of affairs. Can you tell us a bit about the defendant? He's the only son of the Kitaki family, yes? Waki Kitaki. I don't know if he's the boss's son, but he's certainly throwing his weight around. Violently, in the detention center. I see. Why was he arrested in the first place? You're a defense attorney, aren't you? You're not his by any chance. Actually, yes, I am. Well, we have a witness to the moment of the crime. Eh? The witness called the police. They'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow. What? Could you tell us a bit more about the victim? Well, let's see. Apparently he's the physician at a clinic in the area. Quite well off, too, from the sound of it. The clinic's name is the Maractus Clinic. Maybe that's why the cop car was parked there. What? You've been to the clinic? Yeah. Though on a related issue. I told the detective about the case of the stolen noodle stand. Not the panties? Okay. I see. So that means Dr. Maractus stole the stand and pulled it all the way here? That would seem to be the case. But why? Don't ask me. Okay. I don't know, some of those other crimes seem pretty serious, maybe more serious than murder. This mannequin is dressed up to look like a police officer. I've seen one at the station. Mannequin in place of a body. The body of the victim has already been removed. Do you think the victim was the noodle stand thief? What, you think someone killed him because he stole it? Yeah. Taking care of business, Little Plum Kitaki style. Try to sound too eager about that, please. Wouldn't the person who's motivated by that be Mr. Aldoon, though? Ah. These seem like they'd be important, actually, these leaves. Blue tarps have been placed on the ground around the stand. Apollo, I bet the victim was going to have a picnic here. I guess he could have eaten all the noodles he wanted. Don't touch those. Those are preserving the crime scene. Oh, I guess the police put those tarps here after all. There's got to be a good clue or two here. Please, can't you see I'm doing my... Huh? Look! Another pair of... underwear? Wow, Apollo, you're a genius at finding panties. Stop saying that. Wait, these aren't... They're not mine. Could these have been stolen too? Distinctive bloomers to say the least. Okay. It's a knife. A shiv, to be precise. Tanto. Oh, lingo. The defendant, Waki Kitaki, is the son of known gangsters. Police are assuming this belongs to him. Wait, but wasn't the murder weapon a pistol? Huh? Look at this. There's a handprint on the shiv. A handprint? Then there might be a fingerprint. Let's investigate. Oh. Choose the fingerprints you want to examine. Choose a fingerprint? Look closely at the handle. See, there's more than one fingerprint there. These black spots? That's right. Pick the one you want to analyze. Right, let's get detecting. Wow, she's practically glowing with excitement. First, sprinkle some aluminum powder on the print. Press a space like this, see? The oil left by the print absorbs the aluminum powder, so you just dust it on, and blow it off. Blow? Like this. Whistling. You know how to whistle, don't you? Just use R and... Wow, amazing. It's like magic. Hee, isn't it, though? Right, let's give it a shot. Incidentally, it's important that you cover the entire fingerprint with the powder. I don't know what I'm actually clicking on here. Okay. Next, match the print. Police officer samples so you can tell whose fingers these belong to. That doesn't sound like as much fun as actually finding the print. Fingerprint evidence isn't quite as important as you'd think it is, but it's fine. Alright, well, we'll try this then. Does look like a match to me, but I'm not very good at this. So, the fingerprints do belong to the defendant. Yes, isn't it amazing? Ah, the power of science. It's my life. Apollo, she's sparkling. And I'm dimming. Look sharp, spirits up. The real fight is yet to come. Shut up, Polly. The trial hasn't even started and I'm already losing. Alright. So, have you met the defendant? No. Visiting hours are almost over at the detention center. You might think about wrapping up here and heading over. Good idea. I don't know what good it will do. We have a witness and a knife with prints. How I mentioned, I've got a bad feeling about this. Don't worry, it's like a right tradition. Some traditions I can live without. Oh, she's not there anymore. Okay, I was about to ask her. I'm sorry, meeting hours for the day are all done. But we still have 3 minutes. I'll put in your request, but don't expect anything. Father's talking in the private room with him. The father? You mean like a priest? I mean the suspect's father, Mr. Winfred Big Wins Kitaki himself. Not someone I care to meet. Die, you. You're the one on your way out, old... Ah, they're here. Whoa, this guy radiates power. I mean, that logo is very nice. I like that logo a lot. Power with a cute apron? You're Waki's lawyer? Yes, sir. Well, I'm Big Wins Kitaki, fourth head of the Kitaki family. Capiche? Actually, I came to speak to your son, Mr. Justice. Yes? My son's innocent. He killed no one. If you're found guilty, it wouldn't be good. Capiche? Yes, I'm all about capiching. Capiche loud and clear. Gotta do more than just understand to make it. You'll learn, though. Even if the lesson comes at the end of your short life. I don't feel so good. What's the big idea, old man? You can't treat me like his kid anymore. Not now. You know, I wanted to go to the clink. I like it here. You must be Waki? The G's not a G till he does hard time, Bizoy. You'll see, when I get out of here, things will change. Silence. My apologies, Mr. Justice. He's usually such a nice boy. Forgive me if I have a hard time believing that. Nah, he's just a little guy. Ha, you can't take me under your wing this time, old man. You heard me? I don't need no trial. I did it. This is going to make things a lot harder for me, actually. I think that's enough for today, Mr. Justice. Don't let me down tomorrow. This is going to make things way harder for me. So much for talking to our clients, but we made so much progress today. We even found my panties. I had fun, at least. Of course, biggest mysteries are all remains. How am I supposed to build a case for the trial? Oh, almost forgot. It's time for my show. Tonight I'm performing at the Wonder Bar. You should come check it out. To be continued. Alright, next chapter, the trial. And then the next chapter after that is the second investigation, then the trial. That should be all there is to this one. Alright, we've been at this for 4 hours. Making progress, but we'll see. June 16th, 9:46 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 2. Huh, Mr. Wright's not here today. He said his old foot injury is acting up. Old injury? He was all smiles yesterday. Yes, he smiled when he said we'd be fine as long as you're here, Miss Trucy. Yes, fine. We'll be fine. Here comes Justice. I started my voice training at 5 this morning. Oh, do some now. I want to see. Here. Huh? Oh, okay. My name is Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. That sounds more like a self-mantra than voice training. I'm fine. You know what I'm saying? Ack, good morning. Yo, sup? Hit me with the guilty verdict, G. See if I care. You just hang loose and let things go with the flow. You know what I'm saying? Not really. Waki, don't be running your mouth like that in here. See, that's the difference between me and you, old man. I ain't afraid of no cops. Real G's can't keep it real while they spend some hard time in the pen. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Sounds like they've both been voice training too, Apollo. My worst fear is realized. The trial's starting and I still haven't had a real talk with my client. June 16th, 10 a.m. District Court, Courtroom Number 4. Wait, him? I thought they said he's a rock star. Court is now in session for the trial of Waki Kitaki. Aren't we on the prosecuting side here? What's going on? Defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready to rock and roll, Herr Judge. Ah, it's him. The guy from yesterday. He's a prosecutor? It's Mr. Gavin's brother. Long time no see, Prosecutor Gavin. Were you taking leave of absence? You know that little band I started in my free time? Thing is, we got real popular. Hard to say nine to your fans when the 3 of your singles go platinum, yeah? I see. To be honest, I was a little concerned. I feared that you might still be distraught over that one trial. Not to worry, Herr Judge. I wouldn't miss this day in court for the world. It's worth even more than VIP passes to one of my concerts, yeah? How could I pass up a chance to see the true strength of the little boy who bested my brother? It was worth canceling a show or two. Understood. You may give your opening statements to the court. Before that, I was thinking, is the Iron's courtroom not a bit serious? It is a court of law. That's no way to get the crowd jumping, Herr Judge. They're not supposed to jump. This is a courtroom. Axone, baby. Today we play it my way. What's that? Noise? Sometimes you have to get up in order to get down. To prosecuting. This is crazy. The victim, Pal Maractus, director of the Maractus Clinic. The scene, People Park. He was found pulling a noodle stand. What in the world was a doctor doing pulling a noodle stand? Yes, I believe you will only find that out by asking the defendant, right here, right now. Because it's an undeniable truth that he shot the victim. What do you mean, undeniable? If you were to glare at anyone, Herr Justice, glare at the punk in the defendant's chair. This crime was witnessed, quite clearly, you see. Alright, let's see who this surprise witness is. Please admit this witness to the court. 9. Not yet. First, there is a little matter to be cleaned up. Could you talk without the accompaniment? I swear I could see the guitar for a second. What is it, Prosecutor Gavin? The motive, Herr Judge. Why did the little punk do it? Why did he kill the director of the Maractus Clinic? Not so fast. The defendant doesn't have to explain that. Oh, but what if the defendant specifically requests to do so, as he did this morning? I want to give a shout out to all my homies, I believe he said. What? Why are we on the prosecuting side? I feel like we're on the prosecuting side here. Guitar man clavier? Yes. They always say that. On stage you get that shit hit the crowd with speed and ferocity. What a man. You like him? Well, in this series that doesn't necessarily mean anything in either direction. It could be that he is a horrendous murderer, or it could be that he's actually, you know, not a horrendous murderer. It's hard to tell with these games. Sounds like he got you good, huh, Polly? Well, this is highly unusual, but court will now hear from the defendant concerning his motive in the crime. So, you, son, are the defendant. Walkie, are you? I ain't your son, old man. You step to a Kataki, you best be prepared to step strong. You step to a public official, you best be prepared to step into jail. Got to hand it to him. Walkie sure has guts. It's not his guts I'm worried about. The court will now hear testimony on the defendant's motive. From the defendant himself. I'll tell you one thing, that doctor was a quacker. I mean, yeah, probably. Someone had to show him what's what. I was in a clinic about half a year ago. He messed up my op something bad. They just lets me go without a word. See you later, bye. So I gotta go and get another doc to patch me up again. That was the day I done figured out. No OG is gonna let that pass. That's why I went to this pad that night. Know what I'm saying? You saying you're one of the victim's patients? A lot of stuff goes down when you're keeping it real on the street. True dat. I'll tell you one thing. That doc was whack. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. I can't believe this is the first time I'm hearing about all of this. I can. Alright. I'll tell you one thing. That doctor's a quacker. First of all, the word you're looking for is quack. And isn't that a little harsh? He's your family doctor. Who asked you, pointy locks? Just who do you think you are? Your lawyer? Look, I ain't trying to hear that. He was a quacker, plain and simple. Someone had to show him what's what. By someone, you mean... Was there anyone with a score to settle with this doctor? Besides you, I mean? You better ask somebody else, Holmes. What do I care? I made up my own mind, did what had to be done. Straight gangster style. But why are you so mad at this doctor? Yo, sit back and listen while I drop it, J-Man. Clearly lying. So you were a patient at the Maractus Clinic half a year ago? For what reason? I had what you might call a mark of honor. Can you explain precisely what was wrong? We had a little run-in with Rival's family? I don't know. That's when I pulled a jacket move. And ran into an ambush. G busted a cap right in me. According to my sources, you couldn't stand the stress of waiting, and ran in 15 minutes before the appointed time, by yourself. Yeah, I was more than a match for those guys, except for the fact that you got shot. And you were carried to the Maractus Clinic from there? Apparently he was shot in the heart. What? Shot in the heart and he's still alive? I can catch bullets between my teeth. That is, I hope you're not actually trying that, because that is not how you actually do that trick. That is a trick where you are faking it. But I never learned how to catch them with my heart. The bullet stopped just short of my thumper. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Would have been golden if it weren't for that wacky doc. Can't even take out a stupid bullet. So, as you say, the surgery was a failure. That ain't all of it, homies. And then he just lets me go without a word. See you later, bye. What do you mean, he just let you go without a word? What do you think it means? It's whack, that's what. Not sure what that means, but it sounds bad. It sounds as though Herr Doctor wished to hide his mistake. This is why he let the defendant go. He's a liar, straight up. He's a badder G than me. So I gotta go in, get another doc to patch me up again. Who's this other doctor? So this bullet is still... You know it. I can still feel it. Right there in my chest, pressing up against my heart. Your words are like a bullet shot straight into my heart. Or something to that effect. Incidentally, that's from one of our hit singles. Well, that sounds like a straightforward case of malpractice. We're a J-man. Weren't no accident, that's for shizzle. Seems that there were issues with this doctor. And putting him down was like doing the world a favor. Waki, please consult your lawyer before saying things like that. Chin up, Apollo. Be back straight. But why did this mistake only come to light that day? It was found during the family health checkup. The family health checkup? That was the wackest thing of all. All of us G's lining up, taking eye exams and all that. Better to die young than fade away, bizoy. A relief to hear. Hey? What's a relief? Oh, did your father not tell you? That bullet you carry so close to your heart. If not attended to immediately, it could kill you. What? Yes, Herr Dr. Maractus had knowledge concerning this ticking time bomb in you. Knowledge that could have saved your life. No way, that's whacked. There is proof. Your checkup report. Results from a checkup performed in June, metallic object found near heart. Alright, that you would kill the one man capable of helping you. How is he the one man capable of helping? There's other doctors that would potentially be able to do that. You're almost as careless as he was. Ahahahaha. Well, now that the place is hopping, let's get this gig started. Started. I've had enough of a warm-up act, yeah? Time to hear from the witness. Waki sure is quiet all of a sudden. I'm a little uneasy myself, so this is Gavin's strategy. What is going on with this guy? Okay, so you'll tell us your name and occupation. My name is Wesley Stickler. By occupation, I take it you refer to some labor that profits society at large and supports the livelihood, under which definition I must confess to being unemployed. However, we must acknowledge that meaning of identity which is commonly attached to this notion of occupation, and once we have accepted this reality, we see that our confusion is not just all per se, but derives instead from the vagueness of inherent in our representations of thought, by which he means to say that he is a student. Probably philosophy by the goingness of that there. A junior at Ivy University, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, in the Department of Science and Engineering. He does not come across as a science or engineering student, because those guys would just say that they're an engineering student. Filled with curiosity for all things, I spend my days in pursuit of truth, honing my... Herr Stickler, please direct said curiosity to the case at hand today. Very well, Mr. Stickler. Please testify to the court about what you saw on the night of the crime. You asked quite simplistically what I saw. However, we must understand that Homo sapiens possess two eyes, each of those designed to receive and interpret data, sending images in the form of signals. He's clearly not an engineering student. I have no idea. He's lying about what he's in, his field, or the people who wrote this have never met a scientist. That night, I passed through the park on my way home from shopping, when I saw them. One man pulling the stand, another man facing him. I saw them quite clearly. The man facing the victim was the defendant. In his hand he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand. A shot. The bullet hit the man pulling the stand from the front, square in the forehead. Alright. We know that he was shot in the temple, so... That there was not. Okay, no one else there. The pistol our witness refers to is this. Court accepts this into evidence. Let's see here. Weapons left of the crime scene, 2 rounds are fired, fingerprints or wipes. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may cross-examine the witness. Yes, Your Honor. Trucy? Why are you staring like that at the witness? That man. I can't help but feel I've seen him somewhere before. Have we seen him before? I don't think we have. That night, I passed through the park on my way home from the shopping when I saw them. One man pulling a stand, another man... Oh, that's press. On the way home from shopping, you say. Why go through the park? Ah, a fascinating inquiry, revealing me culpable of being insufficiently verbose. Let us consider the time saved by passing through the park on the way home from the store. In that time, I am capable of solving 2 GMAT problem sets. On average, it requires me 3 minutes, 24 seconds to complete one such set. The time to complete 1, 2, 6 minutes. However, in the case that the questions are in the verbal category, admittedly not. That's enough. I get the idea. Mr. Justice, the court hopes to finish cross-examination sometime this month. Please, I have a recording booked after this trial. Up yours, Clavier. And I've got a show to perform. Oh, well, you don't have to be here, actually. Gee, sorry you're all so busy. One man pulling a stand. Are these the people that are these the victim and the are these the men talking by any chance? Now that I mention it, they were, though I cannot claim I heard them clearly. Only fragments, such as "You lied to me." Oh, and I'm gonna give you a taste of your own medicine, pal. Ahahaha. That's just as our defendant claims. I believe he wished to teach the victim what it felt like to take a bullet in the heart. Well, he shot him in the head, so he certainly didn't do that. If that's true, then this is a vital piece of testimony. Sounds like you heard them clearly enough to me. Might I be allowed to amend my testimony? Well, what now? To be precise, he did not say pal, but man. Yes, that was the way of it. I swear it on my diploma. What's the difference? And this other man, who was he? Man facing the victim was the defendant. How can you be so sure it was the defendant? The crime took place at night. It would have been too dark. Perhaps I was remiss in not mentioning this earlier, huh? You see, in class I always sit in the very backmost seat. Do you know why? Who cares? Because I do not wish anyone to copy my perfect notes. And this relates to your testimony how? I mention this to illustrate my predisposition to that which is perfect. It was dark, you say, yet there are lights in the park. If I say the defendant was in the park that night, then he was in the park that night. It is a hard, immutable fact. He sure is confident. He seems to be telling the truth, too. Sigh. In his hand he held, yes, a pistol was pointed at the man pulling the stand. Are you sure the pistol you saw is the same as the one just submitted as evidence? Am I sure? Surely you jest. Or so a common witness would be tempted to say. Huh? Yet I am no common witness. I see not only events as they are, but the logical structure governing these events. First, we must consider the fact that I was a night in the park, which indeed restricted my field of vision due to insufficient levels of illumination. Now, if we consider that the pistol, let's call it Object A, was indeed shrouded in darkness, it becomes difficult to say with certainty that Object A was indeed Object A. I think he means he couldn't see it that clearly. My badge for a normal witness. Yet the fact that a pistol was fired before my eyes is indisputable. I can still see it when I close my eyes. The defendant raised his weapon. A shot. The bullet hit the man pulling the stand from the front, square in the forehead. Are you absolutely certain only one shot was fired? Yes, of course, it was one shot. Why do you ask? Aha, a contradiction, finally. Mr. Stickler, according to the court record, the pistol was fired twice. A clear contradiction. Good eyes, Herr Justice. You're cool. Really cool. Eh? You really think so? Yet there's no reason why this other shot had to have been fired that night. Meaning? This pistol came from the Kitaki family mansion, yeah? I think it's not unreasonable to assume the pistol had been fired once before that night. During, perhaps, another altercation? Ugh, he's got a point. Judging from his smug expression, I'd say Prosecutor Gavin had that answer ready before you even spotted the problem. That's not the problem, actually, here. He seems pretty confident in his testimony. We always make the biggest mistakes when we're our most confident. Got a weak point somewhere, Paulo. Find it. Right. Better give that testimony another listen. I know where the problem here probably is. So we'll go to here. And where is... Phew, if that's all of it, I think I have a chance. This doesn't really do that much. Given the distance and angle and stuff like that, maybe he saw the guy getting shot straight on and assumed it would be the forehead, but it hit him in the temple because he had his head turned at the time of the incident or something like that. So it's feasible that this could be used to sort of like throw doubt onto his testimony, but I don't think this is a grand slam thing here. Ahem. Objection. Once is quite enough, Mr. Justice. Apollo, pace yourself. This trial's not over yet. Irk. Right. Ahem. Look at this. The autopsy report? Is there a problem with the autopsy report? A problem. Problem. Yes, the problem is the location of the entry wound. The location? You testified that the killer shot the victim square in the forehead, did you not? Ah, I have already determined your angle of inquiry. Allow me to explain. It was quite simple, really. First, understand that when I say square, I speak not of geometrical absolute. What I do mean is this. For example, the deflection of a meter is by a krypton. What? This is a well-known fact that the krypton particles are rare and invisible to the naked eye, which points to the basic fallacy in your line of reasoning, namely that what? Mr. Justice? Yes? Was your objection to these, krypton particle things? This is the big time, and you are obsessed with something so small? You disappoint me. No, I'm obsessed with something big. I mean, there's a bigger, less nitpicky problem here. Do tell. Just look at the autopsy report. The location of the entry wound was the right temple. The temple? Mr. Stickler, you said quite clearly that the victim was shot square in the forehead. That's a contradiction, isn't it? It is, but it's not a huge one. It is, right? Finally. Hair Justice, oh, Hair Justice. Yes, your tactics are outdated, trying to shake the witness by objecting to trifles. Surely you haven't forgotten. The fatal wound your master suffered 7 years ago? Phoenix Wright, was it? Look, I know the wound was in the wrong place according to his testimony. Nurk. Hey, hair forehead. The forehead? Let us imagine you were walking through the park. You see two men facing each other, one with a pistol trained at the other. What would you do, hair forehead? Well, I guess I would try to stop them. I'd probably shout stop. And you, Fraulein? Me? Well, I'd probably scream eek. And you, Hair Stickler? What did you shout, I wonder? Ack. If the victim turned his head at the last moment. Ah, yes, thank you for jogging my memory. Sounds like an addendum to the testimony is required. As soon as the killer raised his pistol, I took action. Cease this at once, you two, I cried, with composure. The victim turned in the direction of my voice, and a shot rang out. Whereupon our cowardly killer, the defendant, appeared to have become frightened. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene. I see. So you attempted to stop the crime. Indeed, with composure. Well, maybe the criminal wouldn't have fired if he hadn't shouted like that, but that doesn't really matter now, unfortunately. Let's consider this new testimony, shall we? Observe the diagram, if you would. The witness, Mr. Stickler, was it, stood here? He shouted, "Oh, stop, please," or something of this nature, and the victim responded by looking in the witness's direction. If the killer were to have fired at just that moment, as you can see, the bullet would have struck the right temple, as in the report. Yeah, so, like, this is relatively reasonable, but that does seem to be the case. Witness the power over junior and Ivy University departments, in science, sure. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may cross-examine the witness. So you saw a raised pistol. Weren't you frightened? Can be said we university students of Ivy University know no fear. The moment I saw that pistol, my inner sense of justice compelled me to take action. That was certainly brave of you. You might have gotten shot. Eh? You certainly were lucky. If I were in the killer's shoes, I certainly wouldn't have left a witness behind. Didn't even realize that. Oh man, look at this! Look at his eyes. That's great. He actually looks like he had no idea he was in danger. Regardless, I attempted to halt the bloodshed. Cease this at once, you two, I cried with a composure. Are you sure both men were able to hear your voice? They were, of course. My high, exquisite voice echoed through the park, and the victim responded to the clarion call. Quite. The victim turned in the direction of my voice, and a shot rang out. Whoops. Did you hear the gunshot at the same time as the victim turned? Indeed, I would say about the same time to be precise. And the victim didn't ask you for help? I can be said that he didn't have time to ask. He didn't even have time to take a single step. Totally sure that the killer fired because Mr. Stickler startled him. Don't say that too loud, Trucy, please. Whereupon our cowardly killer and the defendant appear to have become frightened. Can you describe the killer's actions more clearly? He seemed quite surprised, especially considering that was he who did the deed. As you can see, human psychology is a tangled web indeed. He simply couldn't believe that he had done. He shot, he panicked, a common tale but true. Unfortunately, before I could take further action. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene. You didn't try to apprehend the criminal? It all happened so fast, I'm afraid I hadn't the time. Doesn't something about that sound strike you as odd, Apollo? What? The killer was in a hurry, right? He fired the pistol and tossed it right away. According to the testimony, that's what happened, yes. In that case, I'd expect to find something that we didn't find, yeah. I like that contradiction, kinda sad to see it go. Not as bad as I feel. What do we do now? At least the testimony is getting a little clearer. So here's what we're going to end up saying. We'll just go for it, but basically it's about the fact that there were no fingerprints found on the gun because it had been wiped down. If there had been fingerprints on it previously because they've been handling it sort of in their house and when they're loading it, maintaining it and stuff like that, and then they wipe the gun down thoroughly and then go perform the murder while wearing gloves, it will still appear as though it had been wiped down because it would have been. But they did that as a premeditated action is what the prosecution can sort of spin that as. But I'm pretty sure that that's what they're looking for here. Wait a second. Tisk tisk, another misleading request. Yet you're so beholden to your own mode of discourse you can't see how it affects you. Come again? Wait a second, you say. A second? Are we intended to wait just a single second? 1/16th of a minute? That's hardly enough time to draw breath, let alone make a statement in court. Now, how do you ask for a longer period of time, say 3 minutes 35 seconds then? Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. Am I to understand you are objecting to the length of a second? Yes, I mean no. Here, just look at the pistol. It doesn't have a single fingerprint on it. Common ploy, made all the more common, I fear, by the prevalence of television. Criminals these days are loath to leave fingerprints. Wait, but you said the killer tossed the gun around and ran. That's right. He didn't have time to wipe the gun for prints. Ah, the little girl sticking it to the university student. That's the song in there. I'm not little. Ah ha 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 ha. Well, let's think like adults, shall we, Fraulein? Eh? What if the killer, the defendant, was wearing gloves? Gotta admit, I didn't think of that, Paul. You're wearing gloves. Well, Mr. Justice, could the killer have been wearing gloves? So, this is the reason why he couldn't have been wearing gloves, is what they're going to say. But if, like, we're talking about that sort of premeditated sense there, maybe he didn't use the knife for the murder, so it didn't really occur to him that he would need to wipe those down. So, if he brought that with him for one reason or another, but then had that with him when he was wearing gloves, if he had old fingerprints on it, there's a possibility that those old fingerprints would still be on there. But, the record of the murder weapon is very clear about one thing. The fingerprints were wiped, which means some traces of prints remained, which contradicts your testimony. If everything happened as you said it did, he wouldn't have had time to wipe the pistol. That may be, but it does not change what I saw. The killer, the defendant, he threw down the murderous weapon from his hand and fled. And this pistol was found at the scene of the crime, strongly suggesting that this was the weapon he disposed of. That sounds solid to me. Well, Herr Forehead, any of your precious objections? What gives, Apollo? Let's see that voice training go to work. You know, I've only recently realized something. No matter how much you train your voice, it doesn't matter if you have nothing to say. What do you mean, nothing to say? Isn't it obvious from what the witness just said? Huh? Isn't what obvious? When he restated what he saw just now, he said he saw Waki drop a murderous weapon. Well, that's not the same as being 100% sure of what Waki threw away. You're right, he's just confused because the pistol was found at the scene. Poor Mr. Stickler. It must be hard to be so perfect and yet so wrong. Well, I can be said that I'm quite offended. Oh, I love that effect with his eyes. That's so good. Well, it is indeed true that once in my youth I wrote a love letter in my own blood that was seized by the teacher and posted on the blackboard for all to see, and for this appellation poor might be a prefix to my name, yes, for the issue of hand. What can you say for certain is that the witness saw the killer throw something? Does the defense have anything to say about this? Well, if what he threw wasn't a pistol, then it had to be something else. At least one person on the defense team seems to be thinking. Grr, I'll wipe that smile off your pretty face, Gavin. I like that that's what he thinks of Gavin. Perhaps he can inform the court as to the nature of this something else. What did the killer throw away before fleeing the scene? Oops. Is that a sword? I saw one of those on the late-night movies last night. Great, a sleep-deprived judge. This knife was found at the scene of the crime, with the defendant's prints on it. His prints? This single piece of evidence proves two important things. One, that what the defendant threw down wasn't a pistol. Two, what the defendant wasn't wearing gloves. Indeed. Oh, hair forehead? You're forgetting two other things you've just proven. Huh? One, that the man the witness saw was the defendant, Mr. Wakikitaki. Two, that the defendant was holding a knife with the intent of harming the victim. Oh. Indeed. Never underestimate a Gavin's lesson here. This court is of the opinion that our witness is fond of making assumptions. In that light, I believe it would behoove us to hear about what really occurred. With less assuming, please. It is always the same with you people. Mark left the house on foot, and 5 minutes later, this brother left with after him. How long would it take for Mark's brother to catch up to him? Assuming that Mark never had to stop for a traffic light. There's some other elements here that are missing in your... Alright, whatever. Assuming. Yes, that's what I said. Assuming. As if that were a probable situation at all. Yet here we are, assuming that my assumption is no better. Ahem. What does this court assumes is that the witness will testify as to what happened after the shot was fired. As far as witnesses go, this guy's actually not the worst. Like, he is trying to recall things as he actually perceived them, which is not the worst thing that we've had. Like, I don't think he's lying about things. I could not prevent the killer from leaving the scene, nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. Until police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else. Yeah, so I think the flaws with this witness are just that, like, he doesn't necessarily perceive certain things correctly. But why didn't you chase the killer? He was, as you say, a killer. Of course, I could have run him down, yet what would we have done when cornered? Sadly, it takes more than aptitude for solving quadratic equations to know that. Is he the very model of a modern major general? Is that the problem? Okay. Did the testimony earlier not prove the defendant's presence at the scene? And do we not also know that there was no one else there? It seems clear that we have our killer. Does it not? Does it not, Mr. Justice? I better find a way to take this testimony down quickly. From shot to call. I cannot prevent the killer from leaving the scene. Which way did the killer run? By that time, it was clear the killer had noticed me. Naturally, he ran in the opposite direction. That would mean he ran in the opposite direction from the Kitaki mansion. Actung, don't even think about pointing out that he was going away from his home. All he had to do was loop back once he was out of sight. Ugh. How do you know that's where I was going? Nor could I simply leave the scene in good conscience. You were certainly composed for someone who had just witnessed a killing. If one is to devote one's life to the pursuit of science, one must never flinch at the sight of a little blood, nor be so moved by a chemical discovery that one drops one's flask on the lab room floor. Oh, cool answer. Very cool. So nothing strange about how he acted. Tricia looks like she has something to say. We'll get to that. Ergo, I used my cell phone to call the police. Wasn't your first thought to call an ambulance? It can be said that I have dabbled in medicine. The injury I witnessed, namely a single shot to the head, tends to result in death. Ergo, there was no need for me to call an ambulance. Oh, a perfect syllogism. Proof in 3 parts. Exquisite. Simply exquisite. There are actually people who survive getting shot in the head. It's extremely rare, but he should have called an ambulance as well. He actually looks like he's going to cry. He probably is going to cry, yeah. Until police arrived at the scene 10 minutes later, I saw no one else. Can you tell us in detail about these 10 minutes? I stood in a state of heightened awareness. Anything could have happened at any moment. Anyone could appear from any direction. Is that all? No one came. Nothing happened at all. I saw it all, which is to say, I saw nothing. It was late at night. It's not odd to think that there would be few people around in the park. So we just stood there watching? Not much to go on there. Trucy, if you've got something to say, by all means say it. Arg, I can't find a single problem with that testimony. Had enough at last, Hair Forehead? Maybe it's time to back off a bit? Put a save here. I do think it's okay to back off here. Arg. There's nothing fishy about that testimony at all. Appears there are no objections to the witness' current testimony. There are any number of ways to explain the lack of prints on the pistol, I assure you. Perhaps the killer really was wearing gloves which wiped the previous user's prints off. Then, after the deed was done, this fell out of his pocket as he was throwing the gun away. A mistake befitting of a small-time punk, in my opinion. No. No. Seems we come to the end of the line here. No, that can't be all. How unfortunate. Seems that you weren't cut out to stand on the same stage as me, were you, Hair Forehead? I believe this brings the cross-examination to a close. This court will now declare a verdict for the defendant, Waki Kataki. Hold it. Eek. Trucy? Nobody move. What's the meaning of this? Who are you? There'll be no verdict in this court. Not yet. Wait. Are you one of the Katakis? The Katakis? You mean the notorious gangsters? If you don't want to see me give the pretty little girl a new smile, do as I say. Adjourn the court for 20 minutes. But what? This court will not bow to pressure from the likes of you. Herr Judge, I see little point in further aggravating this gentleman. Irk, recess 20 minutes. Here we go. Recess 20 minutes, or I promise you'll regret it. I am actually... Okay, here's what my estimation of what probably just happened there is. I bet Trucy kidnapped herself. I bet Trucy kidnapped herself. Come to the defendant lobby, Apollo. I suppose I have no choice but to adjourn for a 20-minute recess. Bailiff, catch that mysterious man. Okay, well... I'm going to say no, it doesn't really matter. I've just got a save here. I already got a save here. Alright, so we got a 20-minute recess. June 16th, 11:17 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Trucy? You move quick, Apollo. Good show, good show. But Trucy, you're okay. I thought... Sniff, saw, ball. Don't cry, Apollo. Grr, those good-for-nothing gangsters. There are some things you just don't do. I'm pressing charges. Wait, just calm down, Apollo. Or else... what the heck is that? Yeah, she kidnapped herself. Okay. Why does she have that? And how did that fool anybody? At least not me, I was right beside it. Surprised? This is one of my best tricks, the amazing Mr. Hat. You may look marvelous, darling. He's a big hit on stage at the Wonder Bar. Yes, I'm a big hit, ha ha ha. Well, what do you think? Do you like it? You mean you, Trucy, there are some things you just don't do. I'm pressing charges. Apollo, now's not the time to be threatening me. It's you who's being threatened here. Huh? Remember what you said to Waki's father yesterday. He promised you save his son, but that testimony was rock solid. What are you suggesting I do? Look, once the judge declares a verdict, it's all over. If I can use my talent to stop that from happening, I will. Trucy, no more stage abductions, please. I'm not talking about magic, Apollo. I know when the witness isn't confident. I can perceive that what he's feeling. It might not mean anything, but it's all we got. You can see what he's feeling? Think back, Apollo. Think back to the times when there was a contradiction in his testimony. All the times there was a contradiction? I don't remember perfectly, but I'll go with I don't remember. She's going over some sort of tell that he's got that he has, but he's not always confident in his testimony. I feel like he also checks his book as one of the things, but I don't actually know what they're actually getting at here. Actually, I don't remember them exactly. Good thing I do. There were 2 times when he made statements he wasn't confident in. One was the gun, and each time there was a contradiction. In his hand he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand. Tossing the pistol aside, he fled from the scene. Yeah, so it is checking the book. He said the man tossed aside a pistol, but it turned out he wasn't sure, and sure enough, there was a contradiction. Well, that's true, but how does that help us? Didn't you notice anything? Whenever he made a statement he wasn't confident in, he displayed a certain habit. In his hand he held, yes, a pistol. It was pointed at the man pulling the stand. Did you see it? The very moment he said the word pistol, his fingers got all tense, and he fiddled with the corner of the page in his book. How am I supposed to see that? Well, I could see it. How else do you think Daddy went 7 years without losing a game of poker? What? I was sat next to Daddy during big matches. I could see what his opponents were feeling. You mean that's how Mr. Wright won all those games? It's not cheating, officially. I wasn't looking at their hands or anything, and I wasn't there all the time either. Daddy's quite good at poker after all, but not good enough to go undefeated that long. Great, so he cheated, but that actually literally is not cheating. There's literally nothing you can do to stop someone from doing that. If that's what's happening. If they can't see the effects of the cards, they're not influencing the deck, and they're not influencing the outcome of it with knowledge that they shouldn't have, then that's just getting cold red, and that's your fault for having a tell. I don't believe this. You have to listen to this testimony one more time. No, scratch that. You have to watch his testimony, perceive the truth. Watch a testimony, perceive the truth. Reach out for the truth. The only thing I'm perceiving is that I'm going to lose. Not true. Daddy said so. He said you have the power, Apollo. Mr. Wright said that? It would be really funny if I could tell the truth and, found out through that my client is guilty. It's just like, hey, yeah, no, you're screwed. Good luck, buddy. Time's up. Sorry, I can't think of any other way out of this one, Apollo. What was that she said before the trial started? Mr. Wright's not here today? He says old foot injury was acting up. Yes, he smiled when he said he'd be fine as long as you're here, Trucy. This is what he meant by us being fine. Well, methods aside, she did have won one guilty verdict already today. Time to show this court what I'm made of. Get ready for justice. Let's do it. Apollo, I'm starting to think I can do this. I knew you could do it all along. Oh, one more thing. Try to cover for Mr. Hat as best you can. I just flew in from the coast and boy are my arms tired. Right, sigh. That looks like that would be heavy, actually. I don't know, where she keeps that. June 16, 11:40 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 4. I like how she's just back and everyone's just like, oh, well, court's now back in session. Right, we're fine. Ahem. I'd like to say to the young lady standing next to you, Mr. Justice... Oh, you mean me? Don't you have anything to report? Anything concerning the mysterious phantom of the silky top hat? Ah, right, him. Don't worry about him. I settled that. You settled that? Yes, it was an out-of-court settlement. Right. Perhaps Rallian would have us believe it was nothing more than a passing dream. A fantastic illusion. Now you see it, now you don't. Am I right? I think he's on to me. I wish he would stop being so cool. Let's dispense with these niceties and get straight to the matter. What are your plans for a gifted witness? Right. The defense would like to request another cross-examination because I forgot to ask something. There's no issue with the witness's previous testimony. I will grant your request, however. But this court will not permit stalling for time. Understood, Your Honor. Don't forget, Apollo. When he isn't sure about something, he has a habit of fiddling with his book. Yeah. My assumption was the things that he's not as sure about, he was like flipping through to look at his notes or something like that, but it's hard to tell. Why would this be the lie? That's a really weird... Alright, whatever. What's this? My bracelet? What's going on? You're having an aneurysm. My bracelet feels different somehow. I think Daddy was right. You can see it, can't you, Apollo? You're almost there. Find the weak spot in his testimony. I know this sounds crazy, but my bracelet is trying to tell me something. Don't forget Apollo. When he isn't sure about something, he has a habit of fiddling with his book. The only time he even had the book open was here, which means this is the place to look for this habit. I don't know how I know, but I know. Know what? It's my bracelet. It's different somehow. I can feel it reacting to something about the witness. Your bracelet? I'm not sure I get this focus stuff you're talking about, Trucy, but I have a feeling that trusting my bracelet is the way to go. Okay, I just need to touch my bracelet with R as it reacts to the testimony. What's going on? I can see the witness's face, his expression so clearly. It's filling my mind. I can see nothing else, hear nothing else. Apollo? Trucy, what's happening to me? This is what I meant by focusing. Focusing. In this state, you can see everything, Apollo. Everything the witness does. That's great, but this is kind of freaking me out. Just look for Mr. Stickler's twitch, his habit. You remember, right? Sure, when he says something he's not sure of, he fiddles with the page of his book. You got it. Right now you're looking at the witness's face, and your eyes are sort of bugging out. I'll bet they are. First, move your focus of attention down to Mr. Stickler's hand. His hand? You know what to look for now, but you have to be looking at the right place. She's right. I can only see his face like this. Try changing my viewpoint. Perfect, now you're really ready. Ready for what? Ready to perceive the truth behind the twitch. Perceive? Try listening to the witness's talk as you focus. Then watch for his habit. Right, you mean when he fiddles with the page. That's right, that's your signal to look closer, to perceive with R. Find his weak spot and I guarantee you'll be able to give him the royal flush. Spoken like a true pokerhead's daughter. I'm a magician, thank you very much. So I have to pay attention to his words. And his fingers. Don't worry if you miss it, you can always try again. Right, look out, nervous twitch, here comes justice. Ergo, I use my cell phone to call the police. Weird, okay. I saw it, just now. I could see it. Mr. Justice, do you have something to say? All this banging of desks. It's quite bad for my circulation, you know. Mr. Stickler, allow me to ask you a simple question. Why did you fiddle with the page of your book just now? The very moment you mentioned your cell phone. But what are you talking about? I'm curious now about the cell phone of yours. Mind if I ask a few questions? What to ask? Ask to see his phone. Mr. Stickler, please show me your cell phone. Why? Whatever for? Show me and you'll find out. Well, I can't. I don't have it, you see. You don't have it? Mr. Stickler? Is this your cell phone? Yeah, where did you get that? That's the phone from yesterday. Look, a cell phone. Someone dropped it beneath this tire. If the car moved, it would be crushed for sure. I wonder if it belongs to the doctor here. How strange, Mr. Stickler. Can you explain why your cell phone is sitting here in my hand at this very moment? Wait a minute, what is the meaning of this? This cell phone was found yesterday, in the Maractus Clinic garage. The Maractus... Why, that's where the victim lived. Yerg, that's impossible. Mr. Stickler, you lied to the court, didn't you? If your cell phone is here, how could you have called the police? Well, he didn't actually appear to have lied about having called the police. It was the cell phone part that was got called out on. Weird. It's true. I didn't have my cell phone that night. That's why it can be said that I called the police from a public payphone. A payphone? So you didn't call on your cell phone after all? Just where was this payphone located, Mr. Stickler? Well, to indicate it with a startlingly high degree of accuracy, it was right around here, so that was quite away from the murder. That's quite a ways from the park. But why did you lie? There could be only one reason. He didn't want the court to know he had lost his cell phone. Because it was found in the victim's garage. What are you saying? Would he have known that was found in the victim's garage? It seems like he didn't know that. Mr. Stickler, you broke into the Maractus Clinic garage on the night of the murder. This cell phone tells all. But that's ridiculous. That makes it sound like I snuck into this fellow's garage to commit some crime. As though I were trying to kill him. Well, Dr. Maractus was killed that night. Well, yes, but no. This line of reasoning has to be against the rules. Yes, it's true, I lost my cell phone. But you can't prove that I lost it that night. We can prove that it was lost after the period where Phoenix had the accident because the car had to park there. Otherwise, the cell phone would have been crushed by the car moving back and forth, so it had to have been placed at that point in time. The question becomes, why was it there to begin with, and was it him that put it there? It does raise considerable suspicions as to a connection with the crime. Now's your chance, Apollo. Connect Mr. Stickler to the crime. Oh, he's already connected enough. I just have to prove it. Well, do I have a piece of evidence that can do the job? Can I prove the cell phone was dropped on the night of the murder? Oh, I like your swagger, Hair Forehead. Hit it. Court will see this evidence, Mr. Justice. Hit it, as they say. The evidence that proves the cell phone was dropped on the night of the murder is... it's probably this. That's a side view mirror? As it so happens, Dr. Maractus' car was in an accident that took place the night of the murder. An accident? An accident. It happened a little after 9 p.m. just outside the People Park, our murder scene. Dr. Maractus' car hit a pedestrian. What are you trying to say? From the absence of a mirror, it's clear that the car was parked after the accident, which means it was parked after 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. Do we actually get a picture of this to actually demonstrate that this is true? If your cell phone had been dropped before the car was parked in that garage, then it would have been crushed. After all, it was lying on the ground right under the wheel. Irk. Ergo, Mr. Stickler. The only time you could have dropped this is in the garage. It was after 9 p.m. the night of the murder in the park. Weird. You know what that means? You did break into the victim's garage that night. This is most unexpected, Mr. Justice. Are you naming the witness as a suspect in the murder of Pal Maractus? No, stop. This is too much. This can't be happening. But, prosecutor, say something. I suppose it is worth saying this. No connection has been found between Wesley Stickler and Pal Maractus. That is, other than this. I believe our next testimony will be most revelatory. Is the witness prepared? Yes, Your Honor. I know that face. That's the face of guilt. He's hiding the fact that he's the panty thief. He stole the panties. He's a guilty panty thief. The sicko. The sick bastard. Alright, that night, yes, I went to the supermarket. I must have dropped my cell phone on my way back. And when I was walking through the park, it happened to witness the crime. I saw the killer, the victim, the stand. All as clear as day. It was him. I saw the defendant at the scene. Yes, but your cell phone was lying in a garage. Ah, yes, well, as you can see, my model of cell phone has a defect. It was given to rolling. It's quite a pain when I drop it alongside the road, you know. How's that given to rolling? What are you talking about? Looks like a normal cell phone to me. In any case, Mr. Justice, the cross-examination, please. That's funny. My bracelet didn't react at all during that testimony. His nervous habit must not be acting up. I didn't sense anything either, actually. Looks like you're on your own this time around. Right, no problem. I hope. Here comes Justice. Look at those eyes. That night, yes, I went to the supermarket. So you went shopping, which means you were holding a grocery bag when you witnessed the murder taking place? Hey? Well, yes, of course. Now he's lying. Incidentally, the prosecution has received no report of this domestic detail. Mr. Stickler, can you explain yourself? No, I mean, yes, I did go shopping, really. I walked around the supermarket trying out the free samples. It's a deeply spiritual time for me. I'm sure the store clerks would disagree. Would you think sampling free food counts as religion? It could, actually. Like, eating little bits of bread and drinking little cups of wine for free is definitely a part of religion. I don't know if I'd call them samples. In any case, that night, I sampled to my heart's content and was on my way back home, yes. I must have dropped my cell phone on the way back. In a garage? That's when you passed in front of the Cat Maractus Clinic? Why, yes, that's correct. That was a pretty suspicious pause there. Mr. Stickler, do you think you could be a bit more specific? Please show us the exact route you took on the night of the murder. Of course. Supermarket's here along the main road. On the way home from there, that takes me past the Maractus Clinic. This is probably when I dropped my cell phone. Yet, what was I? I walked on, unaware of my loss. And walked right into that fateful park. When I was walking through the park, I happened to witness the crime. Which entrance did you enter the park from? Well, to be exact, one might say that I went in from the entrance closest to the Maractus Clinic. Same entrance our victims used. Did you not notice anything when you entered? Wheel marks from a noodle stand, for instance? No. I don't know why you would notice those. I have no recollection of such a thing, no. Yet, though I might have missed the tracks, I could not miss what happened next. I am a keen observer of the obvious, you might say. I saw the killer, the victim, in the stand, all as clear as day. Did the noodle cart leave marks? Maybe it did. This part of the testimony is the key, I know it. Should I press him about the killer, the victim, or the noodle stand? Wait, I was just here to ask questions. Do you happen to remember the noodle stand? Quite well, yes. For a student of the sciences, keen observation and healthy curiosity are vital. I remember everything. I could even read the sign. I believe it said, noodle? Yes, that was it. He's close. For remembering something quite well, it sure took you a while to tell us. And thank you for telling us that a noodle stand sells noodles. Very enlightening. Well, Mr. Justice? What about that sign? Could that be important? So the sign on the noodle stand said noodle. It appears the defense has just obtained a vital piece of testimony. Is this noodle stand's broth really that delicious? I'll have to go sample the wares of one of these days. I think that's worth adding to the testimony as well. Whatever sort of noodles that stand sells, it can't match up to IVU's cafeteria. Some applied to the school merely for a taste of our smart noodles. I wouldn't mind a taste of that myself. We still haven't gotten to why the hell he was pulling the noodle stand. Like, that's still something to be confused about. Alright. So the sign said noodle. You're absolutely sure? He's not, but you know. I feel like this would be something where you could easily make this mistake of memory here. Let me be frank, yes. In fact, the word unsure isn't even in my dictionary, nor the word uncertain or... He was wasting time looking that stuff up. Noodle, eh? I like that. It tells you what you're getting, no nonsense. It tells me a lot more than that, actually. Why are you smiling like that, Apollo? It was him. I saw the defendant at the scene. Are you absolutely sure it was the defendant? Stop asking the same questions over and over. This isn't some kind of makeup test. What's a makeup test, Apollo? Nothing a good student like you has to worry about. Time to find his weak spot and press it till he breaks. His habits isn't acting up, which means he isn't lying. I was kind of relying on my bracelet to get me through this one. But he's pretty unsettled. The odds are really high that you can get something out of him. That gleam in your eyes, you're a gambler's daughter through and through. I'm a magician, thank you very much. My understanding is that really good magicians actually don't really like gambling. And you're absolutely sure the sign read noodle? Why, just last week my professor offered me this praise. At least you have good eyesight, Stickler, I'll give you that. It read, without a doubt, noodle. I see. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Is that pity I see in your eyes? Let's take a look at our map, shall we? You're claiming that when you saw the sign you were standing here, was it? Although it wouldn't have been a bit hard to read the sign from the spot. You think so? Mr. Stickler, I'd like you to please take another look at the stand, and to carefully read what the sign says. See, the sign actually states the name of the stand's owner. Eldunes. Inconceivable. I'm certain it was definitely Noodle, for sure. Positive. I'm afraid your professor was wrong about that eyesight. I wouldn't be so quick to jump to that conclusion. The sign he saw changes everything. The witness says the sign said Noodle. Did he see a reflection? What would you say if I told you that there is one spot from which the sign would be read the way Mr. Stickler claims? What? Mr. Justice, show us this spot. Witness actually viewed the stand from this location. I can't actually tell what's going on this picture here, so I'm not really actually having a good time with this. Like, what is this? Because you'd have to be reading it backwards, right? Like, what is it? I actually kind of need to see the stupid card again, basically. But I actually don't know where to put this here. Would this actually, like, why wouldn't they have it? How do you know that? When viewed from the south, the sign on the stand reads Eldunes, as we know. However, oh, it does say Noodle on the other side. Oh, this side says Noodle. Exactly, the name of the stand is split between the front and the back signs. I didn't know that. I got lucky on that. I thought he saw a reflection. I thought that was where it was going. Mr. Stickler, you lied to the court. You witnessed the crime from the northern side of the park, not the south. Yo, you got me. So what? So what? What does it matter if he was killing from the south, north or south side? Makes no difference at all. He's right. Travel far enough to the south and you will end up going north. Viewed on a global scale, directions are utterly without meaning. Actually, maybe he's right. What does it change? It changes everything, Apollo. Trucy, remember his testimony from before. Though to be honest, I'm a little scared of where this is leading. Yeah, I didn't think this guy was going to be the murderer. But apparently he is, I guess. The killer and the victim are facing each other here. Then the moment the killer raises his weapons, Mr. Stickler shouts, at which point the victim turns his head to look, and the killer fires his gun. That's why the bullet hit him in the right temple. No contradictions, right? Right. But if Mr. Stickler was standing on the north side of the park, it would hit him on the left. That reverses the whole scenario. It also means that the person who's standing to the right side of it would have had a clear shot to the right side of his temple, meaning that changes him to be a suspect in the actual shooting. How would he get a gun, though? And the victim looks into his direction. I also didn't get the general vibe that he was lying deliberately. He was just incompetent as a witness. But maybe he is the killer, I guess. I don't know. Bullet would have hit his left temple. Ah. In other words, someone standing at point K wouldn't shoot the victim in his right temple. It's impossible. That's right. So now that we know that Mr. Stickler is standing on the northern side, the wound location takes on an entirely different meaning. Indeed. You're absolutely correct, Fraulein. What meaning? The entry wound was on the right side of the victim's head, correct? Well, the right side of the victim's head... Well, the right side of the victim's head is north. North. Ah. But that's where the witness, Wesley Stickler, was standing. Correct, so if he was standing to the north, then the only person here who could have shot the victim in the right temple was Mr. Stickler himself. Yorg. Where'd he get a gun? Order. Wow, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. He slipped this whole case on its head while I was still figuring it out. Clarify one point for me, if you would, Hair Forehead. What now? Are you truly accusing this college student of murder? Well, I can't say he exactly looks innocent, but something still doesn't feel right. I just can't picture him as the real killer. No, please, looks aside, I'm really a nice guy. All my friends say so. All his friends are about to say, I can't believe... He seems so peaceful. He didn't seem like the type that would do that. I'm very surprised. Let's hear what the defense has to say. What are you going to do now, Justice? Should I really accuse Mr. Stickler? Accuse him of another crime. I don't think Wesley Stickler is a killer, but he's not innocent either. His unusual science tells me that much. Mr. Stickler, you seem unusually quiet. Tell us why now. The word confession isn't in my dictionary. Tisk, 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 Hair Forehead. I'm afraid it falls to you to elucidate Hair Stickler's silence. Mr. Justice, you did say you were accusing the witness just now for a crime other than murder. Your reason? The court's all ears. God, I know he's guilty of something. But what crime other than murder is there? Do I have evidence that shows his involvement in some other crime? Your evidence? The court's all eyes, Mr. Justice. Show us evidence that points to the witness's involvement in the crime. Oh god, okay. The evidence is this. What? Is that women's underwear? Hey, those are mine. Don't say that out loud. Don't look at me like that. Order. Mr. Stickler? Well, I can't say this comes as a shock. It's not what it seems. By Pythagoras' theorem, on the night of the murder, just past 9 p.m., a young girl catches a panty snatcher red-handed. Bravely she gives chase, but the snatcher flees, and hides himself in no other place other than the miraculous clinic garage. Aha, incidentally, these panties were found in the exhaust pipe of the car there. Presumably he was trying to hide the evidence of his crime. Ergo, while you may not be a murderer, you are guilty of panty snatching in the first degree. Please, hear me out. It's not what it looks like. Order. Mr. Stickler, you should be ashamed. It's not what it seems. He's got some lungs on him. Give him that. So, are we to understand that you're silent not because you were guilty of murder, but because you lacked the courage to admit that you're theft of this girl's undergarments? Perhaps you're not aware that my school's name was originally written for, or IV? I'm assuming for. I stands for intelligent, V stands for valiant. See? Your point? I'm not done. Now I'm a major in the science department. And what does science teach if not curiosity? Yes, we of the IVU, science department, are valiantly curious. No challenge is too daunting, and what greater challenge to science than a mystery? Come on, you're talking about a girl's panties here. No, you do not understand. A mystery is the unknown, and the unknown is unacceptable. And my friends, when it comes to mysteries, those panties are the promised land. From the moment I first laid eyes on them, I was compelled to investigate. Is he talking about the magic trick? He doesn't know how the magic trick works. That's what's bothering him. Full Sky's car tire was only the first mystery those panties revealed. Tire? Yes, I saw her do it. She pulled a tire out of those panties. But that's not all. First there was the tire, then a stew pot, and a frozen chicken. One mystery after another. It was magic. Yeah, I mean, she is a magician. Yeah. Oh, I remember now. He's one of the regulars in the audience at the Wonder Bar. Huh? He's talking about my magic panties trick. You know what? Okay, you know what? I think that if he was slightly less stupid, he would probably realize. Maybe he does on some level realize why what he did is optically really bad, but it seems like his intentions were just incredibly stupid. A broom from a pair of panties. It mocks the very laws of physics. A broom and a frozen chicken, Trucy? Whatever happened to doves and bunny rabbits? Mr. Stickler, you stole this girl's panties to understand a magic trick? You say panties, but they're so much more than that. For me, they are an object of serious study. I wonder. There's been a recent rash of panty snatchings in the area. Were they all you? I'm sorry, but I did it for science. Each time I spied a pair of panties flapping in the breeze, I thought maybe this would be the pair that would elucidate the mystery. Even that night she chased me through the streets, I wept tears of joy. Perhaps this is the night that will seize the truth that lies within those panties. Yet what was I for once again the lacy heart pattern of truth slipped through my fingers up. Still, that leaves one thing unexplained. You refer to our witness other lie, yes? The witness claimed he saw the crime from the south, but was in fact in the north. Indeed. Would anyone care to explain why he lied about that? Be my guest, Terror Forehead. Me? Did I not hear you correctly? Did you not say you do not accuse the witness of murder? Why then did the witness lie about his location at the time of the shooting? Or have you no idea? Apollo, there's something about the way the diagram is arranged right now. When you think about it, right, near where Mr. Stickler's standing, isn't there a... Well, Mr. Justice, what do you say you? Do you have any evidence to show why the witness lied about his location? Oh, God. Okay. The evidence that shows why he lied is this. What? More panties? How many panties are you carrying in your pocket, Hair Forehead? Just the 2. These are the last, honest. These are found in a trash can. I'm gonna find out that Trucy's gonna do that, like, trick where you've got, like, the tied up scarves, except it's gonna be, like, underpants. And she's gonna draw, like, just a massive string of those out of my pocket. It's gonna be, like, 900 of them or something like that. And then I'm gonna die of embarrassment in the middle of a court. These are found in a trash can at the park. Looking at the diagram, we can see that the trash can was right next to where the witness stood. Mr. Stickler, you didn't. Alas, I'm a failure as a scientist. I can't unravel the mysteries of the universe. I can't even unravel a pair of panties. So, these panties are your handiwork as well? That night I had been chased, hounded by the Maractus into the Maractus Clinic garage. Weeping in frustration, I was forced to abandon my prize. Don't you see how I felt? Believe me, I'd rather not. In the garage for a short while. Then, abandoning the panties, I made for home. To avoid the office where the girls work, I went towards the south entrance. When I saw them hanging there on the clothesline by the giant mansion. A giant pair of panties. Apparently he didn't know those bloomers belonged to the mob. I had them safe in my pocket, ready to take home, when I stumbled upon a murder. The murder of Dr. Maractus. I reported what I had seen, but as I waited for the police to arrive, I got scared. What if they searched me? That's when you disposed of the bloomers? Yes, it was a severe blow to the progress of science, but one that had to be borne. Does he realize he can just buy these? I feel like he doesn't realize that he could just buy these. A fascinating if disturbing tale. Wouldn't that have put him at the south side of it, though? He moved across, though, afterwards. I believe this brings today's proceedings to a close, and I'm more than pleased to dismiss this witness for the remainder of the trial. One last thing, if I might. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Regardless of where we ended today, some vital points were made. Namely, the defendant, Waki Kitaki, was at the scene of the crime, and he was pointing a weapon at the victim. One more thing. Waki Kitaki has a clear motive. Indeed, the defendant, Waki Kitaki, is still the prime suspect in this case, the only suspect, in fact, assuming there was no one else on the scene at the time. Yet a mystery remains. The location of the wound in the victim's right temple has yet to be explained. The court requests further investigation from both the defense and prosecution. Yeah, baby. No problem. Very well. This brings the trial for the day to a close. Court is adjourned. Alright, That took a while for us to get to second investigation. Okay. June 16, 2:23 p.m. Write anything agency. What a train wreck that was. Glad we made it out of the trial alive. Really? I had fun. And Waki made it through the day, too. Everyone was too obsessed with paintings to bother with the real case, but it was good publicity. Imagine the crowd at my show tonight. You should come, Polly. Yeah. The amazing Mr. Hat will be making an appearance. I do like this thing. It is really cool, but I still am curious as to how the hell this is supposed to actually function. Hi, folks. I'll be here all week. That's about enough of him. I don't know. I like the guy. Hello? Ah, Miss Talia. Tiala. Thank you for today. The trial went well. Oh, right. No problem. Do you think Waki will be okay? Well, he's not guilty yet. Please, you have to help him. We're supposed to get married next month. Oh, congratulations. Yeah, way to put the pressure on the guy. Please let me know if there's anything I could do to help. Are you the murderer? Alright. Are you sure about marrying into the Kitaki family? I'm fine with it. And I love Waki with all my heart. Oh, that's so sweet. So it doesn't bother you that you'll be, married to the Bob? I don't think so. My parents are against it, of course. Say, where did you and Waki first meet anyway? Good question. Miss Tiela doesn't look like the type to have gangster connections. Oh, we met at my old job, actually. Oh, office romance. She's not very forthcoming with information about herself, is she? Do you know that the boss is trying to get out of the business? Really? Mr. Kitaki wants to quit being a gangster? He's trying to transfer his assets into a normal company. He looks like the type who would be like that. But a tire, that's a bit too much. I forgot that you're from the UK for a second, even though it says Morbit's UK there. That is how you guys spell tire, isn't it? Yeah. I forgot for a second that that would be how you would spell that. And I was like, what does tire with a Y mean? And I'm like, oh, wait, no, that's correct, actually. I was trying to... a tire could be deflated. I don't think that's what she did. I feel like she used an actual full inflated tire. It's part of the illusion of the magic trick, right? He's trying to transfer his assets into a normal company. He only announced it recently, out of the blue. I hear there's quite a lot of confusion in the ranks. I wonder if this explains that apron. He seems actually like the type of person who, even as a hardened mob boss who is part of like a dangerous mafia, would actually still wear that, and then some young punk from some other group would come up to him and try to make fun of him for it, and then he would just like fold the guy in like 90 different like little pleated layers or something like that. So, you know, I think that he pulls it off pretty well, actually. I can't imagine Waki going along with that. He's highly motivated, isn't he? That's not the word I would have used. He said, I'll be the next big boss and keep the family alive. I think he's at that age when boys want to make a mark in the world. That's not the way I would have put it. His father moves in a lot of circles. He's really focused on profits. The Pataki family's been making a killing recently. Again, not the way I would have put it. But Waki says it's not about the money. They have the gangster tradition to uphold. Oh, a generation gap. They've even got the ever classic what about the family business thing going. Usually it's the father worried about tradition. Can I ask you a question about Waki? I understand he was operated on by the victim, Dr. Maractus. Apparently, yes. I was in this clinic about half a year ago. He messed up my op something bad. Then he just lets me go without a word. See you later. Bye. So I gotta go and get another Okay, I've seen this before. Yes, it sounded horrible. Waki has always been fond of fighting. I'm afraid. I'm not sure it qualifies as fighting when pistols are involved. No, it's fighting. Mr. Gavin was saying his life might be in danger, wasn't he? No, that can't be right. I'm sure he was just trying to scare us. It's scary to think that a surgeon might make a mistake. But it's even scarier when he tries to hide it. I'd like to know a little more about this operation. Maybe it's time to pay the Maractus Clinic a visit. I should be getting home now. Waki's in your hands, Mr. Justice. Right. We'll leave it to me. Polo, I think you're only making her more nervous. Sorry, I'm new at this, okay? Teehee, it's alright. I believe in you. I wouldn't believe in me, but okay. Okay, where are we moving to? We might as well get a quick summary from Phoenix here. Oh, he's gone. Yeah, so these just all reset. Okay, let's just back out of there. Do I see anything new here? Not really. Right. Actually, I wonder if you mean that they could have a deflated tire that's hidden in something. I don't know what. But it's got a device in it that like pumps it back up when you pull it out. That could be a possibility. So yeah, you're maybe right about that. Although a deflated tire is actually rigid enough that still takes up a lot of room, so it wouldn't really work that well with the tire. Have we explained to the lady that lives here that we're the defense attorney? I don't actually know if she knows that yet. I love that this lady is still doing this. Looks like that old lady's at it again. Look, I told you yesterday the park's off limits, and I told you yesterday this is how I go home. Okay, you want me to go around? How about give me $5, like yesterday? The con artist strikes again. Yeah, you shouldn't actually give money to someone who's doing that sort of thing um, under these circumstances because they'll just encourage them to keep doing it. But park crime scene is off limits to the public. The police officer on guard by the gate is yawning. Ah, he noticed me staring and snapped his mouth shut. Too late, Mr. Officer, I saw you. That is not what I was looking at there. This trash can. This is where we found the mirror. Come to think of it, wasn't there something else in the mirror? Something near the bottom. Look at the paint on these. That means these must have ended up here after Mr. Wright's accident. Maybe they're connected? Let's pick them up. How can we suddenly have more pocket space? I don't get it. Okay, whatever. I don't care anymore. Let's check the park. I mean, yeah, no, the way that this is oriented, this is like a person who's making a disgusted, terrified face. I'm not sure how else you could interpret that, really. The question here is, are there footprints? Almost looks like a home here in the park now. I think it should be made into a playhouse for children. I think his owner would disagree. A mannequin put in place of the body. I think I've seen him by the police station. The way he's forced to look at the ground now, day in, day out. It's kind of sad. He'll manage. Okay. Trash can sits next to the path here. And I guess now we know it was Mr. Stickler who hid little Plum's bloomers here, huh? That's right, Trissy, and what a web of lies grew from that one little act. I can still remember that moment. You brandished those bloomers on high and shouted, "Objection!" Here's what I want you to do, Trissy. Take that memory gently locked away deep in your heart and never speak of it. A knife is sticking straight into the ground. Remember what Wesley Stickler said in the trial today? Walkie was very likely pointing this at the victim, like he wanted to kill him. Yeah, that's the problem. Alright, so what we're looking probably at here... This would be a situation where like they should have preserved the blood spatter because like it, depending on where he was, like if there was the entry wound on the other side here, there'd be blood on the ground over here, right? Whereas if it was that sort of his head was turned sort of scenario that they posited there, there'd be the blood spatter back here, which would change how we would interpret that part of the case there. But we don't have either because apparently someone cleaned it up or something like that because this is a PG kind of game. We also have these leaves, which we know are from the bottom of those shoes. I was wondering why we couldn't do this earlier, honestly. The fact that... Well, I guess I didn't have the powder back then. Do they have a database for toe prints? Hey, it worked. That looks like a big toe, maybe. Wow, I feel like the case is solved already. What was next? We have to match the print, right? Great, let's match it. Wait, the detective didn't give us a list of toe prints, Apollo. Oh, good point. Maybe we should ask her? Get some expert advice? I guess so. I'm not sure she really qualifies. She is definitely an expert. Do we know where she is, though? Huh, he's gone. Front entrance to the Maractus Clinic. The walls and posts are so highly polished I can see my face in them. Wait, my hairdo's a little flat. There. Perfect. Police car parked in front of the Maractus Clinic. It's empty. Police must be inside investigating. Cat's still up there. I thought I would be able to go into the Maractus Clinic this time, but apparently not. Alright, I guess we finally get a chance to talk to this guy. Looks like Walkie's out for questioning. I really need to talk to him. Guess we'll come back later. Excuse me, yes? The other suspect is all through with questioning, sir. The other... Ah, you mean the panty snatcher? Wesley Stickler, so they arrested him too. Is that an arrestable offense? I thought that would be a misdemeanor. Alright, let's have a little chat with Mr. Stickler. Hope I don't regret this. He's a valuable witness. He is a bit precious, I'll give him that. Please, keep this brief, if you would. Ha ha ha, brief. I get it. I'm quite busy. No, we're not here to be your defense attorney. I need to finish this paper. It's you. Mr. Stickler, we'd like to have a few words with you. Very well, as long as they're few. Nothing would make me happier, believe me. Mr. Stickler, on the night of the murder, you stole... Wait, I can't help but feel that I'm being misunderstood. How exactly? Yes, that night, I obtained a pair of panties, it's true. However, it was my burning curiosity that drove me to do it, nothing more. You want to know the trick to my panties, right? You're here, too? Oh, great Trucy, teach me, eh? I must know the secret of your panties. Their very existence hangs in the balance. Please, make me your apprentice. Apollo, help! I don't know, I think he'd make a great, lovely assistant. Don't say that, Apollo. What you witnessed. Can you relate what you saw the night of the murder to us one more time? Why not, though it hardly differs from the testimony I gave in court. The defendant was there in the park that night, of this I'm quite certain. He was pointing a pistol, or something like that, at the victim. So, knife. That's when I shouted, stop, you two. Let's resolve this like gentlemen. And the next moment, a shot was fired. And this is all true? Really? My panties are gone, my innermost heart revealed. What further reason could I possibly have to lie? I can't think of anything he'd want to hide more than panty snatching true. It sounds like Walkie was at the scene of the crime, after all. How I wish it weren't so. Okay, so if he turned his head to the right, then that implies that the shot came from inside the noodle stand. So there was someone inside here. Team Meat. That would be Team Mate backwards. And what kind of store is that? Well, a store that sells meat. It's not meat unless it's Team Meat. Right, well, Not really sure what she's getting at there, but in any event. Alright, so we are now assuming that the murderer probably was on the inside of this because we have no reason to doubt the testimony that he shouted out something. This would also mean the bullet went past. Did that second shot lodge into that guy? No, because when was the medical exam dated? Performed in June, so this was before this time. Oops, I don't need a... Well, let's... Yeah, no, normal. Let's see what happens. That's it. The mystery. The unanswerable riddle. Actually, they're just a normal pair of panties. What? How's that possible? It just takes practice. That's all. Then you must teach me. You must. To think, if I could produce a pencil, an eraser, a textbook, and a lunch. All from a pair of panties. My life would be complete. He's serious, isn't he? He really doesn't know how magic works. Okay, well, good to know what his response to that whole situation is. Alright, let's move. Where else is there for us to go? If everything that Panty Snatcher said was true, doesn't put Walkie in a very good position, does it? He was at the scene of the crime, that's pretty clear. There's got to be a different angle on this. Well, let's get investigating. No time like the present. So, any leads? One moment. Shazam. Alakazam. Whoa, evidence keeps flying out of nowhere. Ta-da, that's all. Neat, huh? Yeah, real neat. Sigh. I don't think that she's implying that this has fingerprints on it. Yeah, we don't see any of those black marks that are used to denote that there are fingerprints on them. I don't think that's what they're really doing here. I swear, it's gotta be that there was someone inside here, but how do we prove that? It doesn't even have to have been someone. They could have had a gun that was sort of pre-rigged to sort of do that. Oh, something going on here now. Yipes, she's back. Hey, you two, over here. Us? Yo, little plum, what's up? I think all this gangsteries is a negative influence on Trucy. I heard you retrieved my bloomers, but, well, I was just doing... a man speaks clearly, and takes credit where it's due. You caught the thief, didn't you? Yes, sorry, I caught him. You're cute when you're nervous, Polly. I'll deal with you later. Well, enough about bloomers. What about my son, Walkie? What, Walkie? Well, he's, clearly. Yes, ma'am. This is why I was kind of hoping we could avoid coming back here. He's really everything you'd expect in a boss's son. I'm going to be a gangster, dude. The life does have an appeal for that age, particularly for boys. What? Don't look at me like that. He was shot in a turf war about half a year ago. Yes, we heard that story from Walkie. But he didn't tell you the whole story. You know, even if he had a pistol then, he couldn't have shot anyone. What? He acts like he's hard, but he couldn't shoot someone to save his life. I should know, I'm his mom. Her words do have a certain weight to them. Hopefully when this is all taken care of, he and the boss can sort out their differences. The boss? You mean Walkie's father? They didn't seem to be on best terms, did they? It's true. One of our pistols is missing. So the murder weapon was from this mansion. We kind of figured, given the difficulty of obtaining a gun these days. None of the rank and file have access. Only the boss, myself, and Walkie could have taken it. I see. I'm sure the cops will continue tromping all over the mansion because of this case. Maybe this is a sign that it's time for a change. Wahahahahahaha. She doesn't seem too concerned, at least. Alita Tiala. I still feel like that's just a little taller. I don't know. Alright, whatever. They're getting married next month, correct? I suppose. She's been staying over lately. You don't look too happy about that, little plum. How'd you guess? Even I could tell that. Could you tell us more about her? Milwaukee brought her home one day. Says he wants to tie the knot. I can see why. She's so pretty. Oh, she's pretty enough. But, you know... Nah, it's probably just me being suspicious. Stay in this business too long, and you start to only see darkness in people. Get a nose for it. A nose for people. A nose for trouble. I wonder what the problem is. It's like a gangster-only version of female intuition. The boss may act tough, but the boy means the world to him. But Waki seems, well, it seems like he's against his father's position. As to be expected, we're in a bit of a transition now. Trying to cut our ties to the shadier side of the street and do more on the up and up. Waki isn't too enthusiastic about the change, it's true. But why the change? Is the gangster thing just not paying the bills? Ah ha 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 ha. It pays, but we need a lot of money right now. Clean money, that is. I see. Something must be up. He'll see things the way the boss sees them, someday. I wonder if they need the money for his surgery or something like that, because they want an actual, like, good doctor or something like that. Can I give these back to her? Oops. Damn it. About these. Hey, my bloomers. Thanks for that. I owe you one. I thought you might like them back, so... Hey? Oh, no. Why don't you keep them as a souvenir? Oh, no, I couldn't. Really. Thanks for the offer, but... I could use those in my Magic Panties Act. I pull shows and pieces of Godfathers out of them. What? Pieces of Godfathers? What are you talking about? Great, now your props are going from bland to dangerous. Well, I thought we could give those back, and that would be sensible, but apparently not. Okay, great. Alright, is the, How is she not back there? Alright, where is she? Mr. Eldoon? Humph. What's wrong? So, you found my stand. That's why I'm here, thank you. Ah, but now it's a crime scene and they won't let me have it back. That's also why I'm here. I got no other place to go. Ah, I see. How can a noodle stand be a crime scene? That's what I don't get. Trissy doll. Even in death, he's after my neck, I tell you. Bah. Can't even cook an honest noodle. He? Even in death? You mean the victim, Dr. Maractus? I tell ya, it's enough to drive a man to make his soup even saltier. Remind me to never eat this noodles when he's in a bad mood. That stand, for generations, it served up the very best noodles us Eldoons could bake. Tradition of noodles and salty broth. It's more than a stand, it's history, I tell you. Watch what you say or it might become true. That's a great story, Mr. Eldoon. A single stand, passed down from generation to generation. Of course, to be honest, I didn't plan on doing it. That's right, you said something about that. About you rebelling against your pops, was it? Good memory, Trissy doll. I was a good go-getter back in my day. Until my friend next door butted in. In the end, I was left with nothing but this dusty old stand to earn my fortune. Mr. Eldoon, I don't mean to pry, but what exactly did you do before you became a chef? Ah, let old noodles lie, that's what I say. I'm starting to get an idea of what he did, anyway. He stole my dreams and left me with nothing but noodles. And now I don't even have that. Mr. Eldoon, if I might ask, what exactly happened between you and Maractus Clinic? Eh? I couldn't help but sense an enmity there. Enmity? I hate him. Or hated. Him acting like he smells like roses when he's rolling in mud. Excuse me? He's the only doctor at the clinic, you know. Pretty impressive, eh? I'll tell you the secret to success. The mob. You mean the Kitaki family? They're always having one of them turf wars or whatnot. Always an injury or two that needs fixing. Maractus saw a chance for some business, so he started giving the Kitaki family a good deal. A deal? Every fifth operation for free. He stole the idea from my pops. One free bowl of noodles a week, he used to say. Can a doctor just decide to do that? What about the insurance companies? Oh, no doubt it's legal, but it got him in good with the family. Pretty soon he was getting all the business in town, leaving me here in the dark. Up to my neck in soupy noodles. I think I figured out Mr. Eldoon's former occupation. Can't hurt to ask, Apollo. Mr. Eldoon, or should I say Dr. Eldoon? Figured it out, did ya? That's right, I was a doctor. A surgeon until the year before last. So, Mr. Maractus was your rival? You like those onions they put in the soup broth? Yeah, kind of. You take a spoon, you drink some broth, those onions will find their way in there. For people who like them, why, that's just fine. For people who hate them, I hate onions, hate them. Always sneaking in from the side, getting in the way of a good tasting spoonful. Well, that's what he was, an onion. Onion boy, that's what I called him. So, you weren't exactly friends. Ha, me and pal Maractus? Ever since preschool, we were getting in each other's faces. No matter what I did, sure enough, he'd come following along. Then he'd do it better than me, just blow right past without so much as a howdy. I see, that's right. I was a surgeon long before he was, you know. Then that no-good onion boy comes along. Well, Trucy, looks like we found ourselves a new suspect. Don't say that. Thanks to him, I was forced to trade my scalpel for a ladle. Sorry, pal. Didn't mean to weigh you down with an old man's ramblings. No, it's fine. By way of apology, you ever get yourself in a spot of trouble, you drop by. Huh? You're investigating Maractus, aren't you? Yes? Well, you want to know about a doctor, you ask a doctor. That's all I'm saying. You just think of me if you need something. Trucy doll. Great, thanks, Mr. Eldoon. I guess the time spent listening to him complain wasn't entirely wasted. Okay, this isn't who I'm looking for, though. Hey, it's you two from yesterday. That's the same officer that was standing out by the park yesterday. Your business is over in the park, isn't it? The clinic's off limits. It's not involved. But, what part of off limits do you not understand? Show me proof that the clinic is connected to the incident in the park, or beat it. No harm in asking, no gain either. No point in sticking around here, I guess. Why do we keep getting allowed into here? Like, why are we allowed to just walk into there? Okay, where are we going here? Nope. Here we go. Okay. I was hoping to meet with my client. Walkie-talkie's just finished questioning. I'll bring him out. Great, finally. Yo, sup, my little imposter? Why is he calling us an imposter? That's interesting. Eek, what did you call me? Tazam, is that you? Sorry, G. Thought you were Alita. My little imposter sure is a strange nickname. It's a clink thing. You wouldn't understand. Did I say imposter? I meant poster. Like, poster girl, alright? If you're going to drop part of that, why not drop poster and just call her a girl? Because she's so much more than that, G. She's like an angel, a fallen angel. So, what can I do for you? You don't look so chipper today, Walkie. Worried about your, heart condition, maybe? That was the wackiest thing of all his G's lining up, taking eye exams and all that. Better to die young than fade away, Bazoy. A relief to hear. Eh? What's a relief? Oh, did your father not tell you? That bullet you carry so close to your heart. If not attended to immediately, it could kill you. But man, I ain't trying to hear that. A man fights to protect what's valuable to him, you know what I'm saying? I miss my fallen angel. Hey, you gotta go get Alita for me. You're my lawyer, aren't you? Lawyer, not gopher. So I hear you're to be married next month. Straight up. Pour the nuptial 40 out on the stoop. What? Alita, oh, Snapple Cakes. She's so fine. I think he's spitting with her in his own weird way. I was wondering, how did you two meet? I asked Tiala, but she was very vague. Huh? Well, man, if she wouldn't tell you, I best hold my tongue, you feel me? What? And what's past is past. She knows that. When I'm with Alita, I feel like there's things worth protecting out there. You feel me? My Alita, she's down with all that all the way. So both of them are mum about their past. Do you think you could tell us what happened with you and Pal Maractus? There's something you should know. The Kitakis are having what you might call a feud with the Rivales family. So about 6 months back, I go into Rivales' turf packing a knife, right? And? You were shot? Coldest thing I ever seen. One shot to the heart, but my homies weren't too late. It's a miracle that I lived. It's already considered one of the 7 wonders of the Kitaki family, you know that? So you were taken to the Maracas clinic then? You should have seen their faces when they wheeled me in. You can't just let the boss's son die, you know? I'd hate to have been in that doctor's shoes. Mr. Kitaki's scary enough when he's not angry. But the bullet that hit you, it was never removed? And it's still threatening his life. That doctor, he did it on purpose. The Rivales paid him off, I'm sure of it. Need to hear more about the night of the murder. That much is clear. Life in the family is a G thing. It's about being a man. You know what I'm saying? Not really. Sorry, I'm not up on my G things. I'm not even sure what a G thing is. But my old man, he's gone soft. He says the old rival gang days are over. He just wants to make money. Isn't that a good thing? Man, there ain't no soul in making money. Better to live fast and die young, for shizzle. Sigh. Wait till I run the yard, then everyone will know what time it is. That's right, OG time all the time. Represent. What? Although, why does he keep talking about old guys? You know, until someone corrected me, this is actually what I thought OG meant. I don't think that's what OG means, Trucy. You know, actually, it kind of does, because the only people that you would legitimately refer to as that, if you're using the word correctly, would still be an old guy. So, strictly speaking, that works fine. Okay. Alright, where do we go to? Why are they making it so hard for me to find the detective? Well, alright, do we know where Alita actually is? She sometimes pops by the agency, but she's not here right now. I don't actually know that that's who we need to talk to. What do you think about this? Ooh, let's actually try this. That's right, Sonny. When you bring my stand home. I'm ready. Can't you see I'm ready? I guess. Until that stand is back home, the case is not closed. Do you hear me? I think I'll avoid talking about the stand in the future. Okay, well... I have to get into the clinic somehow. Well, you wouldn't be lining up for 3-for-1 shots, but you would come in and trickle in sort of at the rate that you need them. It's not like you need shots every day. I don't know, maybe some people do, I have no idea. Right, okay. Where the heck could we possibly be actually going right now? I may have to look this up, because this might be pixel hunting. Which I am garbage at. Could also just try handing over, like, everything until we get the answer. They belong to the family. I snuck them out that night. So the killer Mr. Stickler says he saw that night was... I guess it was me. I was there after all. Gak, we're finished. Yo, Walkie, do you think you could tell us exactly what happened that night? Huh? You don't beat around the bush, do you? I like your style, Shorty. Night of the crime. Actually, there's a question I've been wanting to ask you for a while now. That is, did you do it? Did you shoot him? I don't know. Eh? Day of that checkup, when I found out about the bullet by my heart, I borrowed a gun from the family stash. Figured I'd give that doctor a taste of his own bad medicine. Uh-oh, I don't like where this is going. But you were carrying a knife, weren't you? Oh, that? Yeah, well, never can be too careful, I say. I'm on my way to the clinic, right? When I run into him in the park, and he's dragging this noodle stand behind him. Wait, you didn't put him up to that? Like, you know, in the movies? If you value your life, you'll bring the stand. Shorty, you're more whacked than I am, and that's saying something. But I was serious. The thing is, I don't remember what happened next all too well. You don't remember? But the way I see it, if there wasn't anyone else there that night, then I guess it probably was me who did it, and you know what I'm saying? Okay, so that probably was what I needed to get out of that. I'm guessing this also triggers that same conversation. Alright. So now we probably activated some new conversations somewhere. But I'm not sure where. Yep, here we go. June 16, Kentucky Mansion. Look at that crowd over there by the park. Probably people trying to get a glimpse of the crime scene. But why are those girls screaming? I think I just heard one say, oh my god, it's him. This is gonna be, no. Ha, F isn't hair forehead. Prosecutor Gavin. Some fans found me on my way out, just my luck. Oh my god, he's so cool. He doesn't seem actually upset that he got found by his fans, actually. He seems pretty happy with that. Thus the Screams. New album just came out, you know? Try waving to them, they love it. Ooh, he's so cute. Ha. They're so excited. Doesn't matter who waves to them, see? This is surreal. So you were here investigating? And I was on my way home, when my hog gave up the ghost. Your hog? Motorcycle won't start. A clogged exhaust pipe. Too bad, it looks like such a nice bike. Hard to believe that it could break just from that. Heck, it's my fault. I think I'm using the wrong oil. Cars, motorbikes, they're all the same. Clog the exhaust and they won't run. Ah, machines, tell me you share my angst, hair forehead. I ride a bicycle, actually. In any event, I'm off to the shops to get her fixed. The detective in charge of the scene isn't fond of me, in any case. The detective, you mean the one in the lab coat? Yeah, she's in a foul mood, too. Be gentle. Off we descend, baby. Oh my god, there he goes. Cool, okay. And the forecast for the park today, gloomy skies. Well, nothing to do but head on in. Let's hit the park, Apollo. And they spelt skies as like the detective. Okay. People Park, let's go talk to her now. Finally, found her. Okay. How does something about this scene look different to you? Blue tarps are gone. Maybe that's it? Yeah, I think you're right. Look over there, the white frock detective from yesterday. She seems to be apologizing reverently to the trash can. She's under a lot of stress. The investigation's probably not going so well. Hey, you there. If you're going to talk about someone behind their back, do it more quietly, please. Oh, Detective Sky, hello. You seem as gloomy as ever. This is miserable. I just got a new kit and I can't get the stuff to work. And everyone's all smiles for that glamorous fop. Glamorous? Does she mean Prosecutor Gavin? More to the point, doesn't she mean glamorous? When he walks, the shining chains catch the sun and glimmer in my eyes. It's distracting. Munch. Speaking of distracting, sigh, I guess I just have to accept the fact that I lack talent. Sounds like she's trying out some sort of new forensics technique. Detective Sky, you know Mr. Wright, correct? How do you know my daddy? I want details. Well, he helped me out a long time ago. You might say he saved me. Wasn't she saying something about getting involved in an incident? Can't stand it when things are vague, especially in a case. I went to stay to become a forensic scientist in Europe. But you're a detective now? Well, I failed the test. But you know, rank and title don't matter. What matters is what's inside your heart. I've always thought that. In the case of our client, it's a bullet. And my heart is full of science. That's why I bought this kit through mail order. I'm surprised she would have failed. She seemed actually like she was pretty smart. But I'm going to test it here before the forensics team arrives. Are you sure that's okay? I won't lie, I'm not fond of the man. Those glamorous types always rub me the wrong way. Glamorous, right? Prosecutors should be cool with wit and furrowed brow. Less glamorous and more simorous, you know? No, actually I don't. Well, that and what happened 7 years ago. Prosecutor Gavin was the one who stripped Mr. Wright of his attorney's badge. What? Really? He was the one? You mean you didn't know? I thought you were one of his boys. I'm neither a boy nor one of his. Let's see what she has to say. What exactly happened 7 years ago? Never actually heard the details. Then investigate. It's better you learned it yourself. Anyway. Do you mind me asking exactly what it is you've been doing? Squatting down on the ground like that? Oh, you want to know? Do you? Well, I splurged on a new toy. You splurged? You mean it wasn't police issue? Looks like a shoe print kit, which is actually something that you can... That is actually a viable thing to use for forensics. This is a footprint analysis kit. Footprint. It was raining on the night of the murder, which means that footprints were left. Oh, does that have anything to do with those blue tarps? Right, the ground was muddy, so I had to protect it as was that night. Ever wanted to know exactly where someone was standing? Like your panty-snatching student witness, for instance? Aha, so with that kit. Right. What? Want to try this stuff out? Huh? Are you sure? I mean, we're sort of on opposing teams and all. Oh, pshaw, we're friends. And to tell you the truth, I'm not too good at doing this. Guess I'm a little clumsy. I could use your help. Oh, I'm good at stuff like this. Yeah, she would be. I used to make magic bunnies out of paper mache. Footprint analysis, huh? Well, should I give it a go? Okay, I'll give it a go. That's the spirit. Right, allow me to explain. Ahem, one moment. She's reading the instructions of her kit. Why does this not... It actually should. Like, somebody who just guesses at it is way worse than someone who reads the instructions. First, we have to pick the footprint, or in this case, shoe print we want to analyze. Taking the liberty of marking all the shoe prints in the park. This is the important one. Okay, so... Right, here goes first. Pour the plaster into the print until it's full. You try it. How am I supposed to do that? Just press space where you want to pour the plaster. Like this. That doesn't look too hard. If you run out of plaster in your beaker before you're done, you have to start over. What? Not bad, you're handier with this than you look. What's that supposed to mean? On to the next step. Dry the plaster until it turns white, right? Just press space to blast it with that dryer. There, give it a shot. Oh, mini games. Looks like it's hardened nicely. Let's take a look. Yes, that's a good one. Next, the ink. Ready for the next step? Use the roller to ink just the shoe print part. Hold onto that roller tight now with space and roll it up and down. Keep going until you get enough ink on there for a good print. You actually don't technically have to do this, but right now the moment you've all been waiting for. Let's take our print. Ready? Here goes. Let's see if we get a match. What's that weird thing on his shoe, though, I wonder? So the shoe prints belong to Waki Kitaki after all. He was the park on the night of the crime. Wow, I can almost see the science at work. Don't you love it? Ah, nothing feels better. She's definitely way more into this than I am. Just let me know if you want to do some more. I'll be here, solving the case. With science. Well, that certainly brightened her mood. Detective Sky, mind if we give it another go? Right on. Leave no print unanalyzed, I say. Now to pick which print you want to analyze. Oops, shit. Well, apparently that's good enough. I have no idea how that is, but okay, whatever. It's an incredibly shitty sort of, alright, whatever. Yes, that's a good one. Next, the ink. This is the one with the... Right, now the moment you'll been waiting for. Let's take our prints. Ready? Here goes. Huh, that's a funny shoe print. Is that even a shoe? It's strange, so smooth, except for the part with the leaf. You can say without even looking that this print doesn't match any print on our list. A mystery print. Ah, the slippers. That's quite a clear print there. A toe print. Too bad we don't know whose toe it is. Well, there is a way of finding out, of course. There is? What? All you need is a sample of the same toe print off another shoe, for instance. Oh right, so the prints match, you know the same person wore both. Do I have another shoe worn by the same person? No such luck. Okay, so we have to go look for someone's shoe. I guess we might as well do the last of these. Wait, do we not have the victim's shoe prints? Is there not any way to do, like, less of it at a time? I feel like the amount that you gloop in there in one go is, like, a huge amount. Keeping that kind of shoe print spaced evenly would be really kind of interesting, actually. There's a nail stuck in that. Okay. Why does everybody have a weird thing stuck in their shoe? Okay. Where do I find someone's shoe? Hmm. Alright, here we go. The prodigal attorney returns. Welcome, Apollo. I heard you did well in the trial today. Here to discuss something? I could use a little diversion. What did Detective Sky say? If you want to know something, you have to investigate yourself. Mr. Wright, tell me what happened 7 years ago. Please, I want to know. I need to know. You certainly didn't waste any time. Getting to the point. 7 years ago, I was standing in a courtroom on behalf of a client. The case involved the death of a certain magnificent genius. I'd be surprised if you hadn't heard about it. It was all over the news, I remember that. You were up against Prosecutor Gavin, weren't you? Yes, he was only 17 years old at the time. 17 years old? That's still high school. He took the bar exam abroad in Europe. They're progressive over there, you know? I don't think that alright, whatever. I was defeated by a 17-year-old newcomer. In my shame, I left the practice forever. That's all. That's all. How could that be all? What do you mean? What about what they were saying on the news about forged evidence? They said you forged evidence and you had your attorney's badge stripped from you. Tell me, how does it feel? How does it feel to stand here before Phoenix Wright, the forged attorney himself? How does it feel? I don't want to believe it's true. But what about what happened in my first trial? Didn't you notice today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Talk about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. Ha 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 ha. I don't see you jumping to my fence on this one. Maybe I did forge evidence, maybe I didn't. It doesn't really matter now, does it? But I'm not an attorney anymore. That's the only truth you need to know. Mr. Wright. Looks like he doesn't want to talk about the accusations of forgery for now. Okay. Can we get your opinion on anything here? So that was what led you to the guilty party. Yes, thanks to you ripping the mirror off the car, I was able to deduce the... Make a good point, Apollo. In fact, it can be said that I'm to thank for finding the criminal. Think what you want, Mr. Wright. Knock yourself out. I mean, part of it's true. Yeah, that's partly true there. Alright, nothing on that. Right, so unfortunately he can't sue the guy who hit him because he is dead. So that's a... Well, actually, no, that might not be true. Probably is true. Why is there still a slipper in here? I guess they just didn't change the art. Oh, I wonder actually if I'm misinterpreting something. Let me just check here. Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? You wouldn't happen to have something in mind. Something that might have left this mystery shoe print. We know that. Oh. Damn it. Okay. Well, I think it's these slippers, actually. Slippers. What would slippers be doing out here? Look at the bottom, see? It's covered with paint. Except for See, right here? Hey, that spot is shaped like a leaf. What if a leaf was stuck on the bottom and came off when the slipper stepped in paint? Makes sense, doesn't it? So this helps with timeline. Wait, something's written on them. The Maractus Clinic. Exactly, the victim's clinic. Wait, oh, this will probably let me go into the clinic now. That someone from the clinic was involved. Why is she just standing there eating? Detective Sky, I have a favor to ask. What? Can you get us access into the Maractus Clinic? Police won't let us in. They say the murderer and the clinic are not connected. And it's off limits until we prove they are. I should be able to do something for you. Yes. Hey? Really? Well, you did my work for me here with the shoe prints. Seems like I should return the favor. Thank you, Detective Sky. Here, show this to the police officer on duty. Allow Clinic access the magician and attorney in Prosecutor Gavin's name. Right, Maractus Clinic. Here comes justice. Wait, why is that in Prosecutor Gavin's name? Traps that were here yesterday are gone. Wonder why Detective Sky put them out. Yeah, their only thing they're recovering is the ground. Oh, you know, I think I see something there. Print. Print? I'm more interested in why that leaf is emphasized, but not going to worry about that too much right now. Ooh, what's this? Benches line the river running through the park. A little urban oasis. I bet children come here to splash around the water. That river's a little deep for splashing, and a little dirty. Well, they could listen to the water and pretend they were playing. Yeah. Okay, now I can get into the damn place. Ah, you two again. When will you learn? Look at me however you want. You're not getting in today. I wouldn't be so sure if I were you. Here, look what I have. What's this? A warrant. Detective Sky. Yesterday it was Prosecutor Gavin. Today it's Detective Sky. Who are you two, really? Now he's suspicious again. Well, you got the orders. I gotta let you in. Have fun. Thanks, Mr. Officer. Let's hit it, Apollo. Okay. So they've got slippers that you could just take. They've got all the bowls from... They also have the ramen pot. Huh, kind of an at-home sort of place, isn't it? This place has a connection to the murderer in the park. I'm sure of it. The police guy out front wasn't so sure. Beyond it being where the victim lived. Looks like the police team's gone home for the day. There might be some clues lying around. This is actually really important. Let's get cracking, Apollo. So my theory that the guy was actually in the ramen cart is feeling more validated, because it looks like they had to remove a bunch of stuff to get the guy into the ramen cart. But, probably not. I have no idea actually how those things work. These must be the slippers for patients at the clinic. Same as the pair we found, of course. Look, a single pair is missing from the rack here, too. And there's a paint on the bottoms, which means they were taken out of here on the night of the murder. Right, the paint's from the hit and run, after all. But what were a pair of clinic slippers doing in the trash can? And what were they doing at the scene of the hit and run? There's a single pair of sandals here. Wait, but why would there be a sandals here? Unless they belong to one of the patients. Or maybe it's a visitor that's come to see Dr. Baractus. You'd think they'd use this visitor house entrance instead of the clinic entrance in that case. And if this patient or visitor isn't still here, why'd they leave without their shoes? Because they put on the slippers instead. Better take a closer look at these, just in case. Cute women's sandals found in Maractus Clinic foyer. Oops. They're from Eldune's Noodles. They're Mr. Salty. And I think we figured out something out. I think we have. Mr. Eldune must do takeout. Not exactly what I was thinking. All bowls have been washed clean. I think we found our first clue, Trucy. Clinic reception desk. No one's here, of course. There's a small sign on the counter. Please pay your bill. Remember, we're the ones holding the scalpel. Brutal, but effective. Look, this door says doctor's office. I think this is the victim's private office? It's not locked. Too bad. Why too bad? I like opening locks. It's kind of a hobby of mine. Like those little bike locks? Don't even bother putting them on when I'm around. That's probably not a hobby you want to tell too many people about. Alright, you got a lockpick lawyer, now there's a lockpick magician, which actually is a lot more standard, actually. I feel like lockpicking magicians is, like, actually the norm. Thump. Ah, Apollo, that sound. Came from behind this door. Someone's in there. Oh, let's check it out, Trissy. A break-in. They left through that window. Wait, Apollo, you're too late to catch them now. That must be your experience as a panty snatcher chaser talking. Well, we should tell the police. Let's check the room out first, Apollo. If we call the police now, we'll lose our chance. You're right. She's better at this than I am. No, you should also call the cops. Well, one thing's for certain. This clinic and our murder case are looking pretty related now. Look like snakes in jars? Whoa, what are those? The wall's covered with beakers. Eek! Something's moving inside that one. You look, Apollo. Hey, look yourself. You can't... Oh. It's a goldfish. Wow, they're all fish. So many kinds. Whoever designed this had a sick sense of humor. What a cute little safe. Looks like a 4-digit lock. Someone's already entered 2 numbers. 7, 9. Wait, do you think that burglar just now was trying to open it? I wonder what's inside the safe. Is there any way we can figure out the last 2 digits? Well, we know the first 2 is 7 and 9. Maybe there's something in the court record, something that can help us figure out the last 2 numbers? I wonder. Yeah, we have to deal with these. I don't think I've got anything that's got a 7 or a 9 on it yet. That'd be a bit too lucky, don't you think? Well, I suppose. If only there was something that could finger which buttons have been pressed. Something that could finger which buttons have been pressed, huh? Maybe there is a way after all. Books and papers are scattered around the room. Wow, what a mess. This is worse than Daddy's room. The burglar must have left in a hurry. Then the cup on the desk here is lying outside. Huh? The juice that spilled out of the cup. It's dry. So the messy one wasn't our burglar just now. Someone knocked this cup over a while ago and left it. Is it grape juice? Is Phoenix the culprit? This potted plant has seen better days. That doesn't make sense either. What doesn't? Normally burglars are looking for valuables, right? That's true. That's what I would do, if I were a burglar. So why look under a potted plant? Maybe they were looking for the key to the safe? I've heard of people putting their house keys under plants, but the key to a safe? Then maybe the burglar was looking for the house keys. This is getting nowhere fast. The window was ajar. That must be how our burglar escaped. I wonder who it was. Maybe it was just a burglar who happened to pick here. Yeah, but there's a patrol car sitting out front. If I were a burglar, I'd come back the next day at least. I'd give it a month myself. Whoever broke in obviously needed to break in today. What a cute little safe. Blah, blah, blah. So this will work, but oops. When you press the buttons, you'd have to touch them. With your finger, right? You'll leave a print. When you open a safe, you don't press any other buttons. Just about the right one. So if you find the buttons with fingerprints, we'll have the safe code. Not bad, Apollo. It's like all the buttons in the backspace like a ton of different times there. It does have the back a bunch of times. Okay. Look, you can see the oily finger residues clearly. Look at 7 and 9. These are glove marks. Burglar must have been wearing gloves. We might not be able to identify the burglar, but we can open this safe. Let's give it a shot. Oh, okay. It was 50-50, so I'd only need to try 2. It opened. Got a gold Maneki Neko and a bunch of documents. This looks like a medical chart. There's an x-ray in here with it. An x-ray. Can't make heads or tails of it. I can't read the chart either. It's all in medical speak. But the names are easy enough to read. Look, by patient it says Waki Kitaki. So this is Waki, our client's chart, huh? Why would this one chart be here in the safe? Let's see. The physician's signature says Pal Maractus. Hey, what is it, Apollo? Look here where it says who filed the chart. Let's see. Nurse Alita Tiala. Alita Tiala is Waki's fiance. That's one Ida too many, Apollo. Sorry, I bit my tongue. Never mind. What's her name doing here? How should I know? Though, I guess it means she's on staff at this clinic? All that she neglected to mention this before now. I'm sure she had her reasons. So, Leah Tiala worked at the Maractus clinic, and she had access to Waki Kitaki's medical chart. I actually guessed that she was probably the murderer, like, really early on in this one. Got the I and the Y wrong, Apollo. I'd be very interested to find out what this chart says. Who could help us decipher this? Waki's chart added to the court record. The reason I was kind of thinking that might be the case is because she, like, seemed like she was going to be in a position to take over the family in this case here. And not, like, in a long-term sense there. I think that she was thinking that she could take it over, like, quite soon. This looks like a bullet hole. You can still see the bullet sticking out of it. Why is it in the middle of a safe? Hey, the bullet came out. The tip is all squashed. Not surprising given that it was fired into a metal safe. This bullet's got a story behind it, that's for sure. Found in Maractus Clinic safe, squashed from impact with the back of the safe. Alright, we're finding a lot of stuff all of a sudden. Going from like 0 to 1,000,000 in like 1 second here. Alright, what else have we got? While we're here, let's do this. Hollow point? It's one tough safe. You know, it looks kind of yummy, huh? Like a cupcake. Oh, ice cream. Okay. Caramel. You certainly have an active imagination, Trucy. I think it looks more like a cupcake. Maybe a Mont Blanc. But, I mean, ice cream, sure, in a ramekin, but not my first go-to. Let's see here. ID 004649, Pal Maractus, Nurse Alita Tiala, Waki Kitaki, age 19, male, bullet lodged in your heart. And then there's gibberish underneath that. I guess this is the only important part of that, but it'd be interesting to know what the rest of that says, but I think that's supposed to be stuff you're not supposed to be able to tell. Alright. Hey, it worked. That looks like a big toe, maybe. But wait, I mean, it's great that we got the print, but is there such a thing as a list of toe prints? Oh, good point. If there is, Detective Sky didn't give it to us, which means we can't match this print. This seems like a good time to ask a detective's advice. Yeah, good idea. But we can match it to the slipper print. This place is done right. Pixel hunting, I hate this. Kind of an expensive looking lamp, isn't it? Hey, the bulb's broken. Broken? Don't you mean burned out? No, our cat burglar must have dropped it. But why is it standing up on the floor like that then? Hey, look at the cord. Huh? There's a red splotch on part of the cord. Do you think that's blood? It's a little bright for blood, almost pinkish. Something definitively odd about the lamp, that's for sure. What is the red thing they're talking about here? I couldn't see that at all. God, okay. Looks like lipstick. Why didn't anyone write their name on a lamp cord? I used to write my name on my magic ropes. It's kind of a different thing. The bulb is broken. It won't turn on. Oh, how is it broken? Don't touch that. You'll cut yourself. Eek. Yeah. Fool me once. Shame on me. Fool me twice. My finger. Ah, you're bleeding. Let me see that. Wait. Magic blood. Teehee. Gotcha. Please don't do that again. I have enough to worry about with my coworkers injuring themselves on the evidence. Or getting fake blood on the evidence. That would also be bad. Alright. Do another quick once over in this place. Let's think of something cool to say for the next time we do meet a burglar. Okay. Alright. Heading out? Yep. I'll see you Monday. Let's see here. I know that face. That's the face of someone who's made a discovery. Hey, how did you know? You can't fool someone trained in the ways of science. Next, she'll have us analyzing face prints. Let's ask Detective Sky to help. God, that's so apropos of like the current year. God. All right, whatever. Oh, I'm hitting the wrong button here. These sandals. That's quite a clear print there. A toe print. Too bad we don't know whose toe it is. Well, there is a way of finding out, of course. There is? What? All you need is a sample of the same toe print, off another shoe, for instance. Oh, right, so if the prints matched, you'd know the same person wore both. Do I have another shoe worn by the same person? Got one right here. Really? I'm beginning to suspect something here. Detective Sky, can you compare the sample with this other print? This pair of slippers, toe print and all. Oh, the print in these is nice and clear too. That makes our job easy. Can you analyze it for us? Of course. Hang on. Bingo, gosh, I'm good. Hey, we were the ones who found the prints. Perfect match. The same person wore these sandals and slippers. I was afraid of that. All you have to do is find out who these sandals belong to. Or do you already know? I can't say, not yet. Well, that's one big step closer to the truth. Detective Sky, I was wondering about this. Trucy, wait. What? This bullet was inside the safe, right? That means the police don't know about it yet. Oh, right. We can use this in trial tomorrow. Do I have to repeat myself every time? If you're going to talk behind someone's back, do so quietly. I don't know why we're hiding evidence, but okay. Detective Sky, I was wondering about this. Same thing. I feel like this is something we should still not actually... She would also probably have an easier time reading that chart compared to us. I don't know. Alright. I feel like that's good enough, though, for here. Alright, so we got this again. Don't cry, Angel. Daddy's back and Daddy's... Oh, you again. Do you always have to announce your entrances like that? Man, well, man, Man, now I'm all in a funk, and it's his fault. One can only assume that his father tried to teach him a lesson and failed clearly. You two got your work cut out for you, straight up. Of course I don't care if they lock me up. I'm ready to go. Some days I wonder why I do what I do. Hey man, you won't see me bugging out about 1 or 2 guilty charges. But if you're found guilty of murder. Hey, it's all experience, you feel me, Shorty? Like a badge of honor. They don't give the death penalty, do they? You didn't really do it, did you? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. If I learned one thing today, it's that silence speaks louder than words. Man, my old man is whack. Disappointing, that's what he is. I heard he wants to leave the mob. Over my dead body. I spend my life trying to keep it real, being an OG and never stepping down. Now my old man wants to go soft, fine, let him. Just leave me out of it. Sigh, one day I get out of the clink. Ah, that's the day Alita and I start the next generation of the Taki family. Please don't talk as though it's assumed you're going to jail, for my sake. Do you know whose shoes these are? Flocky, you don't happen to recognize these, do you? Hey, sure I do. I was the one who bought them for her. For Miss Tiala? Yeah, birthday present. She got mad little feet. Mad. So cute, man. So these sandals are hers. Yeah, I kinda had a feeling. What's up with the funky vibes? Sigh. Sandals updated in the court record. Huh? What's that? Some kind of x-ray? Wait, that's right. Waki, it's yours. Hey look, I don't smoke or nothing. I'll live long, right? I don't think he gets it, Apollo. Take a closer look here, in particular, where it says nurse. It's signed Alita Tiala. Huh? You lawyers do your homework. So you met Miss Tiala when you... Yeah, I met her at the clinic. Can you tell us a bit about the circumstances of your meeting? Fine, fine, I'll tell you. How we met if you want to know that bad. About a half a year ago, I was shot during a little turf war with another family. I was ready to die, sure, but they came in and got me, hauled me off to the docks. The Maractus Clinic? That's where I met her. My fallen angel. You mean Alita Tiala? She was scared of me at first, turns out. But you know what they say, bad guy always gets the ladies. Right. She was done with that clinic anyhow. So I was like, I'll take you on, woman. Straight gangster style. Guess what she said? What did she say? Come on, give it some thought. She said it real quiet, like on the down low. Know what I'm saying? I'll leave if you'll marry me. So, that was the proposal? You know it, another love right there in the hospital room. Just like that, the op was done and we were out of there. See you later, bye. About that op, yeah. Didn't go so well after all, did it? I know about the report. I know it's still in me. This health checkup was the boss's idea, you said. Yeah, can you imagine? What's the point of living healthy when you're a G, you know what I'm saying? But didn't you learn about the bullet at that checkup? Yeah, that's when I knew that doctor had to pay. Figured I could get that cap pulled after I got my revenge. And hey, I'm still living large right now, aren't I? Incidentally, have you ever had a health checkup before? Nah, my old man suddenly gets this idea that we all gotta get checkups. Guess he's getting old. Older, I mean. Okay, let's see if there's anything else that would be important to him. I can't really think immediately of anything that would be that important here. This is why I like. This is actually something I like from Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane, is that they do have that thing where they tell you it's like, okay, it's time to move on. All right, Eldoon. Mr. Eldoon, we've been looking all over for you. What's the matter, Trucy Doll? Apollo, show him what we found. Nothing like expert advice. I suppose he has a doctor still. Sniffle. Mr. Eldoon, is everything okay? I'm just Sniffle so happy. I just thought my doctor days were gone for good. Sniffle. Mr. Eldoon? Alright. I guess there's also that fact, yeah. Okay. What's going on here? Mr. Eldoon, could you take a look at this? A medical chart? Hey, you shouldn't go around taking these from clinics. Why the sudden silence, Mr. Eldoon? What? What's going on here? That's what we want to know. This chart belongs to my client. He's on trial on suspicion of murder. On trial? That's crazy. You can't put him on trial. He's ABD. About to die? All but dead. He's knocking on the pearly gates, and someone's about to answer. Okay, can you tell us why? I was kind of wondering about that. Well, permit me to speak as a surgeon. You listen up good now, son. No way. It's like he's a completely different person. Well, according to this chart, this walkie-talkie fellow is not doing so well. He's got a bullet right upside his heart. That's right. Yeah, but this chart talks about the post-op. In other words, the operation is already finished. But you can still see that bullet stuck in there. Why would it still be in there after the operation to remove it? Well, about the only reason I can think of is it was too tricky to operate on. What? That bullet's snug as a bug right there next to his aorta, which is connected to the heart. Heck, that scrap metal is just surrounded by blood vessels. Kind of a miracle. 2 millimeters to either side and there'd be some serious bleeding going on in there. Not something your average doc would be eager to fiddle with. You mean... It took a miracle to get that bolt stuck where it is. It'd take more than a miracle to take it out. It'd take a magician. Alright, Trucy, you're up. I'm only up to making rabbits disappear. I haven't learned bullets yet. Of course, with the heart pumping and lungs working, that bullet's on the move. I give him another half a year tops. But Waki's operation was already half a year ago. That's why I'm saying you're out of time. This kid shouldn't be on trial. He should be on an operating table. Great, just great. How could Dr. Maractus do such a terrible thing? How could he just leave that bullet in there? Got a pretty good idea of how he felt. An emergency operation, he's got the kid's chest opened up on the table, and he finds that bullet. That's despair right there. Trucidella, cold despair. Despair? About the only thing he could do is sew the boy back up. He wasn't exactly in a situation to go admitting he couldn't take it out. Takis, you bet. This kid's their only son, I hear. So he skips the operation and Waki's back on the street living his life. Of course, it's only a matter of time before this heart hemorrhages and he drops cold. How awful. And which doctor would they take him to? Maractus. He's got enough ties to them. He could probably cover up the truth of what happened. That's just horrible. He left Waki to die. There's a darkness in this world, Trucidel, waiting hungry. Compared to it, these gangs, turf wars are like kid games. When you're up against real evil, well, it don't matter if you're weak or strong. It'll take you all the same. You were a surgeon, right, Mr. Eldoon? You could operate on Waki, couldn't you? I wish. What? I'm afraid there ain't nobody in the country that could. Maybe not even in the world. So Waki, he's really lucky to be alive even now. No, there's one problem. Paulo? This chart looks at the nurse section. Alita Tiala. That's right. This operation was how they met. Yeah, the problem is, she knew. She knew about Waki's condition, guaranteed. That's not guaranteed. Why didn't she ever tell him? It doesn't make sense. She knew her patient was in serious danger. You'd think she'd want to get that second operation before getting engaged. What was she thinking? Paulo? What were you thinking, Alita Tiala? She was... I think she was probably trying to marry into the family where, like, the father's on the way out and her, fiancé would potentially be able to take over and then, die shortly after leaving her in charge. Alright, back into the courtroom. There's a lot going on here, though. June 17th, 9:52 a.m., District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. This is it, big day. Did you get any sleep? Yeah, I went to bed at 1 a.m. or so. Oh, what time did you wake up? 3 a.m. That's only 2 hours, Apollo. It could also be 26 hours, but at least you have me. And the amazing Mr. Hat. Here's looking at you, kid. Good luck today, Apollo. That voice. Yeah, getting any sleep? Mr. Wright. I was going out of my mind with boredom, so I signed myself out earlier today. Somehow that place makes fake piano playing at the Indochina pasta seem almost fun. Dad, do you know who the prosecutor Gavin witnessed today? Do you know who Prosecutor Gavin's witness is today? Take a guess. How about Lil Plum? Ahaha, that Sherman tank of a mom? Nope, guess again. That's too bad, Speaking of moms, you need to find me a new mommy one of these days, Daddy. It's barely morning and you're out already, Trucy. A new one? That means she had one? Ah ha 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 ha. Okay, see, this is why I don't buy their father-daughter relationship. So, Mr. Wright, do you know who the prosecution's witness is? Alita Tiala, your client's fiancée. She's going to be a witness? Well, that seems odd. Why would she testify against her own fiancé? You have to wonder what Gavin's up to. Something's going down today, that much is clear. Well, not to worry. I've got my panties back. If we can find a killer, I'll pull one out of there. That Stickler would lose his freaking mind. He would literally die. Okay. I have to check what time it is. It is just about 6 o'clock. I started at 11, so I've got a little bit longer. What I might do right now is actually go order my pizza and then get that. So I might take about a half-hour break about now, but I'll continue a little bit longer. I'll go a little bit further. Court is now in session for the trial of Waki Kitaki. Your defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution is warmed up, and it's a sold-out house. Very well. To recap, while yesterday's witness seemed more guilty than any other party, guilty of panty snatching, we did find out one thing for certain. There were 3 people in the park at the time of the murder. There were 4 people. The witness, the victim, and the defendant. Correct, Herr Judge. And today, I'd like to do something a little new age. I'd like to look at this horrible crime from the outside. The outside? The acquisition of the murder weapon. The perpetration for the act. Our poor defendant told all you see. To his betrothed. His betrothed? His fiancée, Herr Judge. His partner for life. With no chance for parole. Very well, you may show the lucky lady to the stand. Your name and occupation, Fraulein? Alita Tiala, my occupation is future wife. Ah, traditional values. I respect that. Too many brides these days can't even weave baskets blindfolded underwater. Underwater basket weave. I forget where that originates from. Yet you're here today as a witness for the prosecution. To be honest, I didn't want to testify at first, but I couldn't hide the truth. Honesty, another admirable trait. Fraulein, is it true that on the day of the crime, the defendant, Waki Kitaki, confessed his plans for murder? Yes. This is probably true. He probably did actually say that he was going to go, like, gangster style or something like that on that corrupt killer whatever. Alright, so Waki's plan. It was the day the family health checkup results came back up. When Waki found out that Dr. Marx had lied, he flew into a rage. I'll teach him, he said. He took one of the family's pistols. And you already know what happened that night. I just don't see how anyone but Waki could have done it. This doesn't really give us any new information, in all honesty. This testimony is actually kind of useless. So the pistol did belong to the Kitaki family then? Yes. With regards to this, an investigation is underway at the Kitaki mansion on charges of possession of illegal firearms. And the bullet that took the victim's life, was it fired from the pistol the defendant procured? Yes. This has been proven. How can you prove something like that? Bullets carry marks from the barrels that fire them called rifling marks. Rifling marks. Think of them as being a gun's fingerprint left on every bullet it fires. And when did you first hear about Waki's plan? It was the day of the murder. I should have stopped him. I just didn't think he would actually do it. Very well, the defense may begin the cross-examination. It's the day that the family health checkup... What the hell? It was the day that the family health checkups results came back. When Waki found out that Dr. Maractus had lied, he flew into a rage. I'll teach him, he said. He took one of the family's pistols. And you already know what happened that night. I just don't see how... I forgot, I should be pressing here. Well, because she's the murderer, but, That was the day of the murder, correct? Yes, everyone in the family received their checkup results that day. When Waki looked at his face went so pale. But of course, he had just found out they had a bullet in his chest. So you were at the time? Yes. Poor Waki. When Waki found out that Dr. Maractus had lied, he flew into a rage. That must have been, quite frightening. He was furious. He ripped his report up into shreds. Incidentally, I had to request another copy to file as evidence. A bothersome chore, but one I performed without complaint. You are complaining right now. Waki's at an age where he's hard to control when he loses his temper. Of course, that little bit of instability is so cute. Great, now he sounds like a psychopath. I'll teach him, he said, and he took one of the family pistols. So is it easy to take a pistol out from the house? Not really, I think. There's a system in place to limit access. But Waki's a special case, being the next in line. Perhaps his treatment was a bit too special, yeah? Well, maybe he is a bit spoiled. I hear he got amazing presents for his birthdays. Last year was a switchblade made out of chewing gum and a chocolate gravestone. Sounds like he has a taste for sweets, and danger. Point here being that Waki had access to a pistol. And you already know what happened that night. What happened? Meaning the murder. I tried to stop him, I really did. But Waki wouldn't listen. Our defendant was nothing if not determined, it seems. Last thing you should do is blame yourself, miss. I just don't see how anyone but Waki could have done it. How can you say that for certain? How? Ah. Hair Forehead, you will refrain from badgering the Feralian. It was the defendant, Waki was it, who took the pistol from his home? Who knows for a fact now? I suppose we do. We do not know that for a fact. So how would anyone else have used this pistol to shoot the victim? They could not. Simple logic, yeah? That does seem to be the case. Does the defense have anything to say regarding this point? Could someone else have used that pistol? Based on your testimonies, there was clearly another. One other person had access to that pistol. What's this? Interesting. Let's ask the defense then. Tell the court who this other person with access was. Okay, I want to save here, honestly. It's her. But I'm not actually sure what to put here. What's this? What? The boss and his wife? Ah, an unexpected ploy. Apollo, that can't be right. Why would they want to frame their only son? Oh, on his parents' behalf, I'd like to give you a penalty. Yeah. Carry on, Mr. Justice. Okay, I need a... do this before I continue on with this. Okay, so there's got to be someone in here that would also have access to it, but here's the problem. I actually don't have any reason to believe that she did have access to it. Well, actually, no. Okay. So she's the other person who would really have had access to it, but whoever fired it into a safe feels like it probably would have been him, I feel like, but maybe not. I don't know. Me? But why? You were quite clear when you told the court. You heard about the pistol from the defendant on the day of the murder. In other words, you knew what he was planning. Let me get this straight. You intend to tell us that this lady stole a pistol from her fiancé? And killed a man in cold blood on his behalf? I've heard of people doing strange things for love, but this... it does seem a bit unfathomable, to be sure. I'm all for romance, and I'm for supporting your partner in life, to be sure. But I think I would be hesitate at murder. I hope you do more than hesitate. But what if a different connection could be proven? A connection between the witness and the victim? We might find that she had a personal motive beyond wanting to help her fiancé. That would put things in a slightly different light. What possible connections are you suggesting here? You know what I'm starting to think? I'm starting to think that the police never looked inside that safe. I have evidence showing a connection between the witness, Miss Tiala, and the victim. I don't actually know how this matters specifically, honestly. Alright, this one. That looks like a medical chart, found inside a safe at the Maractus Clinic. I'd like to draw the court's attention to the names written out the chart. What? Miss Tiala, whatever. Why is your name on this chart? Well, care to explain the meaning of this, Miss Tiala? I'm not sure what you mean by meaning, Mr. Justice. Our warm little fiancé just froze over. I was on staff at that clinic until half a year ago. I was boring, so I quit. That's all. Is there a problem with that? Miss Tiala, you testified that you had no connection to the victim. And I don't. Now. Now? I quit half a year ago, didn't I? So there's no connection. Let me guess, you're the kind of guy who can't rest until he knows every last detail of his girlfriend's past? Am I right? No, that's not true at all. Why, I embrace the ones I love. Past laws and all. There's no connection now. Doesn't fly in a court of law. Doesn't fly? She's one tough nut. She probably feels right at home with the Kitakis. You left your job at the Maractus Clinic, true, but you remain connected somehow. Very well, Mr. Justice. Show us evidence that proves the witness is still connected to the Maractus Clinic. These sandals were found in the Maractus Clinic lobby. They're yours, aren't they? Ah, well, who knows? I'm sure there are lots of people with those sandals. So sorry, Fraulein, but your act isn't working. Your moment of hesitation just now cost you. What's with you? I thought you were on my side. Perhaps you were unaware that toes leave toe prints. A simple analysis of these sandals will reveal all. Well, now we see your true colors. I was wrong to cooperate with you from the beginning. I just wanted you to help get Waki back on the straight and narrow. This court thinks you need to worry less about Waki and more about yourself. It sounds as though we need to hear a bit more about your story. Your sandals were found in the entrance of the clinic, which means you went there on the day of the murder. Well, there's little point in denying it. Very well, the witness will tell us about this visit. Why did you go to the Maractus Clinic that day? I did go to the clinic that day, my first time in half a year since I quit in January. There is actually a viable reason for somebody who would do that. Like, they would have to go there at some point to get, like, tax documents, potentially. I don't know if that's true for where they are, though. I went to warn him. After all, I knew Waki had the pistol. The doctor always was a timid man, too timid to admit his own mistake. Where else would I have gone? I'm not hiding any dark secrets. I wanted to tell him to be careful, as an old friend. By mistake, you mean the mistake we heard about from the defendant? The botched operation? He was a timid small man, but I never wished him harm. I just thought I should let him know, you know? That does make sense. Yes, but there is still one thing. Which does not. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? The sandals left in the lobby, of course. We can assume she wore these sandals to the clinic, yeah? Then why did she not wear them home? If it were me, I would have worn them home. I would have worn those sandals home, too. So why were the sandals left behind? Ack, he pointed out the contradiction before me. There's probably a good explanation for this, right, Miss Tiala? Say, for instance, there happened to be a similar pair of sandals there which you wore home by mistake. Actually, that's right. I'm impressed, Mr. Gavin. Oh, it is nothing. There is, after all, no other possible explanation, yeah? Forehead? Oh, what the? No fair. He's filling the holes in her testimony. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Well, we know she didn't wear similar sandals, she wore slippers, but he could try to make the argument that she thought they were the same, which would be weird, but, you know. I did go to the clinic that day, my first time in half a year since I quit in January. Around what time did you go to the clinic? I don't remember exactly, but it was after 9:30, I think. That was the first time you had contacted Dr. Maractus in half a year? Of course it was. He wasn't the kind of boss you made friends with. So why did you go to the clinic that day? Didn't you just say he's an old friend? I went to warn him. After all, I knew Waki had the pistol. Did you want Dr. Maractus to run away? Well, after I failed to stop Waki, I thought that was the only other way to avoid the problem. Couldn't you have called? Why go in person? I called several times that evening, but no one was in. The victim was busy driving home until after 9 p.m. that night, remember? That was proven by his mirror yesterday, yeah? I thought if I warned him, he would run away for sure. Knowing the doctor. Or he would steal a noodle cart and run around with it up to a park in the middle of nowhere for no good reason. Dr. Oz was a timid man, too timid to admit his own mistakes. What mistakes are you referring to? You mean that active malpractice on Waki, correct? If he had just told Waki the truth in the beginning, none of this would have happened. True, that operation was the start of this whole affair. Oh, of course, if he'd told him, he might have been erased by the Patakis much earlier. A disturbing thought. We know that the Maractus clinic has ties to the Pataki family. He probably couldn't have gone to the police, even if he wanted to. That's why I knew I had to warn him. What else would I have done? I'm not hiding any dark secrets. No dark secrets, eh? What? Look at me, however you want, Mr. Justice. You won't find a thing. She's hiding something, I know it. I must have some evidence that proves it, too. You're free to think whatever you like. I went to that clinic with only one thought in mind. I wanted to tell him to be careful as an old friend. You just said you're not a friend, but, you know. But then you'd be betraying Waki, wouldn't you? No, I did it for him, for us. She went to warn him so that her fiancé would not have to commit such a crime, yeah? I didn't want them to take my Waki away. There's no way she went to that clinic just to warn him. Do you know why she went to Apollo? Time to figure out what really happened at that clinic. And fast. This chart was found inside a safe in the doctor's office. Yes? Why would this one chart be in that safe? Mr. Sciala, you know why it was, don't you? Mind filling me in? Dr. Maractus didn't have the leisure of making mistakes. That's why he wrote up a false report and kept the truth locked away. Bad hair, Doctor. And this is where you come in, Miss Tiala. The nurse who filed this chart was you, which means you knew about Waki's failed operation. Interesting. You were in the same position as Dr. Maractus. Kind of makes it hard to claim no connection, doesn't it? You're bold for a novice, I'll give you that. But, Mr. Justice, you must know I was only a nurse. The doctor was responsible for the chart's contents. This chart business seems to be quite important. Please amend your testimony accordingly. Too bad, little attorney. My bracelet's reacting again. What is it, Apollo? I felt my bracelet tighten just now. Your bracelet. Just like yesterday. Like you said. When a witness is unsure of something, a nervous habit gives them away. But I can't see anything, Apollo. Eh? Then what's my bracelet reacting to? Wait, maybe. Yes, that has to be it. Your senses, Apollo. They must be sharper than mine. Huh? I can't see it, but you can sense it. I don't know about that, Trucy. I don't have some kind of special power or anything. Listen to me, Apollo. There's a weak point somewhere in Miss Tiala's testimony, but we don't know what her nervous habit is. Well, then what do? You have to perceive it yourself, Apollo, with your eyes and your senses. Great. Okay. Why would I go to the clinic now for a year-and-a-half old chart? But your signature was on that chart. So, what does that have to do with this case? If there was something in that chart to make me look bad, I would have dealt with it. The only one responsible for the chart was the presiding doctor, Dr. Maractus. She's hiding something, I can smell it, and I bet she's got a habit that gives it away. I just have to focus to find her nervous habit. It's probably this. I'm going to go ahead and save here. Okay, found it. But you know why you would go now, don't you? I don't know what you're talking about. It was quite clear, Miss Tiala. You have a nervous habit. The moment you said the word now, you used your right thumb and fiddled with your ring. Well, what? She was unsure. I saw it. Now, that's the key word. The chart wasn't a part of your past. It was a clear and present threat. That's ridiculous. Why, if that were the case, I would have had 6 months to do something about it. Indeed. Eh? Which means something happened quite recently. Something to make that chart a problem for you now. I've got her on the ropes now. I can feel it. It's time to strike the killing blow. With evidence. Miss Tiala, there's no use trying to hide it. The chart became a threat to you now because of this. A health checkup report belonging to the defendant. The Katakis are trying to get out of the business. The health checkup this month was their first ever. What did you think when you heard about this? Hey, nothing. Why should I think anything? Oh, I would think you were positively beside yourself, because you were afraid. You knew what Waki's chest x-ray would reveal. Irk. A full half year had passed since the operation. You thought you were home free, when the chart came back to haunt you. Eee. We haven't really proven anything here yet. Not quite. On to phase 2, I guess. That's all, Your Honor. What just happened? Did the witness just admit to lying? I sensed it. There was a great aura emanating from her forehead. Very cool. So the lady was lying, it seems. That's correct. She said she had no connection to the Maractus Clinic, but her connection was deep instead. Indeed, a bit too deep. If Kataki's got a hold of that chart with her name, she'd be finished. Isn't that right, Miss Tiala? You guessed it. Order. I did it. I broke her testimony. Amazing, Apollo. I didn't see it at all. Daddy's right about you. Wait. Miss Tiala? It's true that chart was bad news for me. That's why I went to meet the doctor that day. But that's all. I told him about Waki and went home. It appears this cross-examination is far from over. Well, what? She hid the truth from us. This is clear, yet. It's not clear that this truth has anything to do with the case at hand. Very well, the witness will add this to her testimony, and we'll have a bit more cross-examination. All right, I am going to take this as a moment to break up my stream. I'll be back in a little bit because I'm also going to go get myself some dinner. I'm going to go buy a pizza. That's going to be what I'm going to eat tonight. Once I get my pizza, I'll come back here. But it'll probably take about half hour for them to finish making it and for me to get back here with it because I'm going to go do pickup because I prefer doing that over ordering it. But yeah, so I'll be back in just a little bit. Expect me to be back with a new stream up since I have to end these ones every 8 hours and then start a new one. Expect me to be back with a new stream started up at about 6:45, we'll say.